I'm looking forward to playing against a lot of the new Academy teams. I think that brings competition and stakes to the matches, so it should be a lot more fun.
The players. Oh, Geezer running into the molly. Oh, this is all sad all day. Renz gets 2 though, kills 1 on default, but quickly shut down. Still in a very tough spot, but Welly didn't need it.
I'm excited to gatekeep teams from going to champion and beating them so they can't go, and maybe us going.
Jerwin finds another. Shondex falls over. Krolik and Geezer at backside. They take a little bit of damage, but Krolik at least kills Welly. But Geezer is all alone. But Krolik finds an unbelievable angle on Jerwin, but they're slow creeping around the corner. It's gone so awry. Geezer ends up finishing off the round.
Just like excited to show off my skills because I've been grinding in tier 3 for quite a while, and then I could finally get a chance to prove myself.
You might sacrifice Tanza, but Leo needs to hit this shot. The timing might just be perfect for Nature. Injured, dead.
Plant, but Sleepers are around the corner. 5v3 retake. No. Here comes Sleepers. They're wide awake, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good. And it's the ultimate upset in map 3.
I'd say that I'm most excited to show as a player in his team that we can beat everyone easily and qualify for champs.
Down, wait a minute, who is that? Satellite also knocking at the front door. Sleepers, they know what to do. It's the end of the round, and follow in Duck's footsteps. But SRB had the manpower in the end. What an onslaught of battle, Shio.
I mean, I would just say the possibility to go to champs. I feel like now, like, everyone's dream is to win champion, so be able to, like, qualify through tier 2 is the best case scenario.
1v2, all up to Jack to try and save them in this series. A shock dart launched over. Moose 20 HP now. One bullet will do it, but Jack needs to be perfect, and, well, it looks like Core just lining this one up. There's 3 for Jack, but he can't get the 4.
It's been exciting to finally play in tier 2. I don't know. I'm just excited to play. That's all I got. I don't know.
Stallion falls though, and well, Moose is just hiding in the smoke. Jack B hopping through it though. Double shorty shot, easy kill. YFP still needs to clear smoke from this cubby holder from YFP. Yeah, unlucky. Didn't really expect that. Now smoke has to look 3 different ways at once, and with that HP, you ain't surviving long. Jack with a nice kill on YFP and make it 7.
Yeah, I'm excited to play Shopify the most. I like Nature a lot on that team. So other than that, kind of unknown. I'm excited to play the Academy teams too. A lot of friends there too. But for now, we'll keep it very simple and keeping myself humble for now.
He's got a flash ready. He's got the outlaw too. Core are not careful. GMD, hello! Look at the spawn. You've been infiltrated by the enemy.
I want to show that I could still compete. I do want to come back with some vengeance, and you know, I want to be able to show that I can compete with the best. So
taking a 2v2 near the Viper's wall, and Klorik still makes his mark. ADG is trying to take angles around, surround and conquer. Zerona, Mitch were perfectly together, and AG take the pistol.
$29.
27.
25.
19.
Oh wow. 14.
Like 21.
Oh, dude. Shoot. There's like at least 25. There's at least 25.
24.
28.
Oh, wow. 18. Okay.
26.
30.
22.
12.
23.
Oh my god. 30. 30.
13. I think 13.
11.
9.
9.
In the map pool 7, total like 10 or 11.
9 or 10? No, there's like 11. I'm just gonna go with 11. Shoot at 11.
11.
13.
13.
13.
9.
11.
There's like 7.
Total maps. 12.
Total maps 10.
6,200.
That would be 6,300 or 6,200.
6,250.
6,200.
5,700. Max shield is 6,100.
Operator is 4,700. With Ghost is another. Dude, I'm so bad at math. Yeah, I would never buy a Ghost. I was gonna go 5,200. Throw it at 5,300.
6,200.
6,200.
6,200.
5,200.
6,200.
6,200.
6,250.
5,900.
Plus match shield, 670.
1. No, 5.
5.
8.
5.
Per reload? 5.
5.
5.
Per reload. 5.
5.
5.
8.
5.
Per reload, 5.
6. Bro, I'm actually noob. I'm a complete noob.
Reyna.
Sky.
Reyna.
I believe it was Killjoy.
Killjoy?
It was Reyna.
The original one. I mean, Reyna was the first character released, I think.
Reyna.
Reyna.
Ooh, Reyna?
The first agent. No, the first agent added was Reyna.
Reyna.
Was it not Reyna, right? Was it Reyna?
650.
650.
700.
Brimstone. Oh. 900.
I want to say 750.
800.
800.
650.
20 seconds.
20 seconds.
It's all 20 seconds now.
10 seconds.
Lockdown's gonna be big and bodies. Well, if they need it. Just only a scuffle so early. Pit. But they don't even use it. They get a sound. Renzo, the high-low. It's a collat sandwich. There it is. Oh, and even more than that, Serona is. Oh, wait. It's on Haven, but it's so difficult to get past Sacred. This time, it's just could be doing a lot of damage. And ADG realized dimensional drip from Tonza. He's gonna know what you're planning, what you think before you've even executed. And the real executioners are sleepers.
Well, folks, we are so close to playoffs, but we still have one more step along the way, and that is today. Welcome to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Gompers and Ash on the desk. Gompers, do you have something to show us?
I do, guys. I mean, this isn't really important, but it shows how smart I am and how smart I'm going to be on the analyst desk. But I solved my first Rubik's Cube. Thank you.
Everyone say good job, Gompers, in chat. And Ash, you're joining us. I saw you in chat yesterday. You said, you know, Zerona is the truth, and you were right. So how are you feeling about today?
I'm honestly stressed. I'm stressed out today. It's elimination day, Liz. What do you mean? Like, I do feel good about getting that right. But of course, saying goodbye to two teams today is always very daunting, especially with the competition that we do have coming up ahead of us.
We're saying goodbye to two teams today, but we welcomed two teams into playoffs yesterday, Team Evictix and Team Evil Geniuses Academy. Now, you guys weren't here yesterday, so I do have to remind you, I was the only one who was right about Evictix, okay? Just make sure we get that down. But I mean, 18-16, the first map, Shaw's ending on 10 HP that last round, and then 13-11, the last map, Ash. There were also like some tech stuff. It was a, to borrow a term from wrestling, a slobber knocker.
It was an absolutely wild ride. Like, we have to keep in mind, a 2-0 up against NRG Academy for Evictix, this team, they were the underdog in this matchup, no doubt about it. They've constantly been proving themselves and how talented this roster is, how well they play off of each other on top of that. But it felt like this matchup was one of their true tests right now in that Swiss stage to land them into playoffs. And it was just absolutely crazy how it was done. The fact that I think we're all anticipating that Haven to go to an overtime as well, and then shifting into that Evil Geniuses M80 matchup. Yesterday was full of nail biters there, Gompers.
Yeah, that was a pretty exciting matchup. I think overall, EG showed a different side to themselves. I know that the run that they had was very inconsistent, I will say. So for them to go up against M80, who actually have been having a hard time themselves, and we're going to be able to see whether or not that hard time proceeds themselves and continues. But for me, I like this. I think we saw a couple new strategies come out in regards to like trying to fix the inconsistencies with you know, side entries there on M80 side. But this one in general, I think was kind of surprising to a lot of people. So
this round, this right here with Bonnie, that I literally, oh my god,
Yeah.
that was one of the times where I wanted to walk away from my computer, but my headphones are wired, so I cannot do that. But this is how our Swiss bracket stage is ending up. I mean, we literally say this every single time, but I think we really need to like hit the nail on the head once again, Ash, that this is not the way we saw things going. If you told me that SAD Esports would be 4-0, your first qualified team, I would have told you that you are crazy.
No, it's kind of wild. But again, I feel like that first stage here is where things always shake up within challengers. It's a lot of teams after the roster mania figuring out how to gel together, whoever gets like a bit of an earlier start and finding that comfort together too. And it's just insane, like all of the upsets that we've seen happen, right? I think a lot of these rosters like qualifying a little bit deeper into the competition, even like SRB and Evil Geniuses Academy, those are teams that I think people, you know, had their eyes on as being a little bit earlier within qualification stage. And the competition has just been so close throughout this entire split so far that it's made it really difficult to get like predictions right. Like in most matchups, honestly, like the upset potential has been unreal so far at the start of 2026.
I think something else I want to point out for our viewers is that now that we've come here, today's matches are an elimination match and technically a qualification match. So while two people will have all of their hard work realized literally by the skin of their teeth, same kind of other side of the coin, you have two teams being eliminated today. And our first match of the day will be NRG Academy versus Azure Dragon Gaming, ADG. I think ADG surprised us earlier this week. But NRG is definitely kind of like, I think, you know, the Maryville core turned, you know, NRG Academy team, Gompers. They've had some brilliant moments.
Yeah, they have. And I'd say, again, it's unfortunate both these teams going 3-3 right now. So I think both of them thought they were going to have a very different stance, especially with like T-Dog being really confident in coming into the season and being the IGL and really just kind of like pushing the narrative of underdogs can win and be dominant. So for me, NRG is a team that I feel like looked really polished in stage 1. Their predictability, though, it did really start to show, and that's, I'm hoping like we can see that change, because Cloric is you know, a name that really does stand out to me as well in regards to like being that Fragger, Giza, Shonix, and Renz. They've all been players that have played together for a very long time, whether it be in the collegiate scene, right? So synergy is there, and I'm kind of, I mean, Shonix being the newer addition, but they really do. They're so good at implementing themselves to be almost like they were in Maryville within the last stage. So it doesn't feel like there's anything missing.
And I think we also have to give a nod over to the history for these two teams, right? They had very different starts for this split and how things have gone on. For the side of NRG Academy, they started off very strong with those 3 wins, 2 of them being up against, you know, M80, Evil Geniuses, and then you also have that win up against Alliance Guardians, versus the last 3 matches that they've had. They're on a bit of a loose streak right now. Granted, there have been tough teams that they faced up against, right? Like that loss up against SAD and Sleepers, 2 teams that qualified very early on, and then yesterday's matchup up against Evictix. And I think that's just like something else that we have to keep in mind here for NRG Academy is they don't have the momentum riding on them for this particular matchup. They're looking to claw back in this head-to-head, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they're able to mentally turn things around from yesterday's loss.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Cloric, Gompers. That is a player we wanted to highlight today. The kind of, you know, I feel like if you name like one of the first people that comes to mind with the Maryville, with NRG Academy, Gompers, is Cloric.
Yeah, so they're consistent, right? Like with their opening engagements, they're pretty consistent. He is, I would say, the primary opener for this team. His first kills, first death ratio was pretty impressive. I mean, starting off in the beginning of the season, now kind of closing things out. It kind of dipped in the middle, but I think it's starting to go back up. I know it was like 8-to-1 kill death ratio, first kill death ratio versus Alliance Guardians, 50 kills versus NRG Academy, right? Like, this is a player that I feel like is always providing the absolute most, and they're actually one of the top-rated players in Stage 1 so far. So for me, Chloric is a name that really doesn't get enough, in my opinion. I feel like they have so much potential, and it really is just, okay, how is the team going to be able to showcase that today?
Yes, and it's definitely, I think, you know, I want to touch on something that Ash just mentioned about the momentum, right? Kind of the riding the momentum. When they talk about, you know, they're not riding the momentum right now, I would argue they're riding the opposite momentum. They lost yesterday, 24 hours ago. They lost in a brutal matchup. And so Ash, that is, we ask a lot of these players in Challengers League. It is a hard circuit to run, but that is a hard thing to run. And we're looking to Chloric to kind of step up to the plate and make those moments happen that we're used to seeing from him.
No, for sure. Especially, you know, being, you know, in the leadership position here for NRG Academy. And the fact that he's able to put out those numbers, though, and be such a strong performer for his team while, you know, taking on that IGL tax that we love to meme about, too, is just absolutely insane stuff to see. But I'm really excited to see how that's going to go head-to-head up against a T-Dog, where in his interviews lately, he's just been riding the high of those wins. Again, looking at this roster here and the history for Azure Dragon Gaming, it's been the opposite story. They had a slower start to their season. Honestly, almost completely flipped, right? From what we saw from them previously. And then, or sorry, not previously, but compared to the likes of NRG Academy, where they're on that winning high. They're on this win streak right now, up against Blue Otter, Winthrop, and Nightblood Gaming as well, where it was a pretty close, shut close game there towards in that second map, which was pretty insane. And I think that for them, they're just continuing to ride that momentum that we see on the side of Azure Dragon Gaming, and it feels like once they've gotten into this groove, there is no stopping some of these players. Like, their double dive right now is looking very strong.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the players that we wanted to highlight today is someone we highlighted on the other day, the games I hosted. It is Chaotic. I mean, I really think this is kind of like the year of the Duelist, because I feel like Duelist has kind of gotten like a little bit of a, taken a backseat with, you know, the double indie comps, etc., compers. But here, Chaotic has said, but by the way, I make this happen. I make the rules. I am the Duelist.
No, absolutely. And for a Duelist, I do believe they have the highest consistent ACS across multiple series on this team. So they are, if not one of the best Duelists that I feel like ADG has been able to bring about. It's consistency. And this team is very based on like being chaotic almost, not the pun not intended. And they like to thrive in the environments where they are kind of luring in these 1v1s. And I feel like Chaotic thrives in that environment as well, right? Being a player that is so mechanically gifted to be able to make shots like that, right? Like initiate with the op-on split and take these early engagements. So, you know, I do feel like Chaotic really meshes very well with this team.
Yeah, we got to know him really well during the 2025 season, and he was one of those players that can absolutely take over the server. Definitely a little bit more like one of those more structured Yoru players, but I think that you also have to keep in mind, he also has Hugh on this team, who's usually going to be on that waylay, taking so many eyes off of him that allow him to find some of these opportunities to get those picks. Because when Hugh is on the waylay on some of these maps, he's the one who's going in, diving in, creating a lot of that space, and the Chaotic just does such a good job at following up and capitalizing on what Hugh has created.
Yes, and our head-to-head today, we also want to highlight two more players. It is Ange versus Sacred. And I mean, very similar stats. You're looking at this across the board. Ash looking at this, but these are your controller players, right? Kind of, they slice up the space, they make it happen. A lot of times your duelists and your initiators, whatever, we cannot find their success without players such as Ange and Sacred doing as well as they are.
Yeah, and I think it's always really interesting too, because when you're thinking about the two rosters here, they have like a bit of like a flex situation, right, for both Azure Dragon Gaming and NRG Academy. You have the fact that these two players that we're looking at, you see them flexing on some of the smoke, some of the Viper, and then trading that off as well with other players too, like Shondex for NRG, and then on the side of ADG, it would be Bones, you know, and it's a lot of that double controller that we're seeing come in. But I think the two players that we're highlighting right now, a big part of it is these are the two that you typically want to look for when it comes to those backstabs. Like, Ange is one of those players, when he is on the smokes, he will be looking to take a little bit more like risks, right? And then for Sacred, I feel like he's had so much impact previously for ADG, constantly in that NBG game as well, like going for a lot of those backstabs, finding those openings on those flanks, and constantly being a thorn in the side of his opponents that has to be dealt with.
Yes, and I love that you said that, right? Like the backstabbers. And it's so cool because I think Ange and Sacred have their own, obviously they have their own separate play styles, but like Ange is very low risk engagement type of player. Meanwhile, I think Sacred is a little more volatile. They like to get in, they like to destroy, right? So, you know, in regards to both of these players, I think the difference in play style is going to show, but I think it has its own charm to the duelists they also play with, and how exactly they can kind of correlate that with the team. So I'm excited to kind of see how that implements itself today.
And folks, we have our map picks and bans as well to see where we'll be taking this qualification/elimination match. It's just Grim Reaper Day, y'all. The Karen, the Ferryman, it is all over. We're going to Breeze, Haven, and then split. ADG banding. Whoa, sorry. ADG banding behind once again, Ash. So Breeze, Haven, and split.
Yeah, I think that when we take a look at this map pool and whatnot, when you're looking at, you know, ADG picking into that Breeze, I do think it makes a bit of sense. The double dive that they've been going for has been really comfortable for them. It's one of their strengths. And then you're kind of taking a look at NRG Academy. They did end up having that loss up against Saudi Sports. It was a pretty close game at that 10-13, but running something a little less conventional, I want to say, like how we have like the Neon Yoru comp going there, and then the solo Sky as well, which has been, I think, interesting because you do have like those additional flashes to try to get through like some of these smokes, but some of like the information can be a bit lacking for that NRG Academy composition. I think that is a little bit of my worry here when we head into that first map, because ADG like to run the Sova instead, and the way that they are going to be playing with that scan initiator just provides you a little bit more of that information, and T-Dog loves to throw in some of those fakes here and there too. I think it'll be interesting to see how NRG Academy try to adjust to that depending on ADG's game plan today.
So interesting too that we've left Breeze, and the first ban that we see from NRG is Abyss, because their Breeze has not been doing great throughout the season. So this being risky, but I think Haven Split was such a good save there for NRG Academy, just being these are like the best two maps that they have played thus far with the highest win percentage. So you know, I think this is really dependent on maps, right? Like how can NRG kind of take away on Breeze and give themselves a little bit more of an assist on Haven, and then how can ADG kind of disrupt that with the chaoticness that they like to play.
Also, for Azure Dragon Gaming, they've had a bit of time, right? And like I said before earlier, NRG Academy are literally less than 24 hours off of a grueling best of 3, and they are back. And Azure Gaming just waited. They sat, they waited, they had some snacks, you know, but they are more importantly than like, you know, resting, Ash, they're able to watch and learn.
Yeah, they get to take a look at what NRG Academy have been cooking, see how those games went yesterday. I think the other thing for me too is the fact that overall, this is a pretty solid map pool for both of these teams. Like, I know Gompers was talking about how strong like those last two maps are for NRG Academy, but I know that when you take a look at like the statistics for the side of ADG, it doesn't necessarily look as strong at first, but then you have to keep in mind that they did go through a lot of those comp changes too, especially on Haven. They were really trying to figure out what comp worked the best. They finally land on that traditional Yoru ISO composition that looks really comfortable for them, especially when you're expecting to try and like anti the op with that Yoru there as well. Or not the, with the Yoru, but I actually meant the ISO, with the shield being that hard counter to the op shots. And I think that it's going to be really interesting to see how this dynamic ends up playing out with being so late into the competition at this point, everybody has a very good understanding of how each other likes to play. It's really going to be a battle of the IGLs today.
And Ash, you just gave such a wonderful sermon. I'm going to need you to speak again because I'm putting you on the spot for our predictions. If you look at our predictions,
Oh,
there's
goodness.
Wait.
not like the other. Ash,
Wow.
please. I'm going to give the floor to you. I know you just spoke for a very long time. I mean, to be fair, this is a hard pred.
Yeah, it was.
But
It was.
I think Preds in general have just gotten so much harder this year. But ADG for you, Ash.
I've been struggling with predictions because it's been like such a difficult first split, I think, to like really get a grasp of how these matches are gonna go. But I really think that ADG are riding the momentum high right now. I feel like the double duelist for them has just been very comfortable with how it takes a little bit more of that pressure off of Chaotic. And you have Hugh, you know, being more of that tip of the spear. He gets to be a little bit more, Chaotic gets to be a little bit more supportive with like the flashes and whatnot, on top of, you know, doing his own thing at times there too. And I just think I've been really impressed with the calling from T-Dog with the conditioning that he's been doing in the last couple of games, and then how and when he's choosing to throw in some of those fakes to throw off the opposition have worked out really well. I definitely do think that, you know, on the side of NRG Academy, they should be aware of how ADG likes to play. But I don't know, I gotta put my hands on the momentum high right now for this team.
And that is completely fair. We're heading to Breeze, the first map, and here we are with our agent selections. We see a Vito, we see a Jets, we see T-Dog on the Sova, typical compers, but here we are, a double duelist versus a double controller comp.
Yeah, slight change though. Renz had played Neon previously, so we are going to actually see Jet come through, as well as a slight change in just a lot of changes, honestly. Vito coming through from Giza. So this is interesting. I think NRG is more of like, I wouldn't say slower type of pacing. I think they're just a little more structured than I would say Azure Dragon Gaming is. I think they kind of rely heavily on their own intuition, how they're going to play. They're very reactive. So for me, this kind of implements like they're planning on really shutting down the util coming through from Azure Dragon Gaming with this Vito edition, and then just having Jet kind of be that second-hand information, like getting the dash in and just being able to gather as much as they can throughout that implementation. So I'm kind of excited for this one.
Yeah, I like the call on like the shutting down of the utility from the Vito. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how Giza wants to play the Vito as well, though, because when I think of Giza as being like that hard anchor sentinel there for NRG Academy, he has a bit more of like a passive playstyle. He definitely gets involved in fights like here and there, but he is definitely more of the type to play your life a little bit more. And I know that the positioning when it comes down to Vito and being able to use those TPs can be a little bit awkward at times. So I'm curious to see how NRG Academy have been cooking with this composition and how Giza is going to look on this Sentinel that invokes a bit of a different playstyle for him.
Well, folks, one team is going to qualify and one team will have their playoff dreams crushed. Casters, I'm going to send it to you. Marks and Tenrek, take it away.
Thanks so much, Liz. Indeed, two teams that have fought with streaks of different shapes and sizes across this stage, now brought to the brink for the ultimate heat check. It's 3-3 day, baby. Marcus, one of these teams is going to playoffs, one of these teams is going home. It's a tough call between both of these. With NRG Academy's radical changes and starting out on the defense, all eyes are on them.
Yeah, it's so interesting taking a look at the story between these two teams, and the Dust did highlight this, but just to kind of reiterate this, it was a 3-win streak and then a 3-win loss for NRG Academy, and then on the side of Azure Dragon Gaming, pretty much the same thing, 3 losses and then suddenly 3 wins. So maybe a John Travolta and Nicolas Cage thing, face-off swap going on here, but only one of them can really come out on top. And I like the fact that NRG Academy are trying something new. They need a little bit of a breath of fresh air, especially after yesterday. And honestly, I think that this Vito might bring us something that can really help us out, because honestly, it should be able to intercept a lot of the initiation utility. And so I imagine they're going to be seeing that Vito play solo on one of those sites.
Big timing game, especially if ADG is ahead of it, and they'll try to start things out. Chaotic as that forefront, getting that opening frag, but Hugh on this off Yoru, normally on that secondary duelist, back again to get that counter frag. Now dancing around the pyramids, and Sacred's found the first opening. Big multi-killer on this map, gonna try and go for a lot of saving rounds for ADG. as they're starting to carve out their side of the toxic screen, get this spike taken away.
Last player standing.
Excellent headshot there, down just to Giza. Giza's at least able to find one, but still 3 members remain to try and make this pistol round happen.
A lot of ways to approach this, and T-Dog's still able to kind of just hold his own on the spike until Sacred makes the spin. And that'll be 3 standing for the pistol. ADG, notably proficient in those, but I mean, the tempo on the attack is the kind of thing they need to be hitting here, Marks.
It absolutely is, and that's honestly the biggest question that I had coming into this, seeing those compositions, right? Because you see that they're just a very aggressive team. The initiation utility flies in, they're already moving in, flying through, everything is going to be great. And with Vito, you imagine that the Interceptor is going to try and stall utility, but the big question is, what happens when Renz flies right over top your head and the rest of the team is marching in right behind? Like, sure, the Silva recon bolt didn't get any information because it evaporated midair, but there's still a lot of questions on how they make this one work. And given the fact that they are really separating Giza to be on their own all the way on one of these sites, like, I feel like that question is going to get tested quite a bit with NRG Academy's defense here.
Yeah, a lot of individual responsibility getting placed to start. We'll see if that maintains, just because this map is so dang big, it's hard to justify keeping just one on that one site, as good as Vito's holding capabilities are. All comes down to how quick ADG can be here. No doubt they're ready for the stack, but are they ready for Ange being this close? Close enough. First leg done. Shondak's holding close with this classic, and with the off-angle double stack on the pyramids, you're actually able to come up with a couple. Now the swing on top of the rifles, and that gun diff will finally make its way through. T-Dog can equalize, make it a 2v2. Sacred stepping inside the Cloudburst, winning that duel. Couple crucial fights that ADG needed to hold on to here, but they will. And Giza left with nothing. No real portal back in unless he crosses danger. Spotting some barrels, that means the fight's begun, and now it's over. Sacred already getting a 3K on the board here in round 2.
And keep in mind though, given the fact that there was that weapon difference, I was actually pretty impressed with how NRG decided to hold that. They're able to find kills in the midst of all of the chaos going on that A site. And I think it just kind of comes down to like, hey, the smokes are up, let's just move in together and our way through. But of course, you know, the SMGs, the bullets, a lot quicker, and that's going to find all the kills necessary. Giza almost able to find a kill as well to try and even that one out. But I mean, you take a look at the guns that are being bought up here. This is going to be the tough round for ADG as they kind of try to make this one work, coming in with 3 pistols, a Guardian, and a Vandal. On the other side, this should be NRG Academy starting to stabilize right now. Comboing the Vito alongside the Silva and the Omen provides a little bit more pressure, but all eyes are going to be on Ange for this A site.
That Interceptor just procced? Yeah. Been thrown on the elbow of the B walls, but not gonna find anything. But it does allow NRG Academy to kind of spread themselves thin on the rest. Grab that first lurk onto A, but it's all to thwart attention from the B site. The TP back from Giza will bring 2 back to this B site early, but again, no Interceptor available to stop the push. You've just gotta fight it, and Giza will start. Now Chloric back as well on the Cavalry. ADG continuing to hold close, and they'll try the double swing, but Shondex has both of them managed. And T-Dog now just left alone. Keeping 4 standing here would be massive, and indeed, NRG Academy keep it disciplined despite such a dry B site to begin, and I'll take back the bonus.
And you can see there, like, there's the intention of pushing up onto A and just, like, making a lot of noise there to try and draw the NRG Academy defense all the way over there, trying to, you know, make it seem like that's going to be the way that it goes. And it actually kind of works because it does open things up onto B, but thankfully Shondex is able to hold their ground on that site. Paranoia gets tossed out just to stall for a little bit of additional time, and the Giza can teleport right back in, which, you know, a lot of teleporting agents in this game now, but it does help with trying to navigate around the map just a little bit easier. So a round that NRG Academy should have won. They do exactly that. And now this is going to be the rifling round for Azure Dragon Gaming. Their emphasis this time is going to be on mid, which is a different look from what we've seen.
Feels like Giza already trying to get a little more liberal with the space he's taking because he knows he can TP right back, and getting up that close will net him an easy 2. Yeah, it's nice to have multiple agents that can TP, because on a map like this, it means the pool can still be really big, you know? Yep. Sacred had a nice lineup there, but there's just too much in your way, and 4 guns again standing for NRG Academy. Yeah, you got to give props to Giza for having the balls to step up like that so early in this game and getting so much of a reward out of it.
I'm getting like war flashbacks to when Chamber had those 2 TPs and you could just kind of zoop across the map and just be so aggressive and get away completely unpunished. But it's a nice little setup with this Vito, and honestly, it's great to see Vito starting to get a little bit more playtime in Challengers, because I'm honestly getting really impressed with some of the techs that we've been seeing for some of these teams kind of run. But in addition to that, like the combo of utility, there was fire from above just to try and make it seem like no one was creeping up. So good support to try and allow that play to kind of happen. So good kind of strategy being called from NRG Academy to make sure that was such an easy closed shut round.
ADG do have a little more room to play conventionally here. Hugh, once again, get a challenge, and Giza, another off angle taken in mid, and there's a whole lot more you can take from here. So Hugh done, ADG have to hit that trigger on A main, and they do have a lot of room with it. Just no gate crash now. Bones with the TP out of the screen, very low, but it's for Chaotic to take that secondary and grab another kill. Shock Dart on top of the plant to net out Bones, who is immediately caught by Ange. It's just a waiting game for NRG Academy, just finding the right moment for ADG to give themselves away. But the Viper's Pit will help dissuade the rest of that, as it's a 2v3 for this post plant.
Yeah, it's so uncomfortable that all these ultimates have to come out as soon as we see Ren's fall, or sorry, Chaotic fall down in the midst of it. But still, NRG Academy going to be moving in.
Just spraying on top of the paranoia, seeing where they could have leveled him out. The T-Dog stays stalwart on 60. Still just scoping out. You gotta swing wide, though, if you want to catch the other 2 that are intercepting. And Sacred so far back to play off of this snake bite, potentially, but now it's a 1v3 after T-Dog's been sussed out. And NRG Academy can just walk through the pit. Anytime ADG gives something away this round, NRG Academy takes it and says thank you very much. They got the lead.
Yeah, and good protocol coming out from ADG there. Well, like I said, as soon as Chaotic goes down, the spike plant gets interrupted. They say, okay, we have to invest the ultimates here to try and make this one work. T-Dog immediately uses the Hunter's Fury, tries to clear a little bit more space, gets a couple of pings, and in the midst of all of that chaos as well, we're able to see the pit get set up, which is honestly the big win condition to make sure that that round was going to be possible. It's just NRG Academy, specifically Ange, stepping up to the plate. This player has been so impressive when it comes to navigating around the smokes. And hey, if it's the enemy's Viper's Pit, doesn't matter. Still is going to navigate that one expertly. So good stuff from NRG Academy to get their 3rd. And now that operator is going to be in the hands of Renz. But yet again, ADG looks like they're interested in pushing out on A.
And that operator's all to just help escort Giza, who's been so good at getting these first bloods for the invaders, of which there still is one, Sacred, waiting in the wings. So as ADG has already made their way in, the timing of this one might look a lot better unless Ange can just win everything anyway. Chaotic has made his way in through, and Giza's able to finally catch it. I mean, again, NRG Academy are just here for it. They can compress before ADG can have their plan fully realized. Now the spike is stranded, it's a 2v4, and you have almost nothing left. Sacred, once again, this mid-presence completely denied. And Giza with a 3K to rattle that one off. That's an economic reset for ADG, and NRG Academy leading by 2.
It's so interesting. You look at how ADG decided to initiate themselves onto that A site, this time taking a different pathing. Instead of going towards the back of the site, they wanted to move right to doors. They wanted to try and take that fight very proactively. And well, all that happened was Ange just backed up. Ange just hung around the corner, and then it allowed just enough time for the cavalry to come in through those doors. And suddenly, ADG found themselves into this weird, awkward spot playing on the Viper wall that kind of got set up there. And so they were just honestly looking in so many different directions at once. Good stuff from NRG yet again. Renz tries to go for the shot, not able to necessarily land it. But right now, this is a bit of a different look on this attack. A double push up. Both on A and all the way on to B as well, watching for the potential teleport back of this Vito.
Yeah. There's the trap getting set up and then the TP away. That still sells that Sacred is there. So NRG Academy gonna just lob a drone back over to the elbow to check. I don't know if that fully reached. Giza getting a spot in mid, sees the TP, takes that cross cut back to the elbow for the intercept. And once again, NRG Academy are fully here for this. 3v5, split kind of thin, but Shondex catches the first. You're never really going for the breach. You're just, to NRG Academy, you're just giving yourself away again. Like, that's just how they interpret it.
Yeah, they're still going to try and make this one work here, but once again, weapon differences. Okay, good start.
Good patience. Now Shondex, I mean, still known that he's here. Where exactly? Recon susses it out. And I know where he's planted by this point, and Hugh waiting for it. Great patience there by Azure Dragon. And now it's Renz that has to play that waiting game with this operator that ADG have already known is there thanks to that opening play, which was also pretty smart, by the way. Just a shame he didn't get one out of it. Got to smoke your way out if you're Bones and you want to get out of this okay. Well, do they expect this from Ange? He was definitely keen for it, but it's a timing game. Now you got to be ready for Hugh's walk up, and that's why he took that low altitude, just for the frag back. Renz has no easy way to get a rifle here, so should be pretty cooked.
Oh yeah, T-Dog as well on this off angle. It's gonna be great.
It's a Guardian too. You gotta just tap it, and there it is, T-Dog. Nice swing to it. So the rhythm being well established this time by ADG. A little bit of a stop and start to prevent NRG Academy from getting in their bag too hard, and it worked so well.
Yeah, and that round really was just off the back of Hugh, doing such a good job at navigating around the site here. I was gonna say, like, it just kind of feels like when they want to push into the site, there's not that much support on the way in, which opens up so many of these different angles, allowing NRG Academy to just kind of dig their heels in, play those long sight lines, and make that one work. But then Hugh working the Yoru masterfully, you know, kind of getting up into the defense's faces, catching them by surprise, and securing that to make it such an awkward round for NRG Academy's defense. That's kind of what you want to see out of that disruptive duelist.
ADG gonna kind of take stock to start things out here. Is NRG a pretty early defensive setup? This Viper's Pit on top of the screen for A main. Will encourage a lot more mid presence. Giza has stuck here before, but there's no screen to escort, so it's got to be chaotic with this operator. And this is just such an open space to lob yourself into with it. It's terrifying.
I will say, though, they're watching for the teleport again, so... Yeah, Giza, though, gets that kill, so no need to use the teleport.
Well, he will now, but it's safe. They haven't breached enough space in the elbow now, and the drone is only going to confirm what they already know. Hugh just distraction dance in the pit, does catch Renz, and now an idea of where Ange might be. Go back into the pit. Like, you're hinging everything on him being able to box this out, but... The other three members of ADG are in, and NRG Academy as well spread. Shondex from the back!
Oh my!
Catches two coming out the doorway. There's just always something missing.
Oh boy. ADG will be able to recover the spike. They should be able to get the spike plant down, but like, look at where NRG Academy are going. We're seeing the rotation around from Chloric to kind of join up with Ange. This one's going to be a tough one for ADG.
Look at Bones' loop. Is this even going to be in time? Hugh is going to have to hold it down for a millennium. Pit dissipates. Lets Chloric get a clean shot in, out the gate, and there's Bones' wrap, finding one. Giza distracted, turns into two, and it's a full-fledged, even-footing matchup now. Chloric having to make up that lost time. It's the double swing around the pyramid for every measure, but the paranoia stalls even longer. Now the smoke on top of it. Bones may have just saved this round for ADG. The double swing out is clean, and NRGA hold it down. All Bones did could not cut it through.
It is over.
The timing was perfect, exactly like you were calling there. Bones able to get the wraparound, finds just Shondex looking the wrong way after Shondex had an unbelievable kind of just long shot, making sure to shut down not only one person, but the spike as well. And yeah, Bones trying to make that one work, but just at the very end there, bit of a misplay. The paranoia goes out and unfortunately catches the Yoru as well, so they can't push off of that, allowing for NRG Academy to be able to regroup, and as a result, just kind of take that 50-50 gamble. Honestly, could have broke either way, but it will be NRG Academy coming out on top. And so, yet again, a weird buy on the side of ADG. It's going to be the knives coming out through. Renz goes right in, actually, and Chaotic ready to shut it down.
Yeah, so prepared this time around. There's always that elbow present that it looked like Renz was trying to just purely punish, but nothing doing this time around, and now Chaotic can kind of flex that for a moment as ADG start getting a little more boisterous. Otherwise, this Interceptor might finally get some play if we see the full-fledged B main take, but a Toxic Orb, interesting way to get Chaotic in. I love getting in the cubby quick and then initiating the rest of the push now that the Interceptor's done, but Giza does find him solo and steps out and finds two more! That's just unbelievable, dude! Mountains out of molehills here. Still 2v1, Sacred caught by the shock dart. Brought him down to 80, now 20, double shot of that espresso from Chloric. And he's holding that sight too, all to him. That's a real statement piece from NRG Academy now. And Giza holding on to that top frag position. Man, oh man, he's clean.
it's just like NRG Academy just know. Like, they just know exactly what's going to be happening there. And oh my goodness, like Giza's been getting an unbelievable amount of value on this veto. And really, sure, you can look at the utility and like how it's stalling things out just a little bit more. But genuinely speaking, it's kind of coming down to these tricky positions. Has consistently pushed up mid, found the first blood right off the bat, and then this time just tucked away in a corner that you don't necessarily expect people to be in, especially with the teleport available to the veto. So, you know, just Giza being in the right place at the right time, and ADG not aware of where that veto could be hanging out. It's those little small changes that are making this so much more difficult for ADG to get a clean initiation onto the site to be able to get that spike down. And rightfully so. I think they're taking that time out now just to kind of cool their heads off a little bit and try to think about what they can do, because NRG Academy are just looking real sharp on their rounds.
It feels like the buddy system is a little too defined for Azure Dragon right now. Like, you need somebody to hold your hand on your way into a site, and it requires a full-length discussion in order to make that happen. NRG Academy are just a little more fluid on their connections right now. There's always somebody watching somebody else, and they don't really have to think about it that hard. ADG, there's always one off angle that they may be forgetting about, or just something that hasn't been fully conditioned yet that they're not prepared for. And that's the thing about ADG, is they take that second to get going, and when they do, that momentum's going to start up. I'm sure when we flip halves, we're going to have this same sort of discussion when Sacred starts getting 3Ks every single round on top of his screens. But until then, this is still a measure of stunted below NRG Academy, and it's tough to know when that can get cleaned up, especially when this ult rotation is still looking divine from NRG Academy. He's still got this Evo to hold on to, and Shondex has that TP in the wings.
Yeah, and immediately Ange just kind of tosses out the snake bite there to stall things out, and once again, just another wrench thrown into the gears of ADG. It's such an awkward position now for Hugh and Chaotic. They will have to wait for that smoke to be able to come up so they can even get out of here. But that's a lot of damage that it's more or less just taken for free. And you know, like you know what I'm getting? It's like ADG memorized all the answers to the test, and then they got to the test and realized that there were different questions on it. You know what I mean?
Oh, wow, that's a great metaphor for it, yeah. You can tell Azure Dragon did their homework. It's just NRG Academy. They're 2 units ahead. Stepping out of the smoke. Renz can hold it down with that Outlaw. Gonna try and get that extra space with the lesser guns, the screen and the smoke from Bones. Still doing a lot of work, though. Good amount of time already wasted with such a heavy presence, but eventually something's gotta break. Just Ross stepping it down. There's Renz. On top of the kills, 2 for him now, and everybody just converges from here. It seems just so simple, dude. They just own it.
And I do wonder how much this is kind of just the fact that NRG Academy are running a little bit of a different setup on their agent composition coming into this map, right? Because ADG, like, they've got their game plan. They know what they want to do. They know how to do things. It should be good. But then as soon as something kind of gets introduced that, you know, the plan is kind of thrown to the wayside and then they don't really get to do exactly what they wanted to do, then it looks like everyone is just kind of scouring around. Like, nobody's watching the appropriate angles that they need to. It doesn't feel like there's good coverage or small util combos to allow each other to swing off of the utility. It just feels a little bit discombobulated. Well, NRG Academy, like, they're just playing exactly how they want to. And even in some of those moments of chaos, a couple of their players, you know, just hanging back, and it feels like that little built-in synergy is just making a world of difference right now.
I mean, you can tell that NRG Academy is starting to get a little almost overheating with it. Now that that was both shock darts used out the gate by Chloric on top of the stack, found basically nothing, and then ADG just kept walking through. There was no buddy system that time. There was no secondary to catch the opening frag. Giza's made it back in. Rest of NRG Academy has, in fact. Very quick, these guys are. A lot of mobility in the kits. Giza's just gonna keep walking it down until he dies, sure. 2 for him, keeping it 1-1. And now the TP out, double TP actually. ADG able to just maintain that presence in main while it all has to be re-cleared. But you have so much smoke on the other side that you can just start tapping, have Renz escort himself into the front line to get 2, and Sacred after the snake bites tossed!
Oh, man.
The defense! And just when you think ADG's got it all figured out, NRG Academy says, pop quiz, hotshot, we still got our duelist active.
Oh, geez, I was just about to say, the fact that Chaotic finds a couple of kills right off the rip, removes pretty much the main pieces of the NRG defense on that A site, should be nice, clean, and easy. And yet, It is just on the side of NRG Academy. They come alive when they need them most, just at the very end there. It's kind of unbelievable too, because I was looking at Sacred's wraparound, and I thought for sure this Viper was going to be able to find some value, find them looking the wrong way. But instead, doesn't matter. Renz is still able to secure the kill after Shondex goes down to the snake bite. And NRG Academy show no signs of slowing down. Now 8-3, last round in this half. And Giza once again just hanging out close to mid, but will retreat back to B as soon as that pressure is felt.
Standing in front of a lot of these problems, waiting to see what can be intercepted, and eventually Shondex is punished for it. Now Giza stands alone and instantly gets spotted by Chaotic with the knives. Now the Viper's pit goes up, and I mean, yeah, every reason to dunk everything into this last round of the half. ADG now in the 5v3, and no real way to enter back with Renz's operator that he's purchased up into this round too. Chaotic's already spun the block through the elbow and is gonna turn it into 2 more, make it 3, and that's a pop-off round for the Jetta that'll easily nail a round for ADG.
Oh man, and that's a really good way that you would want to end that half, being able to find the round, sure, but also just kind of getting Chaotic back online. Obviously, the start of this match was kind of getting owned. You know, Giza was consistently finding this Jet, just making sure that nothing kind of was going to get online. Operator, that's cool. You're dead anyways. Can't even use that sniper rifle. But Chaotic finally starting to heat up now. And to me is going to be the big win condition to make sure that ADG can continue to find it. Obviously, you highlighted Secret as well. The Viper so key on Breeze. But let's see how these ones want to go while NRG Academy, they swap over onto their offense. And now I've got a couple of questions because I do think that Giza on this veto, that tends to be a little bit more just for those post plants. Use the interceptor to prevent the enemy from being able to push in, but they got to make sure to go into the site and get that spike down first before any of that becomes really useful. That's crazy, by the way. That's
Giza's gonna get his leg working regardless. Oh man, that's a nice first blood from him on top of the recon. Searching for the little things. And yeah, I agree. It's going to be this first half of the pre-plant that's really difficult for them. But if you can just run your way down it, shoot, you're going to be just fine. Not flawless, but makes it mighty close. Jeez, that was blasphemous.
Man, like, the smoke went down. And NRGA were like, all right, let's move in, I guess. And ADG had simply no answer there. Like, they just kind of just walked right in. And you could see that there was a little bit of a timing for Sacred just being like, hey, okay, let's just try it. Oh, now there's what? 5 people here? That's not good. And they're just immediately dead. Like, NRG Academy just waited for their time. And then they were just like, all right, let's go in there and let's get the spike down. Nice, clean, and easy. And basically called it a day after that round. But, of course, the buy-up coming through and getting the Phantom here. A lot of questions still to be answered by ADG. NRG Academy, once again, just blazing ahead of them as this continues to unfold.
I'm just waiting to see if any of these ecos get antsy. But until then, you can really start experimenting with how much util you're willing to burn in the pre-plan. Because like you said, that is still going to be the tough part of these attack rounds for NRG Academy, just getting onto the problem. So if ADG, like in this round, just keeps standing in front of it, killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, way easier to do that with better guns. This time around, a hunting we will go. Chaotic catching early on the screen, so it's gonna be A main, that's the choice. Good thing too, that's where the 4 stack sits. T-Dog, great recon. That might slow him down, which shouldn't though.
No way.
The rest of ADG's on the way back. Yeah, T-Dog netting a kill out of that too. Beyond impressive.
30 seconds left.
Info given though, that Chaotic's on flank.
Oh, rush down though. They didn't expect him to come so quick. And Ren's dead immediately. Now ADG can converge even faster, turn up the gas. And Shondex is so trapped at the moment. He's just gotta save him after that first frag is luckily traded away. He's up. Oh, that's a tough one to take. No idea where to aim for. And ADG will steal away the follow-up. Beautiful patience. Exactly what we were looking for the game so far.
Yikes. Yeah, hate to see the little whiffage there. And once again, like, you know, the energy, hey, we can just run you over, completely goes unfounded that time. And Chaotic so quick to be able to navigate all the way through the spawn, gets kind of caught out, doesn't matter, looks in there anyways, just looking for those kills. And as soon as that first one happens on the actual site, suddenly it becomes a very winnable scenario. And so ADG are able to scrap back and pick up a round. T-Dog gonna be picking up an Odin as well. Full rifles on the board for ADG, ready to shut down NRG Academy. But NRG Academy, well, looks like they're going to be pushing up onto A yet again. Just have to be careful of some of that silver utility. That might just kind of make things happen. But Giza goes down early to Hughes Outlaw.
Very quick. Just was running it down in the double peek from the nest. Not even about conditioning. Feels like NRG Academy is just seeing if ADG's messing anything up by default.
Yeah, look at this, like, double peek. That's kind of happened from the duelists up in heaven. They're covering each other's angles, just in case that mid presence kind of gets torn apart. And that was so key to the ADG game plan. Wonder if NRG Academy are wondering if that's even worth it at this point. So it looks like they will be moving over towards B. Only person they're going to have to check there is Sacred, but keep in mind, they should have an easy time getting in, at least. Once those duelists come in as well, things are going to get a lot more difficult to move in on B.
Oh, sees the Tailwind proc. So he gets that extra fraction of time to respond with the Outlaw. And this convergence looks pretty clean. He was going to miss that first double tap, but yeah, you can track Shondex's backstepping enough there. Very well managed by Azure Dragon to find their footing in one of the few moments left this regulation that they could. But Hugh's still here. Should be fine. Yes, indeed. All right. So, yeah, I mean, taking stock of what we've got now, ADG not close to any ultimates necessarily just yet. Still ahead in the economic game. They're going to be able to keep up with NRG Academy, even if they, you know, get their own foot back in the door here. But it really seems like they're playing with a lot more discipline now, a lot more willing to play with how much space Breeze provides them.
Yeah, and now especially too, we get to see Hugh pick up the operator into this next one. And I'm pretty excited because the sniper rifle gameplay has looked pretty good coming from that Yoru. And especially with how annoying Giza was previously. I imagine a little bit of payback is due for ADG. As we see NRG Academy, they go for the 1-3-1. Giza looking for it. Yep. Tale as old as time. Chaotic goes down.
Wherever he happens to be lurking, make sure you dare not peek it. And yeah, I mean, now NRG Academy have, you know, 60 seconds to play as slow as they want to. Like, they can wait to see if anybody else from ADG decides to poke their head out of the sand. The closest they get so far is T-Dog just droning on the door. Yeah, everybody's playing so far back now. Look at this shift.
And this is going to be tough because I do think that Chaotic was a big part of how ADG were able to get their rounds together. Bones getting spotted out though, so Paranoia will have to get let go. T-Dog is going to be ready to spray this one down, but NRG Academy moving in.
Yeah, they've made their move. They've made that decision, and oh, nice spin, but the toxic screen actually gives Renz a bit of a disadvantage, and no one can breach this yet. Bones just continuing to walk it down, and that lets Hugh take the new position up on the bridge. This is so present by ADG, again, so quickly on top of the initiation. Even the shock dart tossed on top of the plant. Chloric is low, and now alone. Has to play against so much in his face, but Hughes revealed himself. Lord's now already spun, it's red, but not meant twice over until T-Dog hops over with the shorty. Always one to keep it cinematic, but ADG make it 7-9.
Did T-Dog just bait Sacred? Like,
I think so.
You go first, buddy. I got the shorty in hand. I'm ready to hop around the corner at a moment's notice. That's so funny, but hey, you know, a round is a round, and on top of that, they're able to pick up the operator to carry that one forwards, and so it's gonna be a weird buy here. I thought for sure being able to find Chaotic right off the rip was gonna make this so much more different. Chloric, honestly, giving this a really good run, being able to find Sacred and then getting taken down by the shotgun. But yeah, NRG Academy, it will be taking a second to breathe, to figure things out, because it just keeps on working out in ADG's favor at this point. The defenses for both these teams right now has been looking a lot more impressive than the offense on the other side. So, Ange, gonna be buying up the Stinger here. Chloric does have the Hunter's Fury, but Tenrek, I don't know. Like, it just feels like when they're ready to move in on the site, they just kind of get mowed down by someone just kind of hanging out, you know?
Yeah, that's really what it is. Like, the presence from ADG is just so staggering on both of these sites at the same time, and that has a lot to do with Hugh's ability to be there at, you know, on both at the same time, essentially. Wherever you hear that large presence of noise. Even Hugh just standing in the back with those op shots letting fly, that discloses that NRG Academy has at least one way that is absolutely a no-go for them coming into a site like that. And any sort of indecision that you force them to have on such a tight window where they are entering, because you see the gears turning for NRG Academy, there's already util getting launched at their faces when they're deciding to make these entries. Anytime they have those missteps, it is going to pay big dividends back to ADG. So love seeing these moments where you're forcing NRG Academy to kind of slip on their own laces. And that's T-Dog doing the antithesis, just firing blindly through that one way on the Odin, seeing if he can get away with something.
Yeah, and at this point, if you are NRG Academy, I imagine during that timeout, you should have gotten a little bit better of a read on how ADG are setting up this defense, right? You know Bones and T-Dog are going to be on this middle site. You know that generally speaking, it's going to be Chaotic paired up with Sacred, and then he was going to be that player who's just kind of navigating around. Yoru able to teleport around quick, but Bones is able to find one, find two.
Yeah, found pretty unquestionably, and T-Dog hasn't had to move from this spot since the dawn of time. Everything that NRG has to clear so far is piecemeal with these lesser guns. Shondex does get away with this wrap through mid.
All right.
Nice double, buddy. That was clean. We'll see if anybody can. I was gonna say if anybody can farm an ult here, but it's gonna be T-Dog that gets that kill as well. And now you don't just have this operator from Hugh that can be an omnipresent danger. You have this Odin from T-Dog that is a blatant shutdown of the front line for whatever side he happens to be on. So now B appears even more enticing, but guess what? That's where Sacred's usually sitting. That's where you usually have the TPs available, so you have the even quicker response time. The options are dwindling here for NRG Academy.
And not to be that guy, but I wonder how much it comes back to just the composition. Because taking a look at the differences between these two teams, there's not a lot of flash pressure that NRG Academy can kind of utilize. And on top of that as well, like the smokes not really being set up in the right areas to guarantee safe passage. This time though, Bones under a lot of pressure. The swap up means that T-Dog is not here to spray them down with the Odin.
Evo on top of the Interceptor as well, so nothing can catch them. And they've really managed to catch ADG with lesser presence here, and the Hunter's Fury tandem catches Hugh stocked up on bridge. Now that distance is finally a punishment available for NRG Academy, and they'll convert it into a pit, and Geese's Evo will actually grab a 2K on top of it. He's just gonna continue walking it down to allow the rest of NRG Academy to outstretch. Ren's first out from the pit, and now he can play guard dog, while Shondex takes the brunt of the punishment from Chaotic, who is now the only defender left. How much more does he decide to go for with the spike already at like halftime and Chloric already in the sand? No way he expects it. And NRG Academy will hit double digits, and it took a couple ultimates, but it also did not really look that questionable.
Don't give them time.
No, honestly, it was just that Odin is scary. Let's not walk into the Odin that time. And it really just came down to chance, right? Because if T-Dog happened to be on that site, I think we would have been seeing a very different story on how that round would have went. By the time T-Dog arrived with the Odin to be able to deny a lot of that entry, it didn't matter because NRG Academy were already in onto the site. Once again, it's a very classic hit onto the A. You send in the scan, you send up the wall, you just walk in, clear out the little corners there, which I think Bones was the only one who was hanging around. And as soon as that happens, nice, easy, clean. And honestly, Giza, sure, use the evolution to try and make sure that nothing could kind of really delay him anymore. But I genuinely don't know whether or not it was even worth it at that point because no flashes, no nothing came in for ADG. Giza just held the angle and won.
It's true, yeah. It's hard to find places against this comp specifically to justify the Evo. Because what are you getting hit by? A toxic screen if Sacred's active, and then Hughes and Bones' flashes. That's kind of all you really need to worry about. In those one-to-one fights that Geese is taking. But it seems like, if anything, it's just a little bit of a brag at that point. You know? Just go into boss mode a little bit harder.
Yeah, just flex on the haters.
Exactly. And a 20 bomb now to show that in the scoreboard. And he keep it going. 3 more rounds to get NRG Academy this win. Here on Breeze, get them 1 map away from the playoffs.
Different look coming from ADG. This time they go aggressive on A. Decide to push up completely. Don't find anybody there, so gives a lot of information, and we'll use this owl drone just to scout out mid as well, which more or less will just guarantee that this must be a B side hit. Still though, NRG Academy just really taking their time, playing this nice and patient, try and find any information as Chloric just confirms that T-Dog
is not going to necessarily be pushed up. And it's just going to be a stalemate until someone makes a move.
Seeing if NRG Academy wants to continue teasing the doors, because Hugh's drone or clone got rid of the chokehold. But no, they'll fully lean to B. I'm a little surprised there hasn't been any sort of weight shift with the lack of like util thrown at A. I think that maybe Hugh would be ready to make that rotation over on top of the smoke, but no, we're in. Chaotic can just hold it down on his own. Good God.
30 seconds
Nice
left.
double tap. That recon does a lot of work, but nobody can really collapse on top of it now that Interceptor's toast.
Oh, can't even pick up the ultimate orb. That feels bad.
Yeah. Spike's now stuck, and we're in garbage time. So
Yep.
that was a rough. I mean, yeah, like utter silence from NRG Academy to start, and then you walk in with your orbs. You have lesser presence on the site, but there's still just like that one pocket you're not checking for. And like you said, with the lack of flashes, there isn't a way to flush anybody out of any of them.
Yeah.
So you just kind of have to have enough people out at the same time to be able to see everything in front of them. And there's no way that's happening with this toxic orb.
Honestly, it feels like at this point, it's a look up challenge, because every single time ADG on the defense specifically, like, yeah, we saw Chaotic there, but previously Bones was up in a different angle and able to find a couple of kills. It's just the verticality that's got to throw in NRG Academy off. And I'm glad that you do highlight the lack of flashing, because that's the big thing, right? Like, if you can flash into the site just completely, then it doesn't matter where you're standing. If you're on any of these boxes or anything, won't be able to see what's going on. So a little bit of a difference here, but Hugh getting active.
Hyper investment with the Blade Storm is going to encourage NRG Academy to head towards B with their own, and Renz will be the first on that team to grab a kill. Ange in the back, Chaotic ready for it, but only turns it cosmetically. And so NRG Academy have the 4v3 now, sans that Blade Storm. But still, NRG Academy don't have the best guns to work with, and AEG's already taken this pressure back. Be the archway, and Sacred with the wrap, and now it's Ange that's not prepared for the stab.
Wow.
Sacred with the final two makes it look easy as pie. And we're tied up now. 10
That's
apiece.
crazy. With how dominant that first half was looking, it's kind of unbelievable to be able to see ourselves kind of swapping onto this side. But once again, I think it just comes down to the compositional issues that NRG Academy is doing. It's like they double down on that defense to really just showcase what they can kind of do with the positioning and just the awareness of the map. When it comes to the offense, they're just struggling to get in the front door. And just on that last round as well, the desk definitely highlighted it. But Sacred is your guy who is always going to be flanking. Whenever there's any of those opportunities, you gotta be watching your back, because Sacred will take those opportunities. And just like that, NRG Academy, they fall apart 10-10 now. Once again, this is ADG's map pick here. So if they're able to win this one out, that's how you want to start the series.
You have a way to keep him out with the pit, and you have a way to get back in with the dimensional drift. ADG have the pieces to build a win here. There's Hugh's drift. Very proactive, but it's to catch the crowd, because the rest of ADG will be here to play for it. Who initiates? It's Bones, stepping out of the bricks to begin. And with this wrap, how quick is it? Sacred's ready for it. Now it's a Viper on Viper in the middle of this big town brawl on site, which Floric will start out. Refragged by the other Sova. Still even Steven, still neutrality. Shondex making it to the back, finally getting a stab in, but Bones wins it back and Sacred wins the Viper duel. So it's Renz versus 2, and Bones, once again with the quick wrap. The Guardian shots are not clean, and so Renz still has this 1v2, and neither is the pickup on the Vandal. It really is the little things this late into the game, this late into the Swiss, and ADG have the lead for the first time this game since the first 2 rounds.
100% Renz picked up that Guardian and was like, nice, I got a Vandal in hand. And then just when one bullet went out was like, oh, and then suddenly had to tap on Bones just jumping out into control, honestly. And still, it's just like the wraparounds, the little chaos that's going on this site, of that B site, of course, just navigating around, finding the backs of their opponent. And rightfully so, NRG Academy will be taking a timeout. I mean, you just look at that scoreline, It's just night and day between these two teams on that defense. The defense seems to be what they like the most. NRG Academy were doing a great job at honestly getting the defuse. So after, you know, like coming back in, retaking the site, it's all good, all dandy. But I think that ADG right now, we're just doing a great job at stopping NRG from even getting the spike down. And honestly, that's just made a world of difference in how they can do things because, like I said, Giza's utility kit is really built around just that post plant. If they're having issues getting the spike down in the first place, then it becomes a lot harder for that Vito to get that value that you would expect from the kit.
Yeah, and on the other side, that post plant is nigh on invulnerable, not just with Giza's ability to shut down all of that entry util, but you have somebody like Ange that is going to play so closely to that spawn point more often than not, where you can just farm the post plants up on top of the shock dart, on top of the snake bite. You have so many ways to stall and play keep away once you get that spike down. Until then, you've just got to play so bare bones, and ADG completely understanding that they're going to continue to play close to the situation here on top of the drop down. The Toxic Ore makes it complicated, but Bones is able to pick it up. Renz will not find any footing, and now that lone member on B site is not holding a candle to the A push, which Shondex will begin by taking down Chaotic. Sacred a little farther away from the problem than expected, and now that intercept are going to get used to make sure Sacred can't play preventatively on top of it. Instead, he gonna pit? Okay. Sure, we'll see.
It's a choice.
Recon catches Giza. We're back in. Chloric on the lurk check. Everybody's ahead of him. Shondex holding his own. He gets 3 with the Sheriff. Hello. You alone. 1 shot left on the Outlaw. Back to the Sheriff. First 2 missed. Giza has a Vandal. It's over. And that was a Make-A-Wish round if I've ever seen one, Marks. That was ridiculous.
I'm like ready to jump out of my chair with how that round went. Like, first of all, maybe ADG just really wanted to make a wish with 11-11. That's my best guess, so that we can get that evened out scoreline. But Sacred popping the pit there, I have questions.
I don't know.
It's like, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's just a little bit of craziness kind of going on, but the pit getting deployed is not exactly the best move, given the fact that it didn't really cover a lot of the site, nor did it really deny anything. And that is such an important tool on that defense. The pit now being gone makes this a little bit more difficult, but NRG Academy are able to buy up into this next one. Ren's taking a lot of damage, but still, it is just going to be the slowdown. A great fake last round from NRG Academy.
Bones with a huge creep up to the window in case NRG decides to spin back to the B site early on. But instead, that mid fight will continue to press on, and now T-Dog encouraged to even let that Hunter's Fury fly with enough of a stack, but he doesn't chase anybody down. In fact, he doesn't even make that much space to clear the board until after the fact, where NRG Academy can reconsider. Bones stepping out of that window to try and get some free damage after he understands that that's not where NRG is going to be pushing. They'll end A, more likely than not. But they'll still let Chloric do a little waiting to see if Bones gets a little tired of waiting himself. Oh, this could be an awkward angle in the elbow. He's so far apart, maybe trying to fake so that Hugh sticks around.
Yeah. It must be just another fake on that side. Yeah, exactly like you said, 30 seconds left on the clock. The smoke screen goes back up. This is all going to be on Sacred right now to hold this one down.
Orb up from Sacred, just into the fight. Still playing it slow, so everything used quite early from Sacred. The T-Dog's in front of this, so it'll come down to the firepower instead, which is what you want. NRG make it through. Ren's tough angle to take. Swings into the door, turns momentum back towards ADG. Hugh holding close to grab a second, but Shondex, 5 seconds to go, but against T-Dog, he has to win the fight, but T-Dog's in front of it, and Shondex! Less than enough time to plant the spike, but more than enough time to kill T-Dog, that's for sure. And it's game point, NRGA.
Oh boy, Shondex really coming alive, really stepping up to the plate here on that attack. Multiple rounds now. Just being able to find so much value with that. Honestly, just being able to win out the gunfights. And just like that, NRG Academy are poised to potentially win out map number 1. This time around, not necessarily the way that you would have expected it to. It's just a little bit slower, you know, delaying the play, letting Azure Dragon Gaming get a little bit more aggressive here. But this time around, it's just, well, a lot of ultimates ripped right off the bat here. No ground taken. Giza, though, going hunting.
Oh, Shondex faked the TP so quick to make sure that Hugh was forced to go back and check basically every empty space now. So you have him going through that laundry list, and all the while, Giza, safely in the mid door, catches T-Dog on the jump. Long distance buddy system engaged here for NRG Academy, and Giza is gonna keep on walking.
Same time, take a look over to that A site. Bones moved so far up, guarantees that good piece of information. Even if they do move in through those doors, they gotta make sure that they're ready for this crunch coming through, because where Chaotic can kind of wrap around, and especially Bones, this round could be over.
Yeah, could get silenced right back to overtime if this is not checked. It's wide swung, doesn't matter against the judge. Oh, but Bones doesn't find the second. It'll stay a 4v3. Chaotic, next line of defense. Giza with the walk-in. It's red, it's caught, it's killed. 3v3. But Chaotic stands quite alone against this toxic screen push, and so instead, they'll relocate to the back boxes, make sure you can only take one fight at a time until the rest of the team gets here. And Hugh has made it back to orange.
Loric has ult
Decoy
too.
out. Yeah, I mean, you can just play so much time here. You have to get in quick. Early Hunter's Fury on top of the fight. Oh, but Renz will hold it down for 2. Sacred already used just about everything just to flush them off the spike presence, so instead he's got to get into the cave first. Loric is down. Oh, but Renz is ready. And it is a 13-11 victory. NRG Academy hold the line just enough to take Breeze.
And I like the way that NRG Academy actually adapted themselves after they realized that, you know, ADG were running away with rounds that they really shouldn't be. We saw a lot less just kind of NRG Academy walking in and getting mowed down by all these bullets, whether or not it's someone up on a box, whether or not it's T-Dog, just spamming the Odin there. They actually adapted themselves and changed up the game plan. And honestly, big shout out to MC, probably making sure that the read was going to be a bit better, because as soon as we see NRG clean that up on their offense, then they're able to take map number 1 home. They're not out of the gates just quite yet. They still have a whole other map if they want to guarantee their spot in the playoffs. But once again, that adaptation coming through just after that break was key to their victory here.
Yeah, the firepower from ADG is looking clean, but the resilience from an NRG Academy that started this Swiss stage 3-0, you know they mean business when they want to make it to these playoffs. We'll head to their map pick of Haven after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Showdown's gonna be big and bodies. If they need it. Only a scuffle, so pit. Good sound, Renz. Oh, the high-low. There it is. Oh, and even more than that, Zorota is dimensional drip from Tanza. He's gonna know what you're planning, what you think before you've even executed. And the real executioners are sleepers.
Well, if you're NRG Academy, that's the best way to start it. Taking ADG's map pick up breeze 13-11. Welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Gompers and Ash on the desk. And if you're just joining us, you missed a back and forth ping pong match. I can't think of a Winter Olympics for it right now. That does that. But that was, I mean, go to you first, Gompers. It was 8-4 at the half, as we'll see in the timeline. And then it was just who was making the most micro mistakes towards the end.
Dude, super dominant defensive half starting off for NRG, right? Like, and it's kind of weird because like once the side swapped, it was the same thing, right? 4 rounds on attack there for ADG, 4 rounds kind of coming back for NRG once they had swapped over to the attack. So there's definitely like a trend going on with being able to entry, I will say. I do know Hugh playing on the Yoru got 0 first kills, right? So like things like that really don't mesh well with the dynamic of what they were trying to do with the double duelist here on ADG. There was also, it just felt really singular. Like nobody was playing together half the time, and then it felt like they were looking for those first-hand engagements, and there was a lot of lurks going on that were too slow paced, didn't work out, and they came you know, to be the savior a bit too late. So for me, it really was just like that timing and that pacing coming through from ADG that energy just took advantage of here.
I think it was not even necessarily that, but the fact that for NRG Academy, their fluttery takes on that defense were just really strong, especially when you've got an anchor like Giza who's just holding down the fort, making it so difficult for you to actually, you know, find a more comfortable timing to get that plant down, buys that time for the rest of the team to get over, but then you swap sides. And you take a look at, you know, the compositional differences, right? We looked at NRGA, we knew that they were just going for a comp change, heading into Breeze, bringing out that Vito, bringing out the Jet once again, leaving the Neon behind. And I think that when you look at the comp and the side swap there and how it was such like a defensive heavy half in that second portion of Breeze for ADG, it also makes sense because they also started going for a lot of those fast flood retakes, a lot of those early challenges when NRG Academy were trying to get onto site. And NRG Academy, you've got a paranoia to work with. And it's like after Chloric uses that drone, they don't really have much more like utility that can push anybody off of angles. Marks and Tenrick were calling it out on the cast as well. It was really hard for NRG Academy to deal with a lot of those vertical angles that we saw Chaotic and Bones taking to just really make it hard for NRG Academy to like pre-fire a lot of angles, pre-aim consistently. And the lack of flashes, I think, definitely made it difficult there for NRG Academy. But Liz, you called it out. A lot of those micro mistakes towards the end made it a much different story as far as how we thought, I think, things were going once ADG start to heat up. And NRG Academy, they had enough rounds to just be able to close it out at the end there. But nonetheless, a very tight first map.
I just know NRG are tired from yesterday because that was also like 13-11 super long maps. And here we are again, less than 24 hours later. Like I keep on saying here, I mean, we highlighted Chaotic at the beginning on that Jet with the free show as the duelist as well. But you highlighted, Gompers, that Hugh had 0 first bloods, correct?
Yes, 0, yeah.
Which is, you know, not what you're looking for on your Yoru, but alas.
He had 1. We got
one on
we have
defense.
one?
One on
Oh,
defense.
never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But on attack, it's sus. On attack, it's sus. I don't know.
But looking at Giza on the side of NRG Academy, 23-18, 6 first kills, a Sentinel that can do it all, Ash.
Yeah.
It's pretty insane. I think we had the questions about the Vito, right? To throw that into a new composition here, Vito being one of those agents that can feel a little bit clunkier. It was a question of, okay, how is this going to look for Giza when, as that hard anchor, when we're used to seeing him on that Cypher, on that Killjoy especially, you see him playing a little bit more passive, right? Because he's on an information-heavy Sentinel, and then a very different play style that you expect when the Vito comes through. And he was doing a really great job in going for a lot of those like proactive fights when the flood was coming through on the side of ADG. energy and just being able to have insane hero moments. Like this push down towards mid alongside Chloric was just very well played. And he was a big reason why that first half there was so heavily favored in NRG Academy, because he was constantly getting those multi-kills and having crazy impact in these rounds.
Yeah, not only like initially shutting down the entry, but then also playing with the fact that they have full range of just fighting without util, right? Like it was like, okay, yeah, I know they're going to entry. They don't have any util to use, and I know I'm the stronger player, so I'm going to kind of take that to my advantage. And a lot of the time, I think the only two players that had gone positive against him were Sacred and Bones, right? So once the Duelist was gone and maybe two other players at that, then Sacred and Bones were able to initiate off that. So he's a phenomenal player.
Yes, and obviously helping NRG Academy steal ADG's map pick of Breeze. We'll be going to Haven next, which is, luckily for NRG Academy, their map pick. Will they be starting on the harder side of defense gompers? But this, if you're NRG Academy, you are now one map away from qualifying, and if you're ADG, you're now one map away from being eliminated from playoff contention.
Yeah, dude, in a map pick that NRG, I mean, obviously has great repetitions in on Haven. I think it's 60% win rate here, as well as just being comfortable, right? The composition that they've played. I feel like this is definitely better than like the changes they've made on Breeze. I'm hoping they kind of stick to like what works here on Haven and don't try to kind of go somewhere else. But for me, I'm excited about this because NRG is a slower pace. I wouldn't say slower pace, sorry. Like kind of like a middle paced type of players where they like to be a little more strategical, as to where, as we saw with ADG, it felt a little less structured as that, and it was once again more reactive. So for me, for NRG, they go with intention. So Haven, I do feel like is the map for them to do that.
Granted, the reactivity there for ADG has to do with the comps that they run, right? They had a lot more of that ability to do that on Breeze because, you know, they had flashes to react with, as opposed to an NRG Academy where if we're expecting the same composition that they have been running, and honestly, I wouldn't really be too surprised if a change did come through, they're going with this Killjoy Neon comp alongside the double controller with the Viper. And you do want to, you know, have the opportunity to play a little bit more forward. You can use the relay bolts there for the Neon to help get yourself onto angles, but it's not the same as having that flash to fully flash you through like some of those smokes, some of those chokes that you're expecting. At the very least, on the side of ADG, we are expecting that single controller composition as they leaned back into that Yoru ISO comp that we know well from the previous meta, and it's looked a lot more comfortable for them. I'm interested to see how the game plan changes here for NRG Academy, especially knowing that starting out on the defense, you were expecting Renz to try and get that operator online early, and heading up against an ISO that does have that shield to counter it makes things a little bit more difficult to get value off that first shot.
And then you look towards ADG, who now are staring kind of down the face of elimination. Not your map pick. You need to bring it to split in order to make it Gompers. What do you want to see from them so we can make it, so they can bring it to a third map? What do they need to do to steal NRG Academy's pick?
Goodness, that's a lot on me, I guess. I don't know. I feel like the calls, like their mid-rounding calls, were lacking a bit. They did try to commit a lot to. I don't think this is going to happen. I don't think lurks are very typical on Haven. So I guess more on my part. Yeah, I guess more on my part. Like Ash said, right? Like you know, there was a limit to the util they got to use here for both sides, right? For NRG and for ADG in regards to like having just the Sova. I feel like there's a bit more leeway here on Haven with the compositions they're going to be running. But I'm hoping T-Dog can kind of take a second to have that a secondhand realization of like, okay, so our first plan didn't work. You know, what do we have now, and what could we do to kind of just keep that same consistency and that same level of teamwork going into the mid round?
I will say that his mid-rounding has been historically strong. I think especially on Haven, it's looked a lot more comfortable with the new comp that they are running for the last couple of matches there. So I'm looking forward to seeing how things are going to pan out in that kind of regard. I feel like I'm honestly, Liz, just excited to see these comps, if any changes even come through.
Your wish is my command. Here we are for the Haven Agent comps. We see that ISO on Chaotic, and we see Renz on that Neon we missed last time on Breeze Gompers. So we're back into the swing of things.
Oh no, absolutely. So I mean, for Haven here, it does seem like we're sticking on to the Neon still. For NRG, not too many changes so far. So Again, sticking back to the basics, I really do feel comfortable with what NRG is running. My motto, once again, if it works, don't fix it. I do like the fact that, I mean, we're still seeing that Yor and that ISO composition come down, that double duelist for Azure Dragon Gaming, which, again, I mean, for their type of playstyle, I do think Chaotic kind of suits this role a little bit more, where they can be a bit more independent.
I think a lot of that mid-rounding that Gompers was talking about is really going to be a key here, especially heading up against the NRG Academy, where they have so much stall potential in this defensive composition, right? Within those concusses, within the blinds, just having the mollies and the toxic screen, the cycling of these smokes. And for ADG, I think it's going to be really important that in those mid-rounds, they have those opportunities to insert these players, because of the fact that you're going to look for a bit, maybe some of that A-long information if you're pump faking over towards the left side of the map, considering the fact that Renz is likely going to be pushing up on some of those deeper angles, going to look for a little bit of that space to get NRG Academy the information necessary so the rest of the team can stack a little bit heavier on the other side of the map.
NRG Academy are one map away from qualifying for playoffs, while Azure Dragon Gaming are fighting for their playoff lives right here, right now. The court is ready for them. Casters, take it away.
Thanks, Liz. For NRG Academy, it's Dew. For ADG, it's Die. Marcus, we're here on Haven, NRG Academy's pick, and as the desk mentioned, it's going to be a jungle gym setup on this opening defense. That being said, ADG are one of those teams that are great at getting an attack plan, replicating it for as long as possible until you no longer are able to condition it, and then moving on to another plan just as formidable. The question is, how many of these plays are you going to have to leave through before the half is done?
That's honestly the question, right? And I liked how it was highlighted on the desk as well. The stall potential that NRG Academy's composition kind of pulls out. I actually think that, generally speaking, the NRG Academy setup should be a little bit stronger on the defense, while the ADG one is going to be very much relying on a lot of that double duelist play, which, as we've talked about, has been a little bit more comfortable for their individual play style. But of course, it's really going to come down to how this first half goes, in my opinion, because ADG, once they start heating up, they can start to really run away with things. But NRG Academy right now have the chance to get their easy qualification spot into playoffs without having to go to that map number 3. Don't want to see split at all if you're any one of those teams, although I will say NRG Academy look really good on split. But still, let's just kind of close things out here and kind of get things going when we can, right?
Yeah, in a perfect world, the hard part is already done for NRG Academy. It should be smooth sailing on what is their strongest half across this stage so far on Haven. But like you said, if ADG are able to map out this defense well enough, if they can get those inserts with Hugh and Chaotic, if Sacred can start finding those excuses to loop around a site or two, then you have a lot of ways for Azure Dragon to stick a knife in your back, your side, your shoulder, your legs, really anywhere that hurts. So yeah, this first half, very influential, and it starts on the pistol, which ADG is notably proficient at compared to other teams that have had their rising records throughout this Swiss. Starts out with a big crunch on the B site, and Rent's just poking out dry. He's gone out the gate, but it gives away that intel that the intercept is necessary for this next push-up. Still 80 seconds to go, though, so ADG don't have to play this off rip.
And look at that, they had a protocol, you know, just play off the KJ turret, get the paranoia as soon as that kind of ticks off, but the fact that it didn't means you can back up. Now, Pork holding forwards there, actually gets taken down in the midst of all that rush.
That's a great audio miscue. The step up right in front of the door and then the wide swing out the first from the lobby, just ever-increasing difficulty on these angles you have to manage. And Sacred, who has been inserted up the sewer this whole time, is going to take that first leg out into the graffiti. Chaotic going to try and finish the rest, but Shondex can at least prevent this from being flawless. Still, another statement pistol round coming out from ADG, just as classic and A execute as you like.
That's still, I mean, you say classic A execute, but at the same time, they made all that pressure towards B. Just to kind of, you know, add a couple of questions to what NRG Academy's defense is going to do. And now Shondex up against the world, spotted out here. This one is all but done. Hugh finding 3 kills on that round, and honestly was just kind of the person who was consistently just kind of popping out, finding the kill, and being able to back out. Hugh on this Yoru is definitely going to be a problem for NRG Academy's defense.
Yeah, no problem letting him go first before you get on the site, and then it's all Chaotic with that double tap up and running to be able to just run a train through the rest of it. Oopsie! Oh, that's my goat IGL right there.
Oh, replay people doing T-Dog dirty.
Yeah, shout out OBS on that one. They got beef.
Oh man. All right. Yeah, let's see how they want to do it now. Let's see how the defense gets themselves set up, but I imagine it's still going to be very fast and very furious for Azure Dragon Gaming. As soon as they decide on which site they're going to want to go on, it's just going to be a very fast execute. Chloric already in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, already been caught out by this recon, had to shoot that down, smoke to get him across, but the gap doesn't fully help him, so instead, he's gonna grab an orb and tank a blindside to the face. It's enough time for Renz to get back with his own classic. Ooh. Paranoia again. I love the proactivity of Ange's util to at least slow down. It'll get him on and get a kill, but that's all it'll get with these far worse guns.
There's no shot you just went, ooh, when the Paranoia flies across the screen.
It's like, there was just such a little speed bump to this team this round. Did not matter at all.
Yeah, and it is really funny too, because that's the thing, right? The Paranoia didn't really get utilized that much for NRG Academy on Breeze, when that was really the only kind of flash that they had. But I don't know if Paranoia really counts as a flash, because it has to be such directed, right? Which could be really difficult, especially in some of the angles that were being played. But still, another tool that they can utilize here. I want to see Ange start to come alive with it. You know, obviously the double controller setup here between Shondex and Ange means that they should be able to get pretty good coverage on all three of these sites. You, though, could be marching it up nice, quick, and easy. And rightfully so, expending a lot of util for NRGA to try and keep him at bay.
Yeah, they can drag a lot of members of NRG over to C-site really easily when you start clearing away at Giza's util as easily as you can with this composition. Dimensional drift to escort the rest of ADG in through C main, and it'll work beautifully. And Hugh is just going to keep making that madness until he's eventually caught out. Renz can play patient at least that far in, and now just has to clear the rest of the way piecemeal. Now on his own, as Chloric is finally caught on Sacred's lurk coming from a mile away, but he wasn't needed for the stack. ADG can manage the bonus all on their own.
And this composition is really shining here for ADG on this offense, right? Something that we were really expecting, but the showcase is just immaculate. They're just not afraid to just move in there. Chaotic having that shield for a little bit of a buffer. Hugh so confident in the plays to just be able to walk in alongside of it. It's just so far forwards fast that there's really nothing that NRG Academy can do to try and slow them down. It's just ADG have to wait out that utility. Okay, you want a molly here? That's fine. We'll wait until it expires, and now we're gonna run in at you. What are you gonna do now? It's so difficult for NRG Academy to find anything, especially with the weapons firing as good as they are.
Ah, yeah, Giza trying to get away with that oneer, but ADG once again has the stack creeping and Sacred lurking. Wow, both of them are gonna work on top of each other. It is immaculate so far. NRG at least prepared for the wrap back, so you have one gun in your arsenal.
Yeah, now they're going to be able to group up here and try and figure out something to make it happen. I do wonder whether or not you're going to hold... Yeah, I was going to say, given the fact that low HP pool for Shondex, you probably don't want to do anything here. Right now, though, watching the Omen lurk coming around is going to be the big key. As the first contact will happen, Hugh finds Ange. Hugh has been sharp.
Yeah, no full armor here means that Outlaw can just keep on piercing.
Get out of my way.
Shondex will probably just get out with this rifle now. Renz could maybe go for an exit just to get a little more money on the board. That angle's awkward, but so is Hughes, actually, so Renz can get away with it. It's nice. But, I mean, ADG's still really stacked. Hey, calm down. Come on.
There we go. Just brownie points at that point, but it still looks fun, you know?
Yeah.
And Renzel's one of those players that really we need to see come online for NRG Academy. Obviously, the last game was having a little bit of trouble. Giza really the person to step up to the plate and kind of make that one happen. But this time around, I mean, the Neon really is going to be operating kind of alone here on the defense, specifically in trying to take a little bit more map control away from the opponents earlier on in order to kind of secure that information, while everyone else is just like, we're just going to chill on site and set up our util, because that is the name of the game with how NRG Academy want to play that composition. The issue being, though, you know, with the 5-man Russians that we're seeing ADG do, the stall util, sure, it's good, but we have to see them try and be a little bit more proactive in trying to take some of those fights in order to kind of just mitigate a lot of the pressure. And Yeah, it could come down to something as easy as like spray through your smokes type of deal, especially with that C long play that's been happening. But I need to see just a little bit more combination, not one person kind of poking out and hoping that they can find a kill here or there. I need to see like a really good stack down and hold down, because wherever you get info on ADG, chances are they're going to be going there until T-Dog decides to pull some fakes.
No, I couldn't agree more with you. I think like if you're in a position like this where you're like guaranteed to be overwhelmed if you're on defense and you still want to stay stalwart on your site in order to hold on to some ground, the least you could do is, you know, force a coin flip or two in there, you know? Do a little spraying. Be a little goofy.
No distraction.
They do set up the toxic orb on this, but it's just Shondex. The kill contract is gonna get him, and Chaotic, it takes like half a second to deal with him. So there goes the orb. Now Ange has to throw his smokes, and there it is. Look at that working. Crazy. All the while, though, Hugh is TP'd in and the smoke dissipates. You're out of tools for this C site. It just doesn't matter how much you have. ADG have more. And Renz, I mean, you're already tempted to save this operator without even getting to do anything because you had this 2-stack on the A lane in case the 5-stack came down there, too. There's just too many, you know, contingencies that you have to be prepared for right now if you're NRG Academy, and ADG are moving too fast on whichever one they decide on for you to really be able to come back with anything.
Yeah, and that's also tough too. Like, out of all the people to kind of get yoinked out of the site, it's your Viper, the one who's supposed to be able to smoke you in, nice and safe and easy. And honestly, Tenric, right now, this is looking very similar to how we saw Envy play, honestly, a lot of these maps. I mean, obviously, being able to see the ISO in play should give you a pretty clear indication that that's the gameplay that they want to kind of go for. But NRG Academy just have simply no answer to this at the moment. Obviously, you know, spraying through the smoke makes it a little bit easier. That's great. But at the same time, there is no concrete counter strat that NRG Academy have come up with. And so Azure Dragon Gaming are just going to continuously be able to run away with these rounds more or less unperturbed, uninterrupted.
Yeah, everything's felt like more of a fly on the wall than anything that can actually like stunt them. Like the smokes almost feel like hair getting in your eyes, you know? And nothing more than that. Like a blooper in Mario Kart. Like, get out of my way.
Hey, those can really mess you up sometimes.
They can mess you up.
Okay, all right.
Well, this screen does a lot of work for B&A as well. So there has to be a point in which NRG Academy concede that ADG are just going to want to full send C more often than not. And again, going for the 50-50 on that opening is welcome when you're able to play preventative and force ADG to flowchart a little bit. And with Q getting caught out so far away, that is exactly what'll happen here in round 6. Smoke up on the first door on B. There's 2 stacked up on top of this. Toxic screen makes it a little easier to peek in, but even so, Bones is TP'd. Eventually tossed away by the Nano Swarm, but still, ADG's taken the space. Made it a 3v3.
Shondex, though, does have a rifle here. This is possible, but I still like the positioning a little bit better for ADG. Just playing a little bit more far forwards, no one on the flank.
Sacred on the gong. A little alone, but not checked properly, and now he's got the cross. Neural theft as well. Oh. Whew.
Man.
Yeah, that'll make it a little harder. We're just getting a good eye on all the Sova whiffs today, man.
One enemy remaining.
That ain't one. Hey, you still got time. 1v1 against Sacred. No more neural theft. That's time, though. Surely. Yeah. And Sacred still wins it as well. Still a goose egg for NRG Academy. Almost ran out of options that time, Azure Dragon, but they didn't, and that means now they have infinite again, because we're at the start of the round.
It's such an unconventional hold that you expect on that B site, and you can tell NRG Academy not necessarily expecting that either. It's just so far forwards, and Sacred as well. Play in his life was so important. You see immediately when Sacred gets the information, Chaotic comes right back to make sure that they can guarantee if Sacred goes down, at least the trade comes through. Azure Dragon Gaming right now, their focus is on finding the kills. And so they're not afraid to just run at NRG Academy. And NRG Academy, once again, are just losing these gunfights.
You'll see a very loud push up the garage and window. Ange already losing the opening duel on most of it helpful, and now it's Shondex's turn to win. What's happening right now, bro?
Oh boy.
Are we good? Oh, Chaotic is. He's fine. Double tap active, 2K up, And Seaside is once again ADG's. Flashing from Hugh, and now it's his turn to get active. These duelists are looking crisp today, man. I'm so happy with how Hugh's developed this stage. Like night and day.
Planted.
Honestly, it almost feels night and day between map number 1 and map number 2 for Hugh.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, there were a couple of rounds where Hugh was able to clutch it out on the last map, but has been such an important player for ADG on this specific map. Consistently finding those opening kills, consistently finding those opening frags. I complimented the sniper rifle gameplay before, not afraid to pick up the rifle as well, as evidenced by the Phantom. But yeah, I do have to wonder if this is just the nerves kind of starting to get to NRG Academy just a little bit more. Like the desk highlighted, they played 3 maps yesterday in a little bit of a slogfest that went to overtime. I was here, it was a great time, but NRG Academy, not a lot of time to rest. And while they did come out with something different last time, ADG had the time to sit back, see what composition they might be running, and prep for it adequately. And I think we're starting to see a lot of that preparation really show its hand here, as it's now 7-0.
So true. Yeah, it's not necessarily like a foundational manipulation of your game plan. You're just understanding the pockets in which you can win on firepower, which ADG knows they can win on. Like Hugh, outside of the first half of this Swiss stage, has been frying this region for a good couple of months now. Like there is a reason so much responsibility has been put on his shoulders as a spear tip more often than Chaotic, especially lately. Now this is new from NRG Academy. They will full on take the C lane. Chloric finally moving house, but ADG have turned tail completely. Shondex intercepts. Sacred on this lurk again, and the camera's gonna catch it. Oh, and it turns their attention away from where Sacred actually is, but he whiffs all his shots. He has to reset with the with the cyber cage, and now everybody swarms him. So he's the one that's swiftly dealt with, but ADG have the sight and plenty of time to let this spike just tick on down. NRG Academy had to amp things up on this lane retake, which 2 will head down. Paranoia ready to go, and it'll clear Renz in time to refrag it. 2v1 for ADG, and again, we are at this point where it just looks trivial. It's reduced to it eventually, and it's 8-0. Azure Dragon. NRG Academy finally counteracting plan A, and ADG just go for plan B.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, you know, we're expecting them to come C. They've come C so many times at this point, and so let's just run at them. You know, use all our utility, push out there, and nobody's here. Okay, well, that was a cool idea, I guess. But now NRG Academy, then they had to get that ultra flank going online, but ADG, like, instead of being so far forwards, we're like, all right, well, now we can just kind of hang out here. And with Chaotic and Hugh firing the way that they are, it makes it nice and easy. The rifle buy-up happens again. I like the adaptation there. We're seeing the group up coming through on this defense, but it should be pretty broadcasted. It's going to be a C hit.
Paranoia right back down the lane, but Hugh with that dimensional drift is gonna allow T-Dog to get the easy combo on the Hunter's Fury, and now Hugh has actually made his way in. He's closest up and is able to take care of Ange because of that. Swings back onto Shondex. He's on the back. A one-man army. No one else from ADG could get it done. The lockdown persists though, so it's a temporary reset. But a 3v1 and Sacred yet again on this lurk. Chloric surely prepared for it. No! To utter dominance, which continues to show on this scoreboard. It's 9-0, Azure Dragon.
My goodness me. I'm pretty sure as well, Hugh got pinged up by the friendly Hunter's Fury before actually going in onto the site. And so, like, you know, when it was pinged up by their team, you're like, ah, that one kind of hurt. And then you just walk in there and find a 3K while the lockdown gets used too. And you can tell, like, the game plan for NRG Academy is use the lockdown, re-clear the space, try and find them on the exit. But they were just itching to get in there so quickly that Hugh, once again with the Yoru, able to teleport out of the lockdown at the very last second, could hang out for basically up until the end and finds that triple kill, teleports out. Hey, fun ultimate you use there, Giza. Too bad it didn't get any value. And just like that, the round is over. ADG are just steam rolling through. They feel like an unstoppable force, and right now, NRG Academy have no answer to it. Their second time out now being called, because really it's 9-0, Tenrek. As far as scorelines go, this one is pretty bad.
This is a brutal one, man. And there are so many rounds that are just so, like, strictly cut and dry, a cut above from Azure Dragon. It's not even a sense of being very much ahead in the mental or in the firepower or in the utility or in the timing. It's just a little bit of all of that. just a bit elevated on this Haven map. The ADG cartographers here. Back to C though, back to Formula, and NRG Academy do have a stack that's slightly prepared for it, but still the 2 on A as well. It's so widespread, so if ADG just overwhelm, they will prosper.
Looks like they're going to be doing just that here. Ange and Shondex, though, 2 very reliable anchors.
Alarm bot not getting any play, but the compression's still available. Korik as the conditioner on A lane just stands alone, so ADG only have to deal with 4 on, and they've all been taken care of.
It's just down to 2. Look who's moving around. Sacred, ready to do that. Korik, a nice little lineup to get the information on to see, but Sacred is just tucked away in a corner, and you know, if you're Korik, you have to know.
Back here so fast, man.
It's gonna happen. I mean, he wasn't even a part of the main pushing through. And given the fact that it's consistently been Korik v Sacred, like Korik has an idea what's going on here, but this is looking not very easy to do.
He has been having to check for him every single time, and now he's already too focused on T-Dog. Don't do it to him again, buddy!
That's a tilter.
He can't keep getting away with it. I mean, this is really like a 13-0 looks so realistic here.
Don't say that.
Like don't give me that. Come on, man. We're in that kind of territory where it's like this is so decisive and like not even questionable. Like that didn't even feel stressful for ADG despite coming down to a 2v1. It's like they had something ready for it the second all that skirmishing was done.
Listen, we've casted ADG before and cursed the heck out of them, so how dare you open your mouth right now, because that would have been sick if we got to see the 13-0, but just because you said that, it's not going to happen. Hugh, though, starting us out with that first pick.
Yeah, already a riskier play on top of this proclamation. But it does mean you can try to persuade a couple more members to compress themselves in these tighter rooms, which ADG hasn't really taken much advantage of yet. Just chasing down T-Dog with this judge. There's no way that's how they get their first blood of the round. Oh, and Korik turning back on a Chaotic on the lurk check. He's way ahead of this. A complete spin of game plans, but ADG stays ahead. Bones now TPing into hell as well to have the double peek open. The crossfire available. No Heaven presence on either side just yet. As Shondex is still checking to see if Sacred is waiting around. But no. Paranoia on the cross. No one is properly escorted in here. Sacred has the easiest opening peek of his life, and now the smoke setup to force a tunnel in from the rest of NRG Academy. Can you even call that an attempt at a retake? ADG are dominating this half.
Yeah, and you can see, like, it really feels like the mental right now for NRG Academy is more or less shattered. The way that they were just sending it in onto that site, the way that Ange sent that one in to try and chase down T-Dog, send a message to the rest of the team with the judge at long range, but after that, it all just felt like discombobulation for NRG Academy. Walking in 1 by 1, no utility really to support anything. They're ready for this one to just be over, and well, it's the last round in the half here. It's gonna be a weird econ by Korik, at least does have the Hunter's Fury online, Renz as well with the overdrive. Giza gonna be first contactors. Once again, it's just a run through.
Yeah, really holding close, and the ISO will reset the sight lines. Hunter's Fury can finally slow down that spear tip, and Korik even gonna track down a forced TP out of Bones as well. So the repathing into the sewer, and that's spotted, clocked, and now reacted to by NRG rotating to it. This could be the round. They can get it done. Smoke out on top of the lane as well. Shondex ready for Sacred's opening. And it is a 2v4. They get it done here. Does ADG dare to keep going? Looks like they do. Screen's down and T-Dog's in, bro. Owl Drone's gonna catch. Now you have to cover fire with him. Recon bolt to guarantee into the relay. It eventually catches T-Dog. Bones with the refrag, but he's gonna get swarmed and shredded. ADG at the buzzer managed to lose that round. And NRG Academy are on the board here.
And that is all you're doing. I'm just saying, man.
Sure, whatever. Yeah.
You did it. You have to own up to that responsibility.
I want y'all to know the rest of the desk has been dogpiling me today and blaming me for so much. And this is just the cherry on top.
Hey, you called it.
I feel so violated.
All right. Well, yeah, I think like the thing is NRG Academy, right? Like we were saying how they've just kind of given up on that previous 2 rounds ago. And then at the exact same time, ADG are kind of the ones who were just like, actually, we're just going to run at you this time. And then a lot of that kind of like prep, a lot of that like stuff that we were talking about, ADG just kind of bulldozing over the site, kind of fell apart because they were just staggered, you know, walking one after another into these weird angles. It just didn't kind of work out. So if ADG want to close this one out, they have to make sure they clean some of that stuff up.
Yeah, we're doing a couple risky things to make sure that can happen. Again, like, if you want to reduce it to a coin flip, then, you know, go on and flip those coins. But in the meanwhile, Renz is going to hop in. Paranoia does catch him, but the rest of NRG Academy was waiting outside of that for a reason, so that they can totally flood with impunity. And they do. Taking over that A site like it's butter. Chaotic hopping down, temporarily misguided. And that'll get a punish as well. Just Sacred left. Go figure. That'll be a lot of these rounds if NRG has their way. I'll get a freebie. Searching around. He's really good at window shopping, though, isn't he? He just checks ahead. No, I don't want to go for that one. Can I find another one?
And you know what they say, complacency is the death of creativity. And for Azure Dragon Gaming, if they're just going to assume that they're going to be able to win these rounds, given, you know, 11 in a row, which is kind of ridiculous, but they still have to make sure that they're keeping things together, okay? Because even on that last round, like, you can tell that they've really eased off the gas pedal. And sure, there still is quite a bit of room to work with, and so they should be able to close this one out. But you know that NRG Academy are really going to be pushing them as far as they can. And once again, we're finally being able to see NRG Academy on this offense, which we know should technically be their weaker side. But the same could be said about ADG's composition on how they want to play. Defense is just simply not built for how they just want to kind of run at you.
Yeah, just the margins are, you can't really manage them in a time frame like this one. But when the sides swap, NRG can play at their own pace and isolate a lot of fights. Not even just on these pistols. Oh, you gotta watch for that, Chloric. Nice turn. So you can't manage like this every round, because ADG are gonna have guns that give you an excuse to turn up the gas a little bit, but this mild hesitation is good for the anti-eco. Chloric does get punished for hitting that orb, though, and since there's been no mounted pressure on a site, all of a sudden, ADG have so much control, but just of this sector, as Ange has done a lot of wrapping, and Bones, yeah, not prepared for Ange to spit some fire.
And I like the way that Ange plays.
30 seconds
Very
left.
proactive, but knows how to use so many of these tricky corners and angles. He's so good with it. Ange going for a second one. And even though this round didn't necessarily go exactly how ADG would have wanted, they're still able to at least drop 2 weapons. And exactly like you said, the next one, that's going to be the one where we get to see them with full weaponry, and should be the one that we get to see them actually get to 12 rounds. At this point, Sacred just really looking to potentially get a couple ultimate orbs online.
Nice to get rid of one of these bulldogs, maybe. Shondex sees the target. Nope. Finds the head on that, too, for that matter. Impressive.
Style point.
Yeah, tough trail ablaze. I mean, yeah, this will be one of the more insurmountable ones in theory. Curious to see how ADG spreads themselves. They've been 4 stacking previously, just prepared for the heavy swings, but the way that NRG played this round, it feels like, if anything, they have more freedom to kind of just take one-on-ones themselves.
And I think that that's kind of how you have to play this defense, because, or sorry, the offense, because ADG's composition is, once again, just kind of run at you, get those opening kills, make it nice and easy. And so NRG Academy really have to kind of set up and anticipate some of those aggressive pushes forward and, you know, punish those aggressive pushes forwards. Doesn't seem like ADG, though, really are giving up any ground this time. The full weapons have been bought up on both of these sides, because NRG Academy basically have to be flawless.
Close, and it's not properly checked, not one bit. Hugh gets away with 2, an extra chip onto Ange as well. Sacred just stepping in on top of this. There's that buddy system, and it'll make mincemeat of NRG's attack here on the bonus. Might just keep 4 rifles, in fact. Agiz is not even waiting to get to a door line. He's just standing in front of a smoke. A 1 spray kills him. There's one. We're having a tough time managing this. There you go, Sacred. 4-3, and so ADG have 9 rounds of game point to get us to split. Let's close up shop. And that was a pretty quick management of the, I mean, yeah, starting with Hugh not checked, you lose your 2 TPers, someone's already on the link, and you have your tapestry from there.
And it's very reminiscent to map number 1, Breeze, right? Like, one person goes completely unchecked on their defense, and then as a result of that, NRG Academy on the offense just get completely mowed down by a single person. So at least they're consistent at the very least. ADG, like you said, have a lot of room for error just to close this map out. The buy is awkward on NRG Academy, given the fact that they had to invest in a couple of those rifles. Bones playing so far forward with the judge as well could be really punishing, but they will be walking into T-Dog just on the other side of that smoke.
Awkward on 2 fronts. T-Dog doesn't have any shock darts to play keep away, so NRG Academy are going to feel a lot more freedom on taking the site itself. Renz gives himself a way to get that relay stun onto T-Dog and take the site piecemeal here. Chaotic on the drop. No one expects that. Chaotic sticks a hot knife in the middle of that site, and it's just Giza again. Doesn't last a moment. Well, a decisive 13-11 Breeze may have been, but ADG give us a decisive 13-3 on Haven to take us to map 3 in this sink or swim brawl.
And like the desk talked about it just at the start of the show where, you know, that double duelist dive is looking so good for ADG. The amount of times that they've played Haven, 5 leading up to this map, they've changed their composition like 3 or 4 times at this point, but it really feels like this could be the one. The level of aggression that we've been seeing and the, you know, pushing together, the synchronicity was looking so darn good and so very reminiscent of Rankers whenever they were playing. I mean, anytime you see ISO, everyone's just going to remember Envy's playstyle on this one, and NRG Academy just simply did not have an answer for any of their defense. And as a result of that, it slipped away. Could have been a 13-0, but unfortunately you jinxed that one. But still, great stuff coming in from ADG.
Yeah, sorry, ADG fans. That's on me for real. But hey, you got to be happy with your consolation prize of staying in the Swiss for at least 1 more hour. A lot of mad science going on in that map. We'll see what methods these teams go to on Split. We'll be back in a moment.
showdown's gonna be big, and bodies, well, if they need it. Only a scuffle, so pit. Good sound, Renz. Oh, the high-low. There it is. Oh, and even more than that, Zorota is dimensional drip from Tonza. He's gonna know what you're planning, what you think before you've even executed. And the real executioners are sleepers.
With NRG Academy taking the first map, ADG said, not so fast. Let us show you how it's done on Haven. Taking the NRG's map pick of Haven. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Gompers and Ash on the desk. And Ash, that could have been a 13-0. I didn't even get to finish my boba that's sitting here because it was going by so quick. And then all of it, luckily we stemmed the bleeding a little bit. But oh man, if you're NRG Academy, whoops.
Yeah, that was tough. I think, you know, for NRG Academy, this is a composition that they've been running for the last, like, 5 matches now, and the last 2 before this also weren't successes, and I was really looking towards them to, you know, make the adjustments that were necessary. And up against a composition like what we see being run on the side of ADG with the Yoru and ISO, casters were calling it out during the match. We saw a lot of those contact plays coming out from the attacking side of ADG, and you really just can't allow your team to be information starved in that way. I think the game plan on defense for NRGA was definitely them wanting to, you know, have that opportunity to stall a little bit more, play some more of like those trap plays and whatnot. But when you don't have like the information across the map, it just gives so much room to ADG to work a lot of those picks and then eventually find those successful burst executions, Gompers.
Yeah, it felt like they were almost like starved for energy in regards to like just trying to get themselves, whether it be onto the site. A lot of the time, like T-Dog being one of them that shut things down. I don't know. It really just felt like mechanically the team was on it. Like you said, T-Dog in my mind really comes to be a star player, especially obviously being the IGL and then playing into that initiator role. I felt like there was never a moment where ADG didn't know what was going on, and partial of that being chaotic, first of all, with their own util as ISO and being able to entry with that extra added utility of the shield and having that extra newfound confidence, but then also being able to use the ultimate to 1v1 and just being a player that thrives in those environments where they can isolate fights and they will win like 99% of the time. I think ADG, this was their map. This was as good as it could have gotten, honestly, and I'm really happy I got to see it. I think this completely changes my own perspective of what ADG is capable of.
I want to make sure for those of us who are just joining us, because I do see our view count climbing. Thank you very much. I want you to look at that timeline and put that in your memory. That 11-1. That's the first round NRG Academy got was round 12, the last round in the half. Which, you know, I was listening into Veer's stream, who was helping out with NRG Academy this week, and you know, he said, you know, I just don't want them to get 13-0'd. I don't want them to get tilted when we go into the next map. And he also said he's never been 13-0'd and doesn't plan on starting today. That's true for now. But moving forward, I mean, looking at, you know, 19-9 with Hugh. We also have Sacred on, you know, the Cypher killing it, Ash, as well. 17-5.
Yeah, it's just insane things. I think Hugh, he had a little bit of a quieter first map that we saw from him. Granted, you know, when he's on that Yoru and then you've got Chaotic, typically on like another kind of dive agent, usually seeing him on something else on some of the other maps that we see, it's a little bit of a different story because he's doing a little bit more of that setting up instead of being the one to create a lot of that space. So when it comes to Haven, that's his main role, and that's where we really see him shine. And I think that for the side of NRG Academy, again, like we saw them attempting to lock down a lot of these sites on the defender side, and Shondex definitely put up numbers attempting to, you know, be that hard anchor with that Viper utility, but they just didn't have the information to be able to like adequately position themselves with each other, and a lot of those rotations also coming in a little bit later after a lot of the team has fallen on that initial execution on site.
Yes, and of course, I want to highlight T-Dog as well, 11-7. I believe you talked about the conditioning as well, Ash, kind of like how T-Dog mid-rounds and how he operates. This was kind of his playground as well. We also wanted to highlight two players that we just mentioned, Hugh and Sacred, the entry versus the lurker. As Ash discussed, kind of Hugh. He's like, hey, guys, we almost 13-0'd you, by the way. Like a little peeking over the fence, you know.
Oh,
but
gosh.
I know that it's an adorable photo, right? But you know, this is Ash. You were right. Like you corrected us, and rightly so. This is the Yoru playground. This is where he shines, and Sacred on that lurking role as well.
Yeah, because he gets to be, you know, that he's always causing the chaos on the Yoru, but he really does get to be, you know, that tip of the spear on Haven, going a little bit more aggressive because he's not always looking to necessarily set up Chaotic when Chaotic is playing, you know, on the jet that we usually see him on. So it's a bit of a different dynamic, and he gets to like activate a little bit further. And while all of this is happening, Sacred is also constantly this thorn in your side that you always have to look out for. Feels like when things maybe do start to fall apart during those rounds, even if they're not falling apart, he's going for those backstabs. He's always looking to catch you off guard with a timing, and the dynamic worked out really beautifully between Hugh and Sacred, I think, here on Haven. Again, that reliable backbone alongside the way that he's able to create that space was, for ADG, they got to play their game perfectly.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. But the good news for NRG Academy is, yes, that may have been your map pick. Yes, you almost got 13-0'd. It's over. It quit as quick as it began, it ended, right? So we go to map 3. And this is, again, I just set the stakes just in case we are not aware in the audience or anywhere. If your mom is listening, you know, just is paying attention. This is the final map where one team will qualify and one team will be eliminated. It is do or die right now for both of these teams. And Gompers, we are ending on one of my favorite maps in the pool, Split.
Yeah, going over to the last map, if anything. And I said, it's funny because I said before, you know, how strong of a performance NRG had on Haven. I was kind of looking for a bit more of a challenge, and I feel like we all were. I don't think we were all expecting a 13-3, to be honest. So I don't know. I feel like the percentages of how comfortable you really feel on a map don't matter anymore. I think ADG are really starting to pick up their pace of play. They're obviously making really, really good changes to the way they play the game as well as their compositions. Like I remember Ash saying, you know, being able to transition into that Icewind Yoru has given them so much more on Haven, and I'm kind of excited to see, you know, what we're packing on Split and how exactly that's going to work out starting off on the defense here for ADG.
Yes, and we are going to be heading into Agent Select right now and looking. We see Hugh on the Waylay, Shondex on the Waylay, and Ren's on that Neon that we highlighted but couldn't quite get going last map. Ash.
Yeah, I think that when it comes down to these compositions, there aren't going to be any changes across the board. It's been relatively comfortable for both of these teams. I think that it gets like a little bit interesting because you do have responsive utility between the Yoru and the Neon, which is kind of where my eyes get drawn there. But I think that when you're playing that double controller composition, I favor the Yoru a little bit more, especially when you have like those TP lineups, the ability to flash through a lot of those smokes to cross those lines and into the retake, especially with ADG starting on defense first. Ren's has to use those relay bolts just a little bit differently there, trying to maybe stall out a little bit of time into that retake, into the post plant, or alternatively getting a little bit more aggressive. So a bit of an interesting dynamic that we're going to see between these two teams.
Yeah, and in regards to you know, how recently these guys have played too for NRG, it's been a while. It's been I'd say like a couple of weeks, maybe January 27th being the last time. So in regards to like competitive reps, there's not too many really withstanding. So I think the thing that really sparks my eye or that gets me excited is like Chaotic and Hugh. Seeing how well the double duelist kind of worked before, and also Chaotic really thriving on a map like Split here with the Yoru. I think that's going to do a lot of damage to NRG, and the fact that, you know, this is like the first time in a while that they're finally coming back into Split while also facing a 13-3. So the momentum definitely lost a little bit in regards to how confident NRG might be feeling right now.
Well, folks, it is the last map for both of these teams. For one of them will qualify, or one will be eliminated. Tenrek, Marks, one last time for this series. Take it away.
Thanks, Liz. Yeah, it's the last time we'll see one of these teams this stage, and it's a real shame that we'll have to do it on what is probably both of these teams' best map at the moment. Marcus, NRG Academy having a really solid defensive record here. And attack, it's only because they haven't gotten to play that much attack. They've just won so well on defense more often than not that we have gotten to see that. So already I'm excited to see how much they have in the playbook for this against a composition that should be more fit to meet them here on this map.
Yeah, I think like if you look at that last map, it was very clear there were a couple of differences in how they were approaching it. And it was a little bit difficult for NRG Academy really to get anything online. And then they just kind of started hinting it towards the end. But, you know, new map, fight for survival, still very important. ADG, though, being that team that thrives off of a heat up. And so coming into this one, sure, like, compositionally speaking, they're very similar teams. You got the Neon instead of the Yoru. That's fine. But I think that ADG are coming into this one nice and confident. And if you can kind of get Chaotic, if you can kind of get Hugh to start to heat it up yet again, then this is going to spell a lot of trouble for NRG Academy to really shut those players down.
Now, we've seen the power of this Waylay Yoru execute. So it's a question of, are they going to be able to kind of recycle that on defense proactively, or are they going to be using a lot of retake leaning in order to kind of get that distance in one fell swoop? You have a lot of tools to either play preventative or wait things out and then just take it back in a full-blown brawl. It's all about just setting that stage.
And speaking of setting that stage, like I want to see the Waylay really start to set up a lot of plays here. We've seen the combination of just how powerful the Waylay kind of is, especially when you kind of toss that saturate down. But of course, the duelist being the person who's able to find it. Chaotic, though, finds Shondex with a nice little headshot after taking quite a bit of damage himself. And so that is going to be that Waylay, no longer available. Thankfully, Ren's still alive. So the Neon should still be able to get a lot of this space that you would have expected.
T-Dog's able to get Chaotic back to full, but at least this space has been given away. Snakebite to force a bit of a cut in, but the lurk in is not immediately caught. Floric! Oh, that's rough. And already you can see the mental playing a toll. Still you walk up. And yet again, the Sky proving to have so many tools to be able to stop something like this. Step back out. Renz catches the first, but Chaotic is just walking it down. It's just down to Giza. Nothing left in the toolkit either, and already been sussed away. And the stun can swing, still not enough. 73 HP, and Chaotic is low. Giza, having heard the tap, ready for the angle. The approach is one. Giza, no. Hey, NRG Academy gets a pistol out of that one.
Get in the backpack, kids, because Giza's gonna take you home. 4 kills on that round to make sure that they get that pistol round. And what felt like disaster was just continuously striking on the side of NRG Academy. Once again, Chaotic really starting to heat up. That should be, well, what you expect based on how that last map went. But it's moments like these where you see Bones and T-Dog go for the swing. And Giza's able to find both of them. It's unbelievable, exactly like you say. Still NRG Academy, they squeak by on the first. Bones, well, went for the peek, and Shondex finds Chaotic. And sure, took a lot of damage, but thankfully the overgrowth is available.
Yeah, one of the errors that has already been bottled back up. So ADG will try to play that checkpoint system as much as possible on this anti-EQ, give as many opportunities for NRG to make a mistake, because that is what got them so far on Haven. Quick little check. You send Shondex in. He's quick enough on the Marshall trigger, and that'll be a 2K for the Waylay now already before the real approach has begun.
It's like Shondex flicks away just at the last second as we see Sacred approach. There's no way, man. Everything was just against NRG Academy, but thankfully Shondex is able to secure that kill. Should be a lot easier. The rotation around this time. No smokes to be able to get put up unless Bones tosses one down preemptively, but T-Dog at least gets spotted.
Renz is gonna run that down. Counteracted by Paranoia at first, but the stunted swing again now leaves Chloric as that next checkpoint. Quick and easy clear, that just leaves it to Hugh. Just on the Classic too. But so much time you have to spend just waiting for an exit or an explosion, you might just try and go for a backstab if you're gonna be out here this long anyway.
Bones unfortunately missing a couple of shots there. Could have made this a lot more expensive for NRG Academy. Instead, it's just the quick zippiness Dion brings to the table. Make sure this one happens. So, yeah, exactly like you said, Hugh. Be pushed forwards here, looking for potentially a kill, but they know exactly where he is. Giza finds that spray down. NRG Academy take the reins yet again, 2-0 now, as they're starting to feel a lot more comfortable compared to that last map.
Yeah, already a really clean start to this. Just denying a lot of the trap setups that ADG tried to fall into. And getting away with a couple of inserts on their own to continue forcing ADG to kind of second guess. But on this bonus, of course, you have a lot more room to get a little aggressive, get a little active here on the tunnel. You're not as scared as the iron sight sniper coming down your way, so you'll already cause a little bit of noise here. Bird used up on Bones, but Chaotic not spotted. Now the smoke on top to force the double peek if they decide to go for this, and they will. Entry in, refract back into the flash. The combo attempted by NRG Academy, but Renz's speed can't match up with it. He still can find Bones, who steps in instead, trying to catch a backstab on the crowd. That's a tough call.
And a beautiful microplay coming in from NRG Academy. Like you see, as soon as they go to try and shoot the waylay, immediately the guiding light comes through, the blind gets activated, and then it feels like there's no choice but for Bones to try and push it out, especially given the fact that there's so many people just on the other side. So excellent play coming through from NRG Academy to start us off.
Seeker's out, gonna catch Sacred pretty immediately here, so you can start swinging him. Just two on the vault thanks to his poison orb. Makes it a 3v3. Yeah, that's a quick two-piece. Still, NRG Academy just running forward. Chaotic popping out of the smoke, all down to timing, and he'll catch it.
Spike down B.
Alone has the outlaw. I don't know how he picked this up, but there we go. Saturate on top, and Hugh catches it. So ADG will keep two standing for that intercept.
That's kind of crazy. If you ask me, it was looking like NRG Academy should have been able to walk away with the round. They go for those little cool micro plays, exactly like I said, to be able to set themselves up. Everything is looking fine and dandy. And then it just comes to Sacred finding an absolutely disgusting double kill, but then just the duelists being able to move in through the top there to make sure that they punish everybody else flying through. So bit of an error for NRG Academy, and it kind of feels like, once again, they're just kind of walking into free gun space and getting mowed down in the midst of all of it. Let's see what they've got for us this time around, as, well, Bones still just going to be holding far forwards, but the emphasis on that defense is going to be towards that mid.
Paranoia on the early intercept, Bird, and then the relay bolt. No, that was Saturate to catch him, and then the relay bolt into the back hallway. They are really tracking him down, and all the while, Chloric on the lurk check catches Hugh early on, and now heads back into spawn to be ready for the second one. Looks like he's ready for it. Yeah, the Chaotic, as always, early out on the tower. The low altitude is managed, and yeah, Chloric, I mean, the discipline to stay back there all along just because you know how Sacred is, that's very admirable. And the rest of NRG Academy staying stoic on the bottom, not really getting too aggressive with the angles they were taking, and sure, you lose one or two along the way, but you come away with a round really commandingly.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm so impressed right now by Giza, specifically on this sky with those guiding lights. It feels like consistently the blinds are getting a lot of value for the rest of NRG Academy to move in, and it's always just so in sync with the push forwards from Renz and Shondex. And so once again, that initiator combo kind of working out in favor of NRG Academy, but aggressive this time. The waylay, well, it secures Chloric just off the bat.
Yeah, forcing the attention away so T-Dog gets a couple free seconds of peeking, but the rest of these players still just have to walk in dry, and yeah, you've got everything you need. Giza continuing to farm now with 3 on his belt this time. Bones just standing it down in B, seeing if there was a lurker. There ain't. So this will be likely a 4-1 here from NRG Academy after that eco goes awry.
And you're seeing why they were very comfortable leaving Giza on that veto earlier on, you know, on a mountain all alone, because Giza can pull off kills that are basically like that. Unbelievable stuff coming through from the sky to be able to make it happen. But once again, it just comes down to a good team up between the actual players on the map and knowing where to hold their angles, knowing where to be looking to make sure that they swing off of each other. Everyone's so hyper-focused, the sky goes completely unchecked to allow a crazy amount of pressure while Shondex just flies back over, still playing that distraction waylay.
I really like what Hugh is doing to just make enough of a ruckus to get ADG on, and Chaotic taking advantage of that, but not necessarily in ways that you would expect. Like you don't expect him to go for these like mild step-ins just on top of his smokes, like not even a flash necessarily, just walking it in and getting so much value out of it. Overdrive out from Renz on this approach, and the rest of NRG Academy can just sort of bulldoze what's left on the A site. So you've already got a 3v5.
Just opening up things
Spike
completely.
planted.
Sure, Dimensional Drift online, but Chaotic has this operator. I wonder if this is the round really to use it.
Tough for him to be able to grab any other guns from here. So you're hoping maybe he has a shorty in the pocket and then goes for the drift, but there's also not much time to justify using it. But like this, if you can't find anybody in the next 15 seconds, you might just be toast. Yeah, they go in now, and Renz eats like a king with this judge. 5-1 NRG Academy. This streak is up and running.
Yeah, that was great. Like, you look at the ultimate combo coming out from NRG Academy. I really like how they comboed those ultimates. The convergent paths happens onto that A site, and then one of the benefits of bringing Neon is that you've got another wall that you can just deploy. Harbor, where are you at? Because turns out Neon can do pretty much the exact same thing while running at you nice, quick, and easy. And then the overdrive just completely fries and overwhelms the defense for ADG on that A site. They're just simply not aware where to look, bumping into people. It's not exactly how you want it to go, but it will be enough for ADG to call that time out into this next round. Their buy is going to be a little bit scattered. They have a lot of ultimates, but personally speaking, I don't think this is the round that you pop any of them.
Yeah, it feels like you still try to play slow if you can. Just try to cradle a lot of what NRG has, because again, you don't have that Yoru. You have to have Renz be the one that rushes in. So if you give enough space to the approach, save for maybe like Gize's bird, nothing's really gonna catch you until you go for that retake game. So if you can find a way to drain that well early on, and then maybe you can justify an ultimate where it's not getting diffed or kind of cushioned, then it feels like ADG can really win on the firepower game. It's just about finding that opening consistently. And NRG Academy, I mean, they're busting the door down with what? A fast lane, a bird, and a saturate, and that's it. And then they can use the rest to just counterplay. It's so, like, minimalist right now, and it can't be if ADG wants to get more on the board.
Yeah, like NRG, it's exactly like you said. Nice, simple, and easy, right? Like, you know exactly what they're going to be running at you with, but it's just so effective. And then on top of that too, like ADG even confirming the information are having a tough time trying to back out and be able to play their lives. When that flood-in happens, they just get run over and then, you know, collapse in their spots. And so I need to see ADG either setting up a couple of trap plays or being a little bit more careful and proactive, exactly like Bones is doing now.
Yeah, ready for this walk-up from Shondex. A triviality dealt with very quickly. The 2-2 split from NRG Academy, still keeping the weight shifted, though, as Andrew's going to toss a smoke in to maybe keep them guessing. Yeah.
Ooh.
Wow, they faked the fake.
Dimensional drift, though.
Is it all a ploy?
Yeah, it gets all that information, so now he knows. And okay, yeah, teleports back, but still, they get that information, no one's there, but that's plenty of time for NRG Academy to be able to continue to work the map. So ADG still don't really know what NRG are thinking.
Poison Orb has done a lot of work for Sacred in the past, and the Relay Bolt is going to give away that presence, at least in the beginning of it. Sacred swings onto the first, finally counterfrag, but still a 2v4 now for NRG Academy as they make their approach onto the B site, and Bones is not checked at all on the drop. A taste of NRGA's own medicine given back to them in spades, and ADG get another round on the board. Sans just 3 ults, Marcus. They used a couple, but it worked.
And just like that, the Bucky finds immense value there, which is something you're not really expecting, and Bones playing in an undistinguishable position there. And you can see, like, NRGA are like, haha, we got them on the ropes. We're gonna run into their spawn, kill them there, and be able to find them, but Bones goes completely unchecked. One drop down. Okay, you know where the other is. Let that paranoia go loose, and you secure the second kill nice and easy. Fantastic, just chill out zone for ADG. Bones starting us out with that first kill and closing us out towards the end. Viper Spit deployed very early on, but Shondex already so forward finds Hugh before the actual smoke gets deployed.
And no refract available either. Hugh is just out in no man's land, wandering, waiting, thinking that Pit was going to cover him in time, but if there's anybody that's going to be able to meet that waylay, it's the other waylay. And now it's Chloric that ends up making that distance on top of the screen. That's going to eat so much utility in his face, and it still takes a millennium to get to him still. Bones nips it in the bud, and the Bird able to play preventative so that NRGA still question themselves getting on. The Seekers will change that, though, and track down the 2 standing on the site. Make it 3. Everybody's walked down, and the toxic screen can't do a thing now.
Man, these flashes are just so good. Coming through, and Chaotic able to find Reds.
Always that tower presence, still just a a thorn in their sides, and the TP available from ADG actually sells that NRGA has a better chance here on the Heaven Peak, and maybe they do now that Peas has been able to hold his own in the Ditto, but Bones taking that off angle, still surviving on 5 HP, trading away that damage against Shondex, as his opponent is still kicking, takes out Ange, and it's Shondex alone now. 38 collective HP in the books on this lobby, and Bones escapes with a 4th kill and a 3rd round for ADG.
Oh man, that kill coming through from Hugh with the operator. So important to let ADG know what the heck is going on. Like the NRG Academy, they call that audible halfway through, and then you see immediately the call gets made to just kind of swap things around. But then oh sorry, it was Chaotic who found the op kill, but once Chaotic does find that kill and confirms that information, they can cancel the TP for Bones. That leaves that A site still reinforced, and then Bones just playing so smart around those corners. It's textbook, it's beautiful, and Hugh going in fast this time, Convergent has activated, but not able to secure any kills.
You've got to get aggressive in this ultless round here if you want to silence that eco, but Ange nailing Bones on top of his first. Nice headshot by T-Dog. It's just not enough on the Phantom to catch Renz on his run back, but still you have a lot of util that continue to play keep away on the site itself, so NRG Academy are a little bit stuck, but ADG are just not present here yet. I mean, Chaotic is still waiting on screens to see if anybody's lurking, but the plant is going down.
That's going to be 3v5 here. And okay, ADG.
Wow, yeah. What a call.
Yeah, and it's just like they decided to back out given the operator is so expensive, and sure, their economy is overall good. They could have made an honest try at it, but they actually just decide, hey, let's just save the sniper rifle and try to make this one work. So this will give NRG Academy their next round. But hey, very good heads up play coming through from NRG Academy to make sure that they counter the convergent paths right off the bat. And the fact of it too, Ange able to just completely slip by, completely surprising the members of ADG, Hugh and Bones caught in the midst of that Omen, just being able to navigate around. So great kind of play there for NRG Academy to get out that ultimate and survive in the midst of all of it.
And now they can, get that cycle going again for themselves, knowing they didn't have anything. It seems like ADG really wanted to pounce on them before they could gain any positioning, but like you said, you have too many things to sidestep. Even the second those barriers drop, you've got to keep draining that well. You've got to get rid of some of these kits before you can safely go stack for stack here. I mean, just NRG's approaches look so clean once they're fully netted. It's just about stopping them before they can compose themselves, and they've done that so many times from here on the tower in B main. Chaotic now bringing that operator from screens back over to this site that's been heavily contested, and Renz with that first dash out is going to force it to a mere peak. Now Chloric on the mid takes care of that tower presence in Hugh. Sacred standing atop, dealt with as well by Renz, and this is another quick convergence that's only stopped by the spear tip. Ooh. Chaotic now down on the pit. Chloric himself able to manage it, and it's another dominant round by NRG Academy. T-Dog already on the way out, having to just give this away once again. And NRG Academy look to rinse and repeat with an ult cycle that now looks dangerous.
Yeah, it's, I made that joke at the start of this matchup here about face-off, swapping styles and all that type of stuff. But NRG Academy this time, it's just so aggressive that they go in there. And then as soon as you see the pit get deployed, Chloric moving forwards in the midst of all of it. Usually when the pit gets deployed, you hide your Viper, right? You want the Viper to stay alive. And no, it was all just deployed to bait you forwards so Chloric can find a kill. It's so beautifully executed, but NRG Academy, they're now up into the 4th gear. They're looking to continue to speed things up, and honestly, it's been looking really good against the ADG's defense thus far. ADG are just not super prepared for the speed that NRG Academy are kind of flying at them with, and they're no longer being able to secure those first bloods, which really felt like it was pivotal in making sure that it was going to be ADG running away with the round.
The most regulation attack that NRG Academy have played on this map so far this stage, so you would understand why ADG are trying to play so close to the problem, so quick to the issue, so that you're forcing NRG Academy to just go through their attack plans a little more often, a little, become a little inconsistent. But Barebones base execs, honestly, haven't really been deterred. unless ADG, again, play the util well properly here. Find those ISOs. Now it's just a walk-up by Shondex this time to gain this space. In this half buy from ADG.
I'm so worried about Sacred with the Bucky in hand, but I think, well, the dog should be able to spot it out and, well, actually hides that shotgun information. So still a little bit unknown. Renz, the eye of the beholder, knows what happened last time they tried to just zip in through there. So will smartly think twice about that. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chloric has been doing a good job at least controlling the space here, but T-Dog finding that, so will guarantee the information of where these players are going.
This is such a weird angle for Chaotic to be holding, and that's why he's able to get a freebie out of it. Doesn't TP away before getting traded back. Space not fully taken. Sacred has been able to drop down. The fast lane fades, and that'll let Renz get a free sight onto Sacred, then a free swing, then a free kill. Bones' paranoia doesn't stop him, but only gets that trade back. Giza able to quickly close off that as well, and ADG's threats have only been counteractions, one at a time. Now comes the double stack, but it's a 2v2 that NRG Academy so easily win. Everything just feeling like a speed trap, but NRG Academy keep going 110.
And the last two players to be able to close that one out, Ange and Giza. Giza has been having an amazing performance today. Ange had an amazing performance yesterday. And so both these players so confident in being able to hold this crossfire. You know, cross their T's, dotting their I's, making sure that no one's going to be walking away from there. And exactly like you said, the ultimate cycling for NRG Academy is looking sublime. They've got the convergent paths, they've got the overdrive, they've got the seekers as well. Lots of tools for them to work with to try and find this 9-3 half. On the other side, I do like the positioning that Bones has been kind of getting in, you know, figuring out what's going on. But unfortunately, it hasn't been enough to really secure any of these rounds in the past three. And unfortunately, now we have a little bit of a tech pause, so we're going to have to do a little bit more of a waiting game before we get this last round in the half.
Got some time to ponder. So, my eyes are on Chaotic for this take back, because you see that one away from the drift is so tempting. You think if Chaotic gets enough information to get a free orb, or has that sight line down the big cave to maybe get a free kill as well, there are options to allow for, you know, a free foot in the door, but they're all a little risky. They all require having either T-Dog or Hugh throw either a bird or themselves, respectively, out into the open. Give yourself that space, and only temporarily, because NRG Academy have so many ways of taking space back, especially on their side of the barrier. It's so hard to justify doing anything first if you're ADG, because you have so much less, but you have to initiate and force NRG Academy to use it or lose it, really, as early as possible, because you have a lot of time to play with, and NRG Academy like to get this done early.
And that's the thing too, like, you look at the composition that ADG have. If I'm being, if I were to just try and figure out how I would want to counter some of this type of stuff, I would group up the double duelists, you know, play off that waylay combination and allow the Ori to kind of go in there, find that spacing, because both of those agents could just get out so quickly. You know, the TPs are going to be fantastic to make sure that you can kind of get in there, and if the saturate lands, you find a kill, you stop it nice and early, and then you back out nice and fine. But of course, that's not really what we've been seeing. We've been seeing that buddy system getting set up there, but it really is just that original kind of skirmish, exactly like you said, that NRG Academy just simply are winning. And once again, if I had to highlight somebody, I think those flashes have been looking phenomenal from Giza. I still cannot believe how often it is, like, from the observer perspective, when we're on the ADG players, how often they get flashed just as Renz is running into the site.
Yeah, you're able to also just elongate how much time you can wait before you have to use one of those birds, because you have people like Renz who are just willing to sort of run out and be that scout for you. That's so difficult to hit that you get those extra couple inches in, you get that extra corner that you can clear with the bird, and then you instantly get that much more space. It's what makes a lot of the B execs look so dang strong coming out of that garage initially, because Renz can kind of just step out whenever he wants to. Giza can just threaten that bird hanging over everybody's head for the long term, and then finally when they get on, you can launch it up to the tower, you can launch it up to, over to Link, you can launch it behind the boxes, you can clear out basically the rest of that space in several different ways, to allow for really anybody, including Renz, to swing out on top and take that kill. So there's so many options available for ways for NRG Academy to take this, let alone using the strats they've already rinsed and repeated. So I keep drifting back to, you know, your diversions, your double ups, your second wins that you have in players like Chaotic and Q on that double duelist, where you're able to kind of shuffle through, not just with the double swing, but with the refract, with the gate crash, to where you can force NRG Academy to make so many second guesses and so many extra decisions, waste another 15 seconds, condition that there could be alert, condition that there could be, you know, a convergence on the site. Just force some level of flow charting out of NRG Academy.
Yeah. And that would really help too, because then they have to use their utility to clear some of those open spaces. Giza's flashes sure are good on site, but they've also been used to kind of clear out those off angles, right? So, you know, if you had a little bit more difference, then gives a better opportunity. Convergent path is going to be online.
On the site as well, which is why he was gotten so close. I mean, this is just a great preparation from Azure Dragon, just understanding exactly how NRG Academy was going to approach a round like that, and they countered it in spades. The stack present, convergent paths didn't hit a damn thing. That was a spit in the face for a last round of the half.
Yeah, what a way for that round to end. We were like, oh yeah, let's just take this nice little tech pause, calm everything down, nice and easy. And it's over in 15 seconds. Wow, who could have seen that one coming? And honestly, if you took a look at the buy, maybe you did, just because T-Dog had an Odin in hand. And we've seen what happens, specifically on Breeze, when T-Dog has an Odin in his hands, going up against NRG Academy. But now, we will be swapping sides around. And this is where I anticipate we're going to be seeing ADG start to really get their attack online. I want to see those waylay combinations I've been talking about. They've got that double duelist for a reason. They're good at just diving in with it. Let's see Magic kind of strike as they start to attack here on Split.
Step out. Oh, Clorix approached quick. Yeah, I didn't expect Chaotic to just be walking it down like this. Mid's now opened up. NRG Academy split. They got to make the call of where they're going to put their weight more often. And it's got to be this A site. Giza just prepared for it. Bird doesn't mean a thing. Now he has his own, and it's going to open up the whole site again for Shondex and Giza to just go crazy on these pistols once more. Bones entirely crunched on, and Sacred from on high, able to get him with 3. It's going to have to be a 4th for him in order to save the round, but by God, he just might do it.
Oh man, this is going to be tough too. Ange does still have the paranoia, should be able to go shopping for a weapon potentially. The time is ticking down. Sacred lower HP means this is a little bit more possible, but Sacred's just been on fire lately.
It's to re-breach the screen, right? No, it's not back up in time. He just walks it in. There it is. Oh! The full 4K to get Azure Dragon back in this game. I mean, that looked so decided. Once the take was done, they slid in. They had the back angles that they were dipping back from. Yeah. And then Sacred pops out on Heaven and just denies.
Yeah, I was going to say like a good hold coming through, and then it's just 1 tap, 2 tap, 3 tap. Oh, look at that. I've got the whole site. And then it's just a complete guessing game at the end for how they're going to be able to just find that positioning. And unfortunately, not able to do that, so ADG will pick up this pistol round. And Sacred, once again, going for the brawl. A little bit more whiffy this time, but same for Giza.
Yeah, used up all his aura points in that first one, but luckily he's got him down to half. Misses out on the double swing, so Shondex can trade it back, but still, the stack is over on the B site, and NRG Academy is just not equipped enough to handle it, surely. Dog has to do a lot of prior checking. The paranoia will catch Bones, but he's short-sighted, not blind-sighted, so he's able to just get away with both.
SMG's really showing their hand yet again. Tale as old as time at this point. Bullets go boom, and suddenly just like that, you get run over. A little bit of uncomfortability at the start of this round, but finally Spike goes down. Shondex and Cloric just looking for potentially exits or a couple of kills, make it pad the economy just a little bit more, but I don't imagine this is going to be a real attempt at a defuse.
Yeah. Just playing for somebody who gets greedy, I assume. Here we go.
Time to jump.
Let's see it. Got a head tap here. I mean, that's a weird walk-up for you to take, Chaotic.
Sometimes you forget how long the sniper rifle barrel is, you know?
Enemy remaining.
All right, well, you'll get rid of Cloric on the way down. Shondex will That is fine. No?
Should be able to. Yeah,
Yeah,
this is what you want to do. Yeah, this is the play.
Yeah, this is what you want. Yeah, this is what you want.
Yes. Boom, and just like that, you'll be fine. No getting hit by a bazooka here. And yeah, ADG, pretty expected, exactly like you said, be able to walk through the paranoia gives that nearsightedness. Make sure that Bones can just kind of continue to walk in there and spray things down. But now this is NRG having full rifles coming through, and let's see how they want to set up this defense this time. I imagine we're still going to be seeing Sacred poke A, maybe not actually. The conditioning is beginning because the wall gets set up here and you're expecting Sacred to continue to try and take that duel, but is not actually going to be the case. An emphasis on B towards mid here, and at least NRG Academy are very aware of it, but they're still gambling on that A site. It's going to be up to Ange to be able to find a kill and get out.
Shadows traveling. Hyper-aggressive util is channeled Chloric back into the A vents, so you forced a 3-2 very early on here. But that bird from T-Dog doesn't nail any space from ADG and even forces the regrowth onto Chaotic to get him back to full. Ange can still watch this on top of his smoke, about to get cycled away, and you have a 5-second window in which you can breach this. ADG's gonna take it. They're stacked. They're in. Chaotic far ahead as always. Gate crash is up and running.
Ooh.
Smoke back in, and there's the take, doubling back. Chaotic is the one that finds the distance and the kill. But Ange still gets one on the way down. Oh, Sacred. How has he found it? Chloric is ready. So 4v3 for the post plant. That still hasn't initiated yet because ADG haven't found a safe passage. Now they have.
T-Dog as well able to get the rifle upgrade here. Bone's gonna just take a step away from that spike, and you can see already Chloric going for the flank, but will be checked potentially by T-Dog as the Sharks are gonna be swimming in.
Nothing really seen on that first light speed. Now there's Chloric with the wrap. Gotta check for him too. Too much in your face. Surely it's done there, and indeed. 3 rifles stay standing for NRG Academy's bonus. But that felt a lot more step by step. Felt a lot more like there was stuff in your way. So ADG have a lot of ways in which they can force NRG to second guess and slow things down and reduce the options going forward here.
And I want to highlight Ange there, and I'm glad that the replay started with an Ange clip just there, because I think Ange does a fantastic job at playing around the smokes. Whether or not it's the Viper wall, whether or not it's their own shadow smokes or anything like that, Ange is consistently able to just kind of play around it, secure a kill or a couple, and then make it that much more painful. And so if you are EDG, you have to be keeping an eye on this Omen, because pretty consistently, Ange has been able to successfully navigate around and surprise the opponents. So ADG just losing someone pretty early on is not how you wanted that last round to start out here, and immediately you can feel the presence of that Omen, the pressure that is being exuded. So ADG, they poke a little bit, they use up the flash, but they will be backing out here and will be regrouping with Sacred all the way there. And the Seekers, though, should give NRG a heads up as to what is going on this map.
It'll let Chloric head back over to the tower instead of holding himself up in vents like before, but even so, he had to use his bite and his orb on top of the dog to make sure that there wasn't a full-blown mid-push. So NRG Academy are still kind of split ends right now. That being said, with enough noise made from those Seekers from the screens, ADG may have been convinced that they need to head back towards mid. That's now bolstered up by Renz holding with that judge.
Oh boy, and the smoke gets deployed as well. More room to play with. Flash goes out.
Oh, bird into the saturate should pretty easily catch him, but Ren still manages to land the double shot into his own relay bolt, but T-Dog still manages to get away with the trade back, so now that neutral space is Azure Dragons, and all the meanwhile, Chaotic has made his way all the way back to the screens. Both members of NRG Academy on A site holding behind the map. Bones first to poke out. Now you head back to the screens where Chaotic is waiting. No way they expect it, right? 12 seconds to go. Giza still behind the maps, and Shondex ready on the double swing.
Let's go.
It's all managed by just those two, and it gets NRGA to double digits.
We love a good distraction, Neon. Oh no, actually it's Shondex on the waylay this time. I love these little plays, and we see it quite often in VCL where, you know, the waylay is so distracting and you see them dash out, so you're like, okay, that must be clear. There's nobody gonna be there. And then suddenly somebody pops out and you're like, what the heck are you doing here? And it's just free kills. Like, sure, the neon is distracting because you kind of have to throw your mouse around trying to track the power slide. But at the same time, the space that Waylay does, nobody ever expects there to be two people kind of hanging out there because the Waylay can quickly escape into, you know, somewhere where you can't get shot. And so as a result of that, there's so many of these cheeky little timings that we get to see other players playing around the Waylay get to utilize. That's one of the big reasons why you see the Waylay get brought into this, just simply because you don't need your scan initiator anymore. You just send Waylay in and immediately recall. And you get to set up a lot of these cool trap plays to try and confuse your opponent more so than you would expect on other duelists.
And funnily enough, we've seen that in tandem with the Yoru a lot of times here on Split, that NRG Academy have actually been pretty adept at being able to intercept. In particular, Giza, with these birds, he's just found a way to get a cut in the side of that opening. And sure, part of it's timing, but also part of it is just the fact that even having two people on top of that opening push still might not be enough if you can't make up that gap in time. And you see that where, for even that momentary gap, you're able to split responsibility among two players on the defense, and that, a lot of the times for a team as good as NRGA, is all you need.
And all that pressure just at the start of the round being mitigated by all the smokes on the side of Azure Dragon Gaming, making sure that NRG Academy don't get up to any shenanigans, and it denies the information off of that guiding light. So NRG Academy not too sure what's going on outside of that A site, and that's why they continue to reinforce it. Meanwhile, Azure Dragon Gaming doing a good job getting this wrap around. But off the Trailblazer, I imagine they're going to start pushing up mid.
Yeah, this is the farthest that the dog has gotten, and it's already going to try and get him to feast on Chloric. It was a trap play to set up Renz, but it's Chloric that nets that trap play first. Renz has to run away from the saturate and give the site over to ADG, but still has this cross. No smoke to help him out either. So he might be able to get away with something. No, everybody's going to wait until the pit's up in order to get anything going, but Shondex and Giza on top, caught early, caught! No, Shondex gets two on the way down, so it's Ange alone. But he's still got a lot of distance to make up.
Relay is still available here.
Well, you could at least clear the board here on your own side, but you have to get your first. If you feel safe about it, and Bones has the sights up first. A thrifty to get ADG back off the chopping block, if not for now, 3 rounds down.
Man, that was a sick play though. From Shondex doing the just swipe across the screen, finding 2 kills, just goes for T-Dog and somehow finds you in the midst of that cloud. As soon as the Viper's Pit gets deployed, it's just that much more difficult, and a lot of those advantages that you afford to those weapons gets just wiped off the board, especially for some of that longer range stuff. This time around, we're going to be seeing Shondex step up to that operator role. It's a new look for him, but at the same time, it's going to be Renz with the judge in hand. Dimensional drift, confirm a little bit of space, and the Seeker's to confirm that knowledge. T-Dog finds the spray.
Wow, yeah, that Seeker just gonna track down Ange, who walks it down for a millisecond and gets punished for it. Rest of ADG easily walks onto site, and that's a second for T-Dog, just looking through smokes. Now you can set up shop pretty easily here. Giza in the poison orb of all things gets hit, but now T-Dog able to stack a third as this spike keeps ticking away. Now confirming Shondex with the bird. This guy's doing it all this round.
Oh boy, yeah, that was the most painful part about all of that is it's through the smokes, right? Like, it's just like, no idea. I'm just gonna spray here. Oh, nice, I got a kill. Spray through another smoke. Oh, nice, I got another kill. Like, it's almost frustrating if you are at NRG Academy because you're not even given a chance before it's already over. Still a good job for him, ADG. We do see them use a couple of ultimates to try and make that one work just a little bit better, but Shondex at least should be able to carry this rifle forwards, but does just have to be careful.
There you go. Oh no, look at
Oh, T-Dog with 4.
Tragic. Yeah, give it to him. He's the one who deserves it at this point. Now top fragging for his team too, 13-13-8. Not too shabby at all. The enabling that he's been able to do is getting on the level that Giza was able to on NRGA's attack. Necessary for when you need a player like Hugh to be more active than enabling for someone like Chaotic to conquer. Really strung together with these active flashers for ADG's attack to work. And it'll necessitate the first of timeouts from NRG Academy here, as the gap is now 2. And you have to go to an eco now. So what exactly are you trying to get done here? Because ADG, I mean, there's no telling when they're going to be able to decide to spring this 5-stack. In fact, they might wait a while to maybe farm an orb or two if Hugh could get away with one.
I was just about to say, like, looking at the ultimates could potentially come out online. I think this next round for NRG Academy, not necessarily the one that you're anticipating to win, but if Renz dies, that means Overdrive will be on for next round. Chloric 2 away from having the pit available, which is such a good tool on defense specifically. And so there are opportunities here for NRG Academy to get some of those ultimates ready so that they can proc them in the next round. On the other side, though, ADG, like you said, Hugh, having the convergent paths online could be really helpful, especially in the face of dueling convergent paths. So I imagine you're going to be trying to get Hugh that ultimate, if not for this round, for the next one.
Already the chip.
Ow.
And the finisher, Chaotic. Dividends, baby. And now you're, I mean, already kind of stuck on one option here, aren't you? Might as well just twist the knife.
Gotta go.
Yeah, Ren's just going to be backing out of that one right now. 10 HP. Hey, Giza.
Not having any of that.
Give me some of that good old nature health that's going to make me feel better here. And so we'll be able to get healed up, but still, like, one tap from any of these weapons is going to be more than enough to take down any of the members from NRG Academy.
Just a couple T's crossed and I's dotted in mid to make sure that this B push can go off without a hitch, but it still can when Giza's birds are still looking this clean. So you don't have the distance. Now Giza has the shots. Big bird back, though, from T-Dog. Opens up that entire lane into the link and lets Bones and Sacred go buck wild. Ren's still alive, though, to turn it to a 1v1. Hey, calm down, y'all. But it's 9-10 regardless.
Yeah, and it feels like consistently Sacred is finding them all lined up. And so a nice little, like, spray down is going to be more than enough to make sure that you find that kill there. So a little unfortunate here. A nice little trap play coming through from NRG Academy, especially given the waylay flying into the back there, the stun up. You think you'd be able to secure the kill, and just like that, the Viper pops around completely unspotted. But now ADG in spitting distance of NRG Academy. One round, try and make this one happen. NRG, though, like I was talking about, a lot of ultimates at their disposal here. They need to make this round stick if they want to stabilize their economy.
He's a birding out the gate, nothing on top of it, but it'll just, yeah, let Shondex hold that more confidently.
Yep.
The drop lets Shondex get away with a second against spin the whole time. It's flawless. Tragedy strikes ADG as they got to reset yet again, and it's 11-9.
So no ultimates, actually. I take that back. That's my bad, NRG Academy.
Yeah, let's not use a
with
damn thing this round, bro. What?
And this is an interesting one from ADG, where it feels like their flood-in has been so consistent and making sure that they're blocking off all the angles. They just blind swing into that long sight line to allow the operator to really sing, and then Giza goes completely unpunished, hanging out on the site. It just simply came down to them not checking all of these angles and not playing as together. And so, let's see how this plays out this time. Chaotic, though, starting us out with the first blood again.
He's been here before, and he will get away with one again, and then TP's out immediately after. This is the kind of flood that ADG were looking for, and now it'll get pile drive by those ultimates on top of it. Just though Giza still comes away with in heaven and still gets out scot-free. ADG now having to make that blind approach. The snake bite will delay Chaotic on the ramp, but the spike is down with a lot of room to spare, and now the Seekers in response from Giza into the bird for heaven to make sure nobody's immediately on top of it. That's to escort Chloric in as ADG have to get tighter and tighter. T-Dog on this opener from the back hall. Sacred catches the screen presence. T-Dog gets all the rotation in.
Oh no.
He calls his own against Chloric. A war on all fronts won by Azure Dragon to stay in this match.
Now that is a motivational booster and a half. Fantastic stuff coming through from ADG. They just hold their ground, and the double swings coming through from NRG Academy are just a little bit discombobulated, a little bit mistimed. Giza trying to make sure that it is a winnable scenario, puts them into just that, but the double duel is falling down to T-Dog just with a spray down. Should not be happening. That's the whole point of that double swing. NRG Academy, maybe it's finally getting to them. Maybe they're starting to crack. ADG looking to secure their spot in playoffs. And boy, they've been heating up here. Chaotic not able to find that first blood off that first shot.
Chomping at the bit, though. He's going to keep looking for that elbow to hit. And until then, ADG can keep window shopping. This ramp presence has been really solid. T-Dog's been the one to enable it, though. Instead, this is just an insert for Sacred.
Toxins going up. Poison orb emitting.
All of
Again,
that's
are they gonna try and crunch Chloric? He's been here a million times. That sees him.
It's good, the information, but at the same time, like, I don't know that they're aware that Sacred is still all the way up there. Chloric making the right call, though, to rotate around and keep that punch onto middle. Should be able to escape this time, but has to be careful of that flash.
Bird at the ready, there it is. And the convergent pass. Oh, Chloric's not checked! 3-2 for him. And the convergent pass won't get a damn thing. You can't even collapse on top of it. Sacred on that insert, caught by the bird though. But that keeps 2 over in screen, so you could lean B here pretty easily if you want. Oh no, they're gonna try and carve A instead.
Yeah, there was a second of indecision, not too sure where to go, but Sacred's just like, don't worry, I've got the sight. We at least got Heaven, so we have a better shot moving over here. This is still going to be a tough one for ADG to try and make their way in.
Light speed from Hugh. No clearing yet. Still plenty of time on that. Refract sticks around for the bird and gets the kill onto Renz. Giza now alone, and this position's been red. It's still not killed. Not until Sacred gets there. 5 seconds left. Does he have enough time to plant? Just barely. Oh, but the snake bites caught himself, and Showdown gets the kill. If there was ever any way to get to 12, that is certainly one of them.
Oh, not like this, man. We saw some goofy at the very end of the round plays yesterday, and now we're seeing some goofy ones today. Because the question really at that point, right, is, well, are they going to try and kill me, or are they going to try and stick the plant? Is the plant real? And Shawdex is like, uh-oh, turns out the plant was real. Uh-oh, I got to get my gun out and get out of there. Making the right call, but it could have gone down 50-50 either way. NRG Academy, 1 round away now to try and secure their spot. Chaotic finding Shawdex, though, as the Viper split gets deployed.
Yeah, that's mid guaranteed, but ADG will just sink their teeth into A harder. There's that waylay into Yoru combination that worked so well, and it lets ADG onto A site for free. Big 3 with this operator, and that's already a round guaranteed. And with the lesser economy, has to save this Phantom to try to take NRG Academy to 13 before ADG can reach overtime, which they are now 1 round away from. It's almost as if they're playing for their lives, Marks.
This is just unbelievable. Chaotic, what a crazy play on the Yoru. So aggressive with the operator. Mind you, Sacred now has one as well. Of course, it's more than enough here for ADG to be able to secure this 11th round. Like you said, it's going to be a tough one for the next round. NRG Academy won't be able to fully buy things up. A smoke gets deployed to try and confuse where Ange could be hanging out here. It's going to be all good. Being able to carry this one forwards. 2 ultimates available on the side of NRG Academy to close this out. On the other side, it's the Dimensional Drift, the Viper's Fit, as well in the hands of ADG. And yeah, take that timeout button so you know what you can do onto this next one.
Not much at all. I mean, Renz is going to have to rely on that overdrive, and that means NRG Academy basically get 1 shot for a full-fledged 5v5. But they have to play on ADG's terms. The Sacred will have the pit for the post-plant, Chaotic has the drift for the pre-plant, and Bones has the TP for the fake. You have tools to throw NRG Academy basically whatever way you want to, at whatever point in the round you want to.
Yep.
It is going to be so difficult to find a right time for Renz to pop that ulti, get in within the time that it takes for that ulti to dry up, get an opening kill that Giza can maybe collapse on top of and find a weapon. The rest of the team, I mean, everything is on them. So much used last round for nothing. I mean, Chloric no longer has a pit. They didn't even touch mid, bro.
No.
That was just a bigger orb that he was using, and even that got anti-conditioned.
And like, that was one of those things, right? Like, we know that they like pushing up mid. We like doing that. Let's just set this one up. And then it just happens to be the round where ADG go fast and furious. And look at the kill distribution for NRG Academy compared to ADG. Giza and Shondex very much ahead of the curve, while Renz is next up with 14. Meanwhile, pretty much all of the members of ADG within spitting distance of each other for 3 kills apiece. Could be fast and furious to get onto the site off the dimensional drift.
You're almost glad Hugh has been the one to have to ragdoll it, because that means everyone else on ADG is doing their job. Renz sees the moment, overdrive up, and Chaotic strips around post-drift. Instant kill, instant territory gained back, but ADG have mega control of Heaven. And in fact, Renz yeah, now no longer, or now with that rifle is going to be able to get back and reset for the crossfire intercept on the ADG if they go back into this back hall, which they have before, but they also have the ability to swap through vent and go for a backstab onto Chloric, who still has to hold close on the sewer. So you still have a lot of answers if you're ADG here.
Feels a little bit uncomfortable right now for ADG. Sure, you get all that heaven control, but what do you do now? And if I'm being honest, I don't think they know either. It's going to be the slow wraparound from Sacred to try and guarantee the space. They just need that spike down to deploy the pit. With the information, try and get gained there, so Bones now knows where they're hanging out.
You can just tell ADG are playing this like they needed Renz to be dead. And he's not. He's sticking around this whole time. Puppy guarding the back line. Iza sticks around for a little too long. Chloric stepping out from the toxic screen. Can't take care of both. Bones still up with the spike, too. Intimidating Renz with the gunfire to try to get some space and time to be able to plant this spike. It's all down to Hugh to play police as it goes down. And it does. Now the backstab from Chloric. Round 2. Gets his second indeed. Bones having to smoke himself on this back opening corner on the hallway. It's a 1v3 to hold on to this match, to hold on to your place in the Swiss stage, to hold on to your seat in playoffs. It is stolen away by NRG Academy. 3-0, 0-3. It don't matter till you got your fourth. And NRG Academy have their fourth. They've made it to playoffs.
A crazy play coming through at the end for NRG Academy. I mean, you know, we see that same level of aggression coming through this time as well. The dimensional drift being able to go through, but maybe ADG just a little bit too rambunctious that time. We see Chaotic commit to it. They get stuck into heaven and don't know what to do, so they try to make that work, and all the while a backstab gets set up, and suddenly all those really cool ultimates that could have won you the round get tossed to the wayside. It was looking a little bit crazy, but NRG Academy are able to really secure their spot. And big congratulations to them for securing their spot into the playoffs. But unfortunately, that does mean that we have to say goodbye to Azure Dragon Gaming here in stage 1. And you know what, Tenrek? Like, they started out not looking that great, but the heat up from this team has really been crazy to watch. Their Haven looks insane. And, you know, I think they're going to do great stuff moving into stage 2.
100%. There is simply nothing like watching a team fight from the brink so often and still manage to come out on top so much. NRG Academy will snuff out that flame, but for good reason. They look really damn good. We'll get a chat with them and to see how they'll fare in the playoffs, but first, we'll have one more match to go. We'll see you in a bit.
showdown's gonna be big and bodies. Well, if they need it. Only a scuffle, so pit. Good sound, Renz. Oh, the high-low. There it is. Oh, and even more than that, Zorota is dimensional drip from Tonza. He's gonna know what you're planning, what you think before you've even executed. And the real executioners are sleepers.
Well, folks, it was scrappy, it was brutal, but NRG Academy come out on top 2-1 and now have qualified for playoffs. Welcome or welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Gompers and Ash on the desk. And we had one 13-11, then we had an almost a 13-0 Gompers, and then we had another 13-11, bringing NRG Academy the win on split for taking the series.
In favor of ADG. I thought gameplay in general, they were like slowly adapting to the way that NRG likes to play. And I think overall, like, we got to see a lot of cool calls coming out from T-Dog, right? A lot of kind of like cohesion coming through from Hugh and T-Dog as well in regards to like setting them up for some really cool waylay plays. But you know, I'm really satisfied with the performance we got to see from NRG. I feel like there has been a lot of you know, fixing done in regards to like they used to be really, really slow in the mid rounds. And it almost felt like they hesitated quite a bit, but it felt like like the true colors showed. Chloric was really outstanding, and Giza kind of showed out today.
Yeah, I think that it was a great day for NRGA. I feel like it was very close, though. ADG looked so good as well. There's a world where I was honestly expecting to go through this overtime here in our final map, but overall, Liz, you had talked about, you know, the marathon run earlier on top of day for the likes of NRG Academy. The fact that they had a long day yesterday as well, now heading into another series with, you know, such a short turnaround time, but it makes sense that if any team is going to do it, it's going to be NRG Academy. Like, you think about teams that are going to be primed and ready to have that kind of stamina on having game days back to back, and it's going to be these teams who are also, you know, playing in collegiate. They're very used to this kind of grind. And I think that in today's series, and especially the bounce back that we saw from Haven as well, that experience has shown through.
Yeah, experience, and I mean, overall, just a testament to the fact that NRG isn't done yet, right? This being a team that, you know, had kind of formed from a collegiate perspective, and now, you know, this energy really, I do feel like, is coming through. So it must feel really good to also know you're not getting knocked out of the bracket just yet, and you can keep going. So yeah, I again, like, there was such good performances coming across the board. I mean, you can see it, right? 13 first kills on the side of NRG, and some of them actually coming from Ange or Chloric, right? So it felt like this map in particular was a map for everyone to play their best game possible, and I feel like we got that.
And here we are looking at the timeline, and I want you guys to look at that timeline, as always, as closely as you can, audience, back and forth between these two teams. We saw a little bit of NRGA domination, but coming back with ADG. If you're ADG, yes, you have been eliminated. You have not qualified for playoffs, but honestly, we saw some flashes of brilliance there, like with things that we like. I think, Ash, like, that's why you credit them, right? Like, the things on that upwards rise, what we expected from them, it just wasn't enough today.
No, unfortunately it wasn't. So we are going to have to be saying goodbye. We're going to have to say goodbye to them for this Swiss stage, but very, very great signs from this ADG roster, especially if we look towards, you know, later on in the season. But refocusing back onto NRGA as well, I think this was just, Giza was so impressive today with how well he was playing. I think Gompers gave a bit of a nod to that earlier, just across the three different agents that we saw him today, today, like that being the Sky, the KJ, the Vito. Those are all very different playstyles that you have to adapt to. And he was just consistent in the numbers that he was able to put out regardless. And keep in mind, he went 27 and 14 in this map and took like one first engagement. Like, there's so much survivability, there is so much impact that his utility was able to have. And then Shondex as well was just absolutely insane on the waylay, being that tip of the spear, something that we don't get to see from him as often unless he's on the waylay on this map, because he's usually flexing onto the controller, onto the Viper. And I think that pairing just worked out perfectly, with Renz being a little bit more of that support. Also looking to dive in this composition, but being able to really land a lot of those relay bolts that helped out on those entries towards site.
Yes, absolutely wonderful from both of them. And we do have our post-match interview ready to go. It is none other than Shondex, who I know the people in chat love because you are such a talented player. Congratulations on qualifying, Shondex. The first thing I want to ask you is about the 13-3. Because that was, and you're smiling because that was like a, you know, okay, it almost could have been a 13-0. What was the conversation afterwards, after that map? Because that was your map pick and you lost it in kind of a brutal fashion.
Yeah, when the score was like 9-0, we all said, guys, let's save mental for last map. It's like over, you know? They're like just running us down. We can't do anything, we can't hold C. It's like, save mental, go next map.
So even during the map, you're like, this is a wash. We're gonna give up what we know we can't win and we'll just focus on split.
I mean, yeah, and everything we did, nothing was like working. Nothing is like, they're like actually like running us down. So like, you know, at that point, you just want to like save your mental, don't get tilted, and then hopefully one turn map.
Well, now that you have qualified with your team, talk to me about the kind of the vibes and the energy. Was there like a huge celebration, or was it just kind of like we're chilling, we expected that to happen, we're vibing?
Yeah, we lost 3 games in a row, and then we were like kind of like trying to figure out where we at as a team. But after beating that team, we were like really hyped. We like got out of the chair, you know, fist bump each other. We like really hard made playoffs. And then, yeah.
I think something else I want to ask you is, I talked to MCE a couple of weeks ago, when you, after a map, when I think right before the 3 losses happened. And he said to me that if, you know, at your best, you could be one of, if not the best team in the league. And I'd love to get your thoughts on that now that we've kind of had this equilibrium happen, you know, this almost even win-loss line happening, where you've tasted the highs, you've tasted the lows, and now you're here qualified for playoffs. Where do you see NRG Academy in all of the challengers teams who have qualified thus far?
I'm not gonna lie, as a team, we are really like anti-stratable, because we're like, at the end of the day, we're college students, like we have like no time. We still practice, but we don't really have like strats. We just play and then come to each other, like do this, do that, I'm gonna do this. But for playoffs, hopefully we're gonna have like some strats, you know, make sure we don't get anti-stratted. And then like, yeah.
All right, well, I'm gonna let you go enjoy your win. Congratulations on qualifying.
Thank you.
We love to see NRG Academy doing the dang thing in qualifying. We are going to take a teeny break, but it is none other than YFP versus M80 next. Stay right there. Well, folks, we are back for YFP versus M80, the last match, not only of the day, but of the Swiss stage. We are here, I mean, just to set the scene, YFP is here, but M80 have come from literally less than 24 hours ago, losing to Evil Geniuses Academy and having to play for their playoffs lives currently alongside YFP, who I think have impressed a lot of people, Gompers, this entire split. And I think have proved a lot of people wrong, but also they've been kind of struggling a little bit.
It's been back and forth for YFP. You know, in their first game against Rose, I think we were all kind of like, wow, okay, new YFP, hashtag this is awesome. And then they played against EG. Things were going great, right? They were consistent with like the 13-4s, 13-2s, 13-5s, and then it went downhill, right? Like, but it's not like this team went down brutally, right? It was very, very close games moving up into this point. and a lot of things that could have been fixed in reality. I don't think YFP are a very, very weak team. I think this is a team that just, you know, we're faced with unfortunate circumstances going against very, very strong, you know, teams in the beginning of the stage. So for me, this matchup's super exciting.
Yes, we talk about the strength of schedule always, and sometimes, you know, you see the score line, you're like, oh man, like that looks rough, but you also, like, that doesn't tell the whole story of what you are doing. But focusing on the YFP roster, we focused on Stallion last time I hosted the games, you know, but Ash, looking at this roster, I'm very, like, envious that YFP put this roster together.
No, they've looked actually just insane with like playing together and whatnot. I think that I was so excited when I found out that Ferbza was coming back to VCL. He had said that he was like retiring last year. We see him back into competition, and it's been really great to see him on the Waylay. I think that's been really fun for sure. And then I feel like how this roster has like kind of rounded out with Jack coming in. Tuzi has also been like just putting out absolute numbers, and Darkest is always capable of performing on top of the IGLing. It just feels like everything has really fit together well for the start of this split, and they've just continued to gel as time has gone on. And despite, you know, the losses that we've seen, again, guys, like Evictix, they have been upsetting like a bunch of teams here and there. Core is also another crazy team that we've seen throughout this. Both them and M80 ended up losing their matches up against them earlier on in this stage. Like they have been going up against some pretty formidable opponents and whatnot. And I feel like, you knowing these boys, they're absolutely hungry to make it to playoff.
And one of those boys we wanted to focus on is none other than Tuzi. You brought him up, Ash. Just someone who I think, you know, I think we're talking a lot about the duelists, and for good reason. I think right now is the best time for the duelist to shine, Ash. And Tuzi is one of those that anytime I talk about like challengers players, I'm like, oh, here's who I would love for you to keep an eye on. I always bring up Tuzi.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. Like seeing him, you know, previously we had known him really well on like the Smokes last year, right? And then slotting into more of the KJ, more of the Viper this year, taking a little bit of like a more like anchor / like lurky role for this squad. He's just absolutely been popping off. Like his ability to just hold down his sight has been insane. But it's not even just those moments. It's like he is the player to also watch on the side of YFP in a lot of those retake scenarios. Because if they aren't hitting Tuzi's sight and YFP is going for a retake situation, you know, yes, you do have Ferbza looking to make that space, but Tuzi capitalizes so well. And not even just that, his micro in a lot of those moments to isolate those 1v1s has been impeccable. It's been very impressive to see his growth as a player.
And Tuzi will have his work cut out for him, as the rest of YFP will, because they'll be going up against none other than M80, who, as I said before, this is a team that is coming off less than 24 hours ago, a kind of brutal loss, Gumpers, that saw just a lot of mistakes that we're not used to seeing from them, but also like the brilliance that we know from them the exact same time, like the range that was that game. I felt all of the emotions, and I'm sure they felt them too.
No, it was devastating. And you know, M80, I feel like they had such a good reputation last year, right? So kind of coming into this one, it's quite saddening and disappointing, but at the same time, I mean, everyone has to, the other day actually in one of the kind of series that I was able to analyst desk, I remember a coach saying, you know, like sometimes you have to lose to learn. So for me, M80, I feel like they're in that position of the learning stage of trying to mesh more, you know, with integrating these players and just trying to figure out what the momentum is going to look like. So for me, their game against Evil Geniuses, yes, as devastating as it was, I do believe if we were to get a rematch with you know, I do think that they will change. This is a team that is adaptable, and they love to learn more and more. So I do feel like this is a very strong contender going up against YFP.
And they did look, yes, we saw mistakes for sure, but they also had really big moments of brilliance in that matchup up against EGA yesterday, right? It was a close matchup overall, going all 3 maps. I'm pretty sure it was like 13-8 almost on every single map, too.
It was literally every single map.
Yeah, every single map. Okay. So I'm not crazy on that front. But this team, I think when I look at them, too, is they have so much experience in this roster, right? You have Derek coming down from tier 1, and then Paint just being able to lean now into this KO, being that flex player here for the likes of M80, when previously he was so well known for that duelist role. We know how good of a communicator he is as well. I think he's just looked absolutely brilliant. You're also learning from the KO GOAT, right? Like when you have Nizzo as your coach. So really great pieces here, but Gompers hit the nail on the head. I think it's just been seeing them kind of learn to mesh together over time. But now at this stage during this split, it's do or die. This is your qualification to playoffs, or we won't see you until stage 2. And they definitely have the pieces for success.
And one of those pieces, I am blown away every time I see him play, because he gets away with the most ridiculous things, like actually the most ridiculous things, is Bonnie. Give him a shotgun, give him any sort of rifle, give him literally any weapon. He could just like use his melee, and I'm sure he would create magic out of it, Gompers. He is so explosive and so exciting to watch.
Well, listen, the guy, first of all, like, dominates on the op. Second of all, was going 16-45 in the last series, despite the loss that had come through. I think Bonnie just overall is like firepower, pedal to the metal sort of agent and character, and just overall player that I feel like everyone is excited to watch here play on M80. So I would say more, right? But it really just comes down to the aim and the fact that they're always on point with their spacing, their mechanics, you know, their placements. I feel like they're very aware of how to play the duelist and where they need to position themselves to the point where they're winning 90% of their fights. So
I'm so excited to see his head-to-head up against Ferbza in this matchup. Like, both of them have been leaning on the waylay a lot, and both of them have a very in-your-face playstyle. Like, they play very similar ways. Bonnie tends to, he's crazy on the rifle too, but I feel like he takes a lot of like risky positions when it comes down to that operator, just knowing that he can like take that chance to refract out and catch his opponents off guard. But that high tempo, high octane, like in your face playstyle, I think is going to be a really cool clash to see between him and Ferbza today.
I don't think that man knows fear. Like, I think like, is it the amygdala? That's the part that's supposed to make like anxiety for you. Like, hey, you look at a height, tall thing and you're like, don't go off of that. But you know, he is so talented and so smart. But other people we want to highlight within both teams in our head-to-head is Darkest versus Paint. Ash, I'm gonna go to you right away because you brought him up. You talked about, you know, Mr. KO himself, and you can see KO 7 times down there. But going up against Dark is kind of making the breach, I would say, his like signature almost.
Yes and no. Like, yeah, he has always been crazy on the reach, but he also is hitting that KO as well, which is kind of why we wanted to pull that head-to-head. It's just like the very similar roles being that flash initiator for these two teams, right? And I feel like it is just insane how both these players are so mechanically gifted as well, where yes, you do see them playing this like very supportive role to set the team up, but at the same time, they'll also take those opportunities to play for themselves too. Like, they're not afraid to make a play with a pop flash, knowing that they can rely on their rifling skills to capitalize if it's necessary to save a round there. So it's a lot of dynamic capability between these two players to ebb and flow between that supportive role as well as being a little bit more of that tip of the spear, maybe that second entry, depending on which compositions, on which maps that we do see coming out. And both of them are very vocal. Like, Darkest is going to be doing the calling, but we also know that Paint is so imperative when it comes down to that mid-rounding because of how vocal of a player he is too. There's just so much value that the two of them bring to the table.
Yeah, they're also their kill assist, trade and survive percentage, all going to a very, very high percentage majority of every series that they play, right? So both of these players, not only are they kind of like fragging, but they're also making sure that there is potential for the trade-offs on those initiations, following up, and just kind of like keeping things just connected and going well, right, and smoothly. So I think Darkest and Paint, both of these players obviously deserving this head-to-head in regards to like their own importance, right? So
I think one thing we want to highlight about initiators is your duelists are great, but they're nowhere near as great without their initiators. They cannot find their success without the flashes, the info, whatever it may be. And here we have our maps moving forward for YFP. Okay. I'm gonna ask a pointed question to you, Ash. I'm seeing the Pearl from M80 right away. And that, for me, causes a little bit of alarm, but I wonder if you have a different take on it.
Okay. A little bit, what are you cooking here with the alarm?
I don't, you know, maybe, you know what, it's okay. We don't have to talk about it. I just, that does, that does give me reason to pause. I mean, just going kind of a more of a like a zoomed out idea. We have Haven, Pearl, and then Breeze, Ash. So no alarms, just talk about the map picks and bans.
Hey, fair enough, fair enough. I think I'm like leaning, maybe like, you know, I know they swapped into that veto. I think that's been really interesting, but it's worked out for them. Like they ended up earning that 13-8 win up against Evil Geniuses Academy yesterday. I think that it's going to be a really fun series, honestly. Like these are very solid maps for both of these teams, and Breeze gets like a little bit dicey there for me, like heading all the way into the end there. But for YFP, I feel like they've got to be feeling confident about the changes that they've made after that loss to Core.
Yes, and obviously, again, this is best of 3. Sometimes the maps or the series can be won in picks or bans. We also do have our predictions. I don't want to point anything out, but one of us was wrong.
Wait.
Who could it be?
Hold on.
Moving forward for these predictions, I mean, I went for M80. I know we're a little bit split right now, but Gompers, I'm going to go to you and kind of you're going to have to explain yourself. You're up in the stand. Talk to me.
Okay, listen, YFP, their momentum has been shaky, I will say. But when they build the momentum early, they are incredibly deadly. And they are really a challenge to kind of, they're a big challenge. Their eruptions, I feel like, are very strong. And again, it comes with adaptations. Everyone is losing and they're learning, right? So, you know, they're really good at winning rounds because of their early pacing. They're really good at just having like that individual firepower. I think mechanically this team is very, very strong. It's just about honing in on those strengths and really polishing it for me. So, and their post plans are incredibly strong, by the way, with like, I think an average percentage of 80%. Just one fun fact for you guys. So for me personally, I feel like the stats just kind of speak for themselves when it comes to YFP. I know M80 is very strong. They have really, really admirable players, but I gotta give some love to the dark horse here.
Hey, fair enough. I think for me, it's the fact that, well, one, it was really hard for me to actually decide. I was flip-flopping between these two teams when I was putting in my predictions this morning. I'm a really big fan of both of these rosters. I just think that in a situation like this, when your backs are up against the wall, I'm looking at M80 and the veteranship on this team, and I'm looking for that experience to lend a heavy hand today, especially bouncing back from yesterday's matches.
And here we move into the agent select, and we see, I mean, from kind of an eye test, doesn't look too dissimilar, Gompers, and it kind of is, you know, you have same old, Haven, KJ, you name it, you got it.
Yeah, YFP changed. They didn't change anything this time around. I know that the most recent addition they did was against Evictix on the 2nd of February. So for this to like, for them to consistently kind of stick to this, I like it. I think this is quite, you know, just obviously following like the typical route. I think Ferbsa and themselves and just being like that singular duelist is the best choice just because they are such a strong jet player. And Jack honestly sets them up for success majority of the time. So for me, I don't really see too much of an issue. Like Ash said, this is a very hard matchup to think who's going to win, like whether it be M80 or YFP. I think both of these teams are honestly the most exciting matchup that we get to see today. So
I think the main differences here when you're looking at the duelist head-to-head between the Ferbsa Jet and then the Bonnie Neon is the fact that for Bonnie, he does have a little bit more of that capability of setting himself up for some of that success with the concuss versus Ferbsa is going to be much more reliant on that support from Jack and Stallion to find a lot of like openings in some of those fights, right? Versus a Bonnie where you'll see, you know, definitely being set up by the likes of M80, but has a kit where he can also make some plays himself.
Well, folks, we have said all we can. They have done all they can. These two teams are fighting for playoff contention and for not being eliminated. Marks, Tenrek, the game is yours. Take it away.
Thanks very much, Liz. But whose match will it end up being? Who gets cut off and who makes the cutoff? Marcus, M80, YFP, firepower abound. Such good cerebral gameplay, but only one can make it to playoffs.
It's so tough right now. Like, you know, such high expectations coming in from the start of the season, coming from M80. You know, you look at the names of all these players, and sure, we were talking a lot about Paint, but obviously, you know, GMD, Alvin Boy, Derek coming onto the roster. And yet still M80 have been struggling. It feels a little bit disconnected. Whereas when we look at the YFP side, the change coming through, Tuzi joining the squad, picking up that Sentinel role exactly like the desk kind of hired, has been fitting in pretty well with the rest of the roster. Being honest with you, this really could go either way between these two teams, and especially with very similar compositions, we know that this is going to be a brawl on Haven to start the series off.
So true. Stallion will open by getting a pick on top of the double stack that enters in through C lane, but it does give the rest of M80 free entry onto it as YFP themselves have forced stacked down a lane and are gonna slowly trolley their way over.
And they're actually going for the full reset here onto the B site.
Taking forever.
That's exactly what I was going to highlight. This is actually one of the problems with how M80 like to do things. Very slowly sometimes on that retake. And it appears that is going to be a similar case here for YFP.
And the shock dart as well. Toss preemptively. He's even going to do some shit. Forces Ferbs to get in a little early on.
Boy.
And Bonnie's going to land both of those. One through the smoke, in fact. And that's already enough of a dissuasion to force YFP to second guess themselves again. And every second they waste that's not firing it ahead is a second that spike continues ticking away. The last two members of M80 don't even need to fire a bullet out of their gun. And it doesn't look like they'll have a way they can. In fact, they do. Jack steps out at the last second and finishes that first pistol for M80.
Yeah, a little bit slow this time around. Something that we have seen quite often, I would say, when it comes to M80 and how they want to approach that. But YFP, yeah, it just takes them so long to be able to get that retake underway. So in those moments, kind of falls apart. And of course, the Bonnie showcase yet again. You know, we talk about all the support that Bonnie can kind of get, but at the same time, Bonnie's going to be good to just kind of fly in there and somehow end with a triple kill. We've seen it multiple times. So now this is going to be the buy-up coming through. M80, of course, looking nice and confident here. And Darkest actually starting us off with a kill, thanks to that lovely little Marshall.
Yeah, taps only, evidently. Perhaps to you, Darkest. But that also just tells M80, don't step in front of the garage door, starting now. Find another certainty. That does lead them to the toxic screenplay B site, though, which Darkest can now guard with that Marshall now that the sightline's open back up. Timing is tough to handle, but just to encourage the lean, so Darkest can make it back over to A site where they figure M80 is more stacked. It's just Bonnie. And he's gonna start looking for a freebie, that's one. Unscoped, Jack swings out and takes care of that quickly, but turns it to a 3v3 that M80 still has slightly better guns in. And they'll get the spike down.
Yeah, the Marshall picked up. Pate actually exploring forwards there. We'll just kind of back out here. Tuzi as well getting the wraparound. This could be a good spot.
Yeah, this is a great position for Tuzi to be wherever you're not looking, but Paint can turn to it quick. Now the Owl drone to get in what's left. These two Marshals, both coming from the same angle. That recon bolt having to get shot out. As the encroachment from the Paranoia is beautiful, gets Paint one, GMD the other, and it's managed. 2-0 now for M80, but man, they had to slow it down to a glacial pace already.
That's like what M80 is all about, it feels like, in this current iteration of things, where the clock really is working against them just at the very end there. But honestly, good job from them to really pay respect to YFP. As soon as that first kill kind of goes through, given that it is a Marshall, you have to question yourself. Are they just waiting around the corner? Do they have stingers? Let's take this nice and easy so that we don't give away anything unnecessarily. And thankfully, Bonnie's able to create such a distraction onto that A site that it all kind of works out well to make sure that they're able to get the spike down. Still, though, good pop out. First of the unbelievable 3 kills. Make it. Okay, just 3.
Spike down A.
Burbs. Oh, I'm gonna have to look at that one again. That was nasty. Was that a transfer from 2 to 3?
I think so.
And he landed that in what, like 3 bullets? That was disgusting. Holy. All right, Paint, let's see what you got, bud. I get away with 1, but Burbs nails 4 in that bonus. Good Lord. And that's the kind of firepower we're talking about from YFP, where it's like one singular threat can mean everything to just completely toast M80. And that also is kind of a toss over to M80's inability to check absolutely everything, despite their slightly slower tempo. It's just about meeting threat after threat after threat, and someone eventually finding way too much out of their own fight.
Yep. Hey, Burbsa, good to have you back here on YFP. I mean, obviously, you know, like they talked about on the nest, right? Like it was just like, oh, I guess Ferbsa might not be playing anymore, but the skill, just the raw mechanics from this player is kind of unreal. So very happy to once again be onto that jet. You know that there's definitely a couple of carry performances that are gonna win YFP some rounds here up against M80.
Early clear. Darkus just gonna spray through that screen until he gets cleared away by the paranoia to let the rest of M80 in okay. Oh, but it's just an insert to get Bonnie in. Everybody's gonna dip back out and see if they can scorch Garage again. Because now they know the lean is closer to that. Tuzi's also hold up here though, and Darkus just ready for it. That's 3.
Oh my.
Spike down mid.
Okay.
Oh, and they might just give him the ace because of fate. Come on.
There it is.
Stun! Yes, sir!
Oh boy. Oh my. You know, like one of the issues that we look at when it comes to M80 is that level of patience and that level of indecision, right? Like it always feels like they're not necessarily sure what they want to do. They don't have that well-coordinated attacking plan sometimes when it comes to these maps. And that's when you give up those opportunities. We saw it yesterday when they went up into their matchup against NRG Academy, I believe. And once again, like there were just so many moments where they weren't just swinging together, you know, walking in one by one and just giving up their life to an easy spray down. And Odin would be absolutely deadly, but Ferbsa spots him out there, gets a bullet onto Bonnie, but has to back out.
Yeah, that's gonna knock him down to 10. GMD, the walk up with the Stinger, takes care of Stallion already. M80 coming away with more than they bargained for. Jack cruising for a bruise and trying to catch that last 10 on Bonnie with the shock. He gets pretty damn close, actually.
This is tough now because the recon drone gets expended there for Derek. And so now if they want to try and figure anything else out, they don't really have that scan utility to try and understand what is going on some of these sites. And that's going to allow YFP to continue to explore and find those opportunities where they might be able to just get a timing onto the members of M80 walking in.
Yeah, and you have so much less to fear, like, in your face when you're trying to go for those peaks, right? Like, you have no flashes except for maybe the paranoia. You have very little to flush you. I mean, you have a nanoswarm, you have a snake bite, but so much of that they want to save for something like post plant or just for trying to play time. That you can kind of just
30 seconds left.
do what Darkus is doing. Fire your bullets and then use everything that you have later.
Spike planted.
Right. Oh, Darkus takes a bullet there, but 4v5 onto this retake. The Killjoy ultimate as well, getting utilized in the midst of all of this one. See how they go as Bonnie playing it forwards.
A good amount of time you're already wasting here on top of lockdown. You question if YFP even has the time to go for this now, but they're right on top of it. They're going to give it a go. Recon in. Bonnie's still close to this, as always. Gonna get even closer now that the cloud bursts are in. Did he just hop in the orb? He might have. Oh, there he goes. Yeah, he went for it. He'll get sprayed through. Rest of the entry looks pretty good. Ferbsa gets another 2, but again, there's no time. Shock dart on top of the spike. That'll kill Ferbsa. You don't have time. Derek holds the angle. And YFP lose out on what was a pretty great opportunity for them to get away with a pretty easy round, but too much time wasted into the lockdown thrown by Pain at the perfect trigger means that you have to kind of speed run your way back in, and M80, they get even closer to the problem because of that.
Yeah, tick-tock goes the clock. Another round, exactly like you described, excuse me, of them having difficulties specifically with time. As this continues to move forwards, I mean, I talked about how time tended to be an issue for M80, but it really feels like on the flip side right now, YFP are the ones really struggling against the clock. Ferbsa gonna pop the blades right off the bat. M80 just scouting things out to try to get a little bit more information. But so far, their attack has been patient. Their attack has been measured. Their attack has been just find out what is going on before you commit. And that's kind of left YFP scrambling all over the map trying to figure out what's going on.
Already activating that updraft, so Ferbsa can try and get an easy peek. Just gonna throw knives into the ether here. Seeing if he can get something, but I mean, nothing hit anybody there. And now you've just got a bunch of dry presence in B site that has nothing really behind it. And also no motivation for it now that M80's reset with 50 on the clock.
And still enough kit for M80 to be able to reaggress here onto this A site. Looking at GMD, using that paranoia to try and clear one of these angles. It's going to be one of those interesting springs. Bonnie should be able to concuss as well with that setup. YFP have gotten themselves into position now There's quite a few cross angles there.
Hunter's Fury into the Viper's pit.
Oh, that's
used by Darkest, but Stallion still gets caught, and now YFP is fully here for A-Site. Yeah, both teams, a lot of maybe undeserved confidence that they can control this site down, but Pete can't manage Jack's swing out. It's got to be Derek that refrags. No extension allowed from either side, but Alvin's going to take a turn into the pit and catch Darkest. So Sight undeniably M80 stepping out of the smoke. Verbs is getting away with a little bit too much there, but GMD can eventually shut it down. And now the 3v1, but everyone's kind of low. Tuzi can just kind of breathe on these last 3 guys, and he's got it. There's one, down into hell. Derek doesn't spin it. Instead, the recon bolt to distract, but Tuzi's ahead of it. Caught on the swing up. Derek manages the hop into the 3K, and M80 will get up to 4. God, these are skinnier teeth rounds, Marks.
Yeah, they really are, and I really got to question the Viper Spit that we saw get deployed from Darkest on that round. It was so far forwards towards the spawn that unfortunately it doesn't really cover anything. And you can see like M80 when they're walking around on the site, they're like, okay. We thought that this was going to take up a lot of space, but I guess we'll just navigate around and get a nice clean spike plant because there's still more than enough room to get our players to watch those off angles if anybody walks in through spawn. And so, in a weird way, the Viper's Pit almost worked counterintuitively to YFP because suddenly the cards were in them to push out of the Viper's smoke to try and find the members of M80 because they had no idea where they were going to be hanging in onto the site. I wonder if that is just a little bit of a misplay, but it costs the round and drains out a very powerful ultimate on defense.
Yeah, it was like sticking an RV on a campground. Like, you still don't own the land. You're just hanging out on it, you know?
That's
you have a home.
That's a good one.
Thank you. But, I mean, you can do the very same thing of that territorial control with something like the Lockdown, with something like the Hunter's Fury. You have a lot of ways in which you can still use that ultimate first to play preventative or to play for the controller, to play for, you know, clearing the board a little bit. It's just, yeah, that pit was not a prime way to do it, especially after Ferbs had already used his knives. Like,
yeah,
just kind of spraying into nowhere. Feels like YFP are asking M80 to attack earlier than they feel like it. And it cost him quite a bit that round, to the point where now you're questioning if you go for like a full-blown save and hand over a 5th already. But I mean, that if you do that, you risk letting Alvin get his pit. You risk letting Paint get closer to his lockdown. You risk, you know, having an even higher economic tower to scale for M80's sake than before. I feel like, if anything, I feel like YFP want to guess right again. Like they guessed wrong last round, they want to guess wrong this time and then nail a Hunter's Fury or something.
It's one of those things, right, where, oh man, if they guessed right, damn, that would have looked cool. Damn, how did they know? Oh my goodness, they've got a crystal ball, they know all the strats. It's just like they're seeing the next level. But then when it doesn't work out, you're just kind of like, okay, I mean, you did something, but it just wasn't like no one was home, you know? Like, it was just like, oh, okay, I guess that kind of works out there. But this is like kind of the issue right now with how that decision-making process is going to work when it comes to facing M80, who we've talked about tends to be a little bit more patient, tends to just play that information game rather than hard committing onto a site and just kind of running at you all the time. Like, I'm not saying that this could have happened, but there really was a world there where it felt like if M80 just hit that site really quick, got the Viper's Pit out, they could have easily just disengaged and had more than enough time to be able to hit a different site. M80 are really focusing on kind of playing the informational game before making that decision, which has led to them running out of times a couple of times, but still the patient, like, you know, the patient play is a great counter for YFP, who feel a little over eager in trying to take the fight to them.
Yeah, plenty of options seemingly for M80 to flex their firepower and then go in with guns truly blazing. As you haven't even really seen the high caliber that Bonnie can hit on those entries. A lot of the time, M80's just gotten onto site and then Bonnie's played uber forward on top of the re-entries. Haven't seen a lot of lurking from Paint go well just yet. Maybe just some, like, back-checking. I mean, you have so many ways for M80 to take this second quarter. And, yeah, again, unless YFP are able to either initiate earlier on in these chokes or just be a little more patient, then the streak could continue. TP out from Stallion. Just faking the potential presence on the other side of that screen, so M80 will hesitate just a tad.
Okay, and already a bit of information gained from Paint. Tuzi stepping out there to shoot the turret, so at least the garage is kind of kept at bay for yet another second on this defense. Well, M80, they creep up onto A, and YFP giving up a lot of room right now. I'm looking at Jack playing so far back, imagining just kind of relying on the Hunter's Fury, or wherever they see that contact, then the Silva will kind of go into reinforced and deny spike. And it looks like it will be this B-side hit, reinforced with a lot of Killjoy utility. Should make this a lot easier.
Yeah, this is a really fortified B-site for something that Jack is planning to also Hunter's Fury. I feel like with this much, you would understand that M80 are going to path away from the B-site. But that TP almost got away. Yeah, you saw GMD thinking about that A-site TP with no one there, but he runs back and says, let's approach it as a unit with how much we've got. And it looks like that'll actually work. YFP might be a little too slow to this.
And once again, it's just that patient play coming through, right? Like, let's just take it easy. Let's guarantee the information before we kind of decide to commit onto any one of these sites. Now they should be able to get it down. Keep in mind, though, Ferbsa deep onto the flank will get caught out here. Hunter's Fury going in to deny just for a couple more seconds. But at this point, no kill is found, so I don't know how worth it was.
Yeah, still enough time for Paint to get that spike down. It's just a window that YFP thought was closer to being closed than it was. Now there's that lurk by Ferbsa, so Derek is caught. M80 compressed. He's still got to re-enter here. Now smokes dissipate, Paint giving himself away with the crossfire.
One enemy
That'll be a
remaining.
sightline guaranteed, and Dark Ace standing atop it all. GMD though from hell turns it back to 2. Darkest though able to nip it in the bud, and it's another 4 for him to get YFP their 3rd round of the game.
And once again, I can't understate the importance Ferbsa's lurk was on that particular round. Like, you see Derek decide to go back there, completely caught off guard by the Jet, who has completely just flanked out the team. And all of that damage leads to too many question marks and uncomfortability onto the site. And so there's awkward opportunities for M80 to just try and poke out there, try and find their timings onto each other. But it doesn't quite work out, just simply because Darkest is able to find that final kill. GMD almost brought it back, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to secure the round. So YFP bring this within spitting distance of 1 round separating these two teams, as Tuzi with the judge decides to move up just a little bit in case M80 go for an explosive hit.
Hasn't been properly dealt with yet, but that shot'll give away what the goal is here. Still M80, yeah, they're gonna take this garage by any means necessary, perhaps a little too brazenly. Ferbsa more than ready enough to intercept, and now Tuzi in a position where maybe he can get something. No, that's crossed. And the garage presence can crunch, but Dark is still kicking in the back until Paint shuts him down, making it a 1v2 with 46 HP to go. Paint still has space on this site now. The alarm bot up on the link, but every other area is completely uncertain. So with the 60 seconds, he's gotta just play a little bit risky. Lockdown available for the post, but the Owl Drone is gonna confirm where his position is immediately. That Swarm just to stall, maybe get him away a little bit. The paranoia gonna force him to stay put though, and now the TP on top of the boxes. Surely Paint's prepared for that, right? Steps back, admires the view, ready to swing for the right, but Stallion will manage it. And YFP take it step by step, inch by inch, and will tie us back up.
A great round coming through. Just on that retake there, Jack and Stallion make that work. It's absolute chaos on that C site, just trades galore happening on both of the camps. But then just at the very end there, the paranoia catches, allowing Stallion to kind of go for that step forwards, right? And then suddenly there's that additional question. If Paint didn't get caught there, then more information would have been known. But at that point, you're like, who knows who's going to be coming up into my face? I have to play this so carefully. And that really limits the options, especially with the SMGs in the hands of YFP. And this is actually going to be enough now to make M80 call this time out. The desk highlighted how Bonnie was going to be the one who kind of gets away with all of these ridiculous plays, but still needs to be set up by the rest of the team. On the flip side, Ferbsa's like, I'm going to crash the car into you and take y'all down with me. Even if you find the kill, it doesn't matter. We're going to find like 2 or 3. And that is like classic Ferbsa gameplay, if you ask me.
Yeah, no, I mean, as long as he's getting more than himself down, like, I'm sure YFP are walking away happy campers here just because you have the rest of this, you know, these stall tactics to be able to hide behind it. Just it all comes down to timing, really, genuinely, like finding that opening of when you're able to launch everything that you've got at M80 And while that window is tight, it is very present. You know, Derek is trying to squeeze every bit of time out of these engagements that he can with these hesitations on the shock darts and recons when M80 goes for these entries. And because of that, he's been caught a couple times on these lurks and inserts. So you're able to continue kind of sticking that dagger in the Sova before he can fully be realized. You're already doing so much damage to M80's attack in the long run, but that long run will only go 4 more rounds, unfortunately. We're checking garage door again.
Angle here.
Guess how many he got last time he was here? Oh, Bonnie's just gonna flip that narrative. We've got garage easy peasy, and by extension, C-site now that that second's been taken care of too.
Verbsa.
Wow, he's quick and alone. Paranoia. What are we doing, low-key? GMD, 3-3-piece. Yeah, that was a bit silly, and should be an easy 5th round for M80.
And sure, Tuzi, the last person left standing here, you know, just kind of waiting this one out, but once again, should be guaranteed for M80. And this time around, like, you look at that adaptation coming through for them to make sure that they clear out garage. It's beautiful. You know, they saw that early aggression earlier on, so this time just use a shock dart, make sure that it's impossible for anybody from YFP to push up there, and then the slide through can happen this time, and they make sure that it's all nice and covered off of the recon drone as well. And so there's a lot more kind of going on behind the scenes with how they want to take this engagement, and they make sure that it's going to be as clean as it can get. And then when they actually explode onto the site, just making sure that the FERPSA part of the equation is dealt with makes it so that entire hit is going to be nice and successful. Just off of that timeout, so much gets fixed in how they use their utility to just counter the YFT play based off of the first 8 rounds. You'll love to see that after taking some time.
Yeah. End of the day, building blocks are just those blocks. And you can get around those with enough power, with enough brain. And now you've got ults on the board too for this finality of the half. So M80 can continue playing very slow and then switch up that tempo, go for the jerk either to C or A. Probably C, considering the heavy presence from YFP this time around, but that's what the eco will bring you. It's Tuzi on the hero rifle. No, it's Ferbs on the hero rifle now. There we go.
Of course.
Well, you know, Tuzi's got that dog in him sometimes. Depends on the day, but yeah, it's definitely Ferbs' day. Oh, rough. All right, let's see what else you get away with. Nice shots by Tuzi. See, okay, maybe he just was meant to have the bandit instead. He did more damage than Ferbs did.
You're not wrong, but remember what I said about Ferbsa? Oh boy, does Ferbsa like to set it and just hope to walk away with something completely unsupported. That was just kind of crazy.
We were just having fun with it a little bit there. Low-key, well, okay. If M80 was like 2 seconds slower, Darkus could have pitted and then maybe had a chance at saving this round. Oh wow, we were backing out? Okay, maybe they tried to bait the pit out.
No, I think this is just M80 doing M80 things. Oh, we think they're over there. All right, let's go to the other site now. And this is why they run down the clock, but still just under a minute. So plenty of time to be able to rotate around. They'll be able to pick up the orb and looking nice, tidy, and clean from M80 as YFP are going to go for this potential crunch here. Alvin going to be the first anchor to catch Stallion and Darkus.
And he'll get both.
Oh, Alvin.
30 seconds
That's 4
left.
for him, by the way, this round. He's been notably quiet on the scoreboard up until this round.
Spike planted.
Oh, it's also kind of crazy too, because Alvin is just like mechanically one of the most gifted players, you know, like so consistent for the M80 squad to really just clutch up some of those rounds, just playing by himself sometimes.
Yeah. They're willing to let him. Yeah, he's been checking courtyard a lot of the time, just a little bit behind the stack, but they're also relying on his snake bite a lot to just take care of a guaranteed angle so that when Bonnie swings in, he doesn't have to swing his mouse all around and check absolutely everywhere. All right, well, Jack is gonna not entertain that ace for a moment. But it will be 6-4 M80 with a very stable economy and still 4 ults, essentially, by the way. Like, Derek is one away from that Hunter's Fury. We didn't use anything. So they are hard chilling.
All right, now time to play my favorite game. Which lane is Ferbsa gonna run down this time? Okay, like, you know, that sounds a little bit mean-spirited, but at the same time, when Ferbsa has come, some of those moments, right, where you see him just somehow walk away with, like, 3 kills that are just unbelievable, you want to continue to give that duelist player that kind of opportunity, right? Because you know that he's just going to continue to frag out, and you know he's just going to continue to heat up. And so, kind of rightfully so, you want to see FERPSA get those options and be that kind of X factor against M80, which they're just not going to be prepared for, and honestly kind of fear. The Blades are going to be ready, but it is a slower push up C this time from M80.
Those Blades are all FERPSA has as well, so he's not as tempted to just toss him willy-nilly, even through a smoke that's directly down the C lane, which M80 might be at least teasing. But swarms up the yard. YFP's presence in garage still is pretty debilitating, so you've got to do a lot of checking. Smoke on Stallion, but the Paranoia is ready. FERPSA with his potential intercepts. Drones in, Paranoia is out. FERPSA checking with the knives, landing nothing. Relay bolted, taken care of. And the lockdown for good measure as Stallion is forced to make a key call. How much does he go for? It looks like he can't go for anything at all, and this spike is free.
Yeah, it's nice and easy plant to guarantee the rest of the site as well. It's going to be a Vandal, Phantom, and a Stinger on the side of YFP, and actually they've already decided to make that call to carry the weapons into the next round given the economic situation. Darkest is just going to be the only one to try and look for an opportunity to find a kill. I mean, I gotta start to see YFP support FERPSA a little more. I liked it that time. You know, they've got the Killjoy utility to try and get that information. But when M80 just bulldoze their way onto the site and are still using their utility to do their due diligence, then FERPSA's simply not going to have that opportunity to find those pop-off moments.
Yeah, not nearly enough room for error. And same goes against the Stinger as M80, while fragmented in the health pool, you have 5 standing going into this final round, and still 3 ultimates. That just took the lockdown after they had that garage breach. It's been, yeah, very waste not, want not for M80. They've been able to hold on to just about everything here.
All right, YFP now. They're taking their time out to try and figure out what's going on. M80 really poised to get that 8-4 half that they so would love to see onto their side. Of course, as well, M80, you know, like you said, haven't really seen their attacking round in previous matches because their defense has been so solid. And for me, that raises a lot of red flags for how this next half might go. Obviously, as well, at YFP, they're pretty even when it comes to their sides. Both of them are kind of okay. But generally speaking, I think M80 are a little bit more comfortable on this map. And I think the scoreline is really showcasing that right now. I think that M80 specifically are going to continue to just have this, you know, play the information game on the attack. And then when it goes to the defense, just have very basic protocols to try and deal with some of the shenanigans that we might see YFP get up to. So YFP need to secure this round if they want to make sure that they've got a batting chance when we swap halves.
Yeah, the way M80 is able to kind of carry this between sides, this play style of being able to stop and start and have multiple checkpoints, they can replicate that when we swap sides. Tough to say if YFP can do the same. But they have the pit to guarantee 1 lane, the lockdown to guarantee a lane in a level of immediacy. YFP have so many tools to counteract, and there goes the first. Sewer is owned.
Bit of a better Viper's Pit this time.
Yeah, slightly.
Just a little bit. But yeah, exactly like you said, it kind of blocks off one of those avenues. And, you know, like M80, they look at that, they're like, yeah, maybe we just don't go through there. Like, that's going to be so much more difficult for us to try and make anything happen. And so let's see what Paint can kind of do. Getting a lot more space, but they're aware of this position.
Yeah, a lot of noise made by Paint on that garage opening. So the second he gives himself away, Stallion can catch it. We'll just take A main instead. Screw it. Hold yourself up in that pit for all we care. And on top of the snake bite even, M80's just gonna make it through. Oh. Now the lockdown. So you have that second Senti control coming out from that ultimate, but the Hunter's Fury to try to counter it, Derek is gonna flat out destroy it, and so M80 can keep the party going as the spike ticks on away, but this pit still active all the way through. YFP Popping out, twofold, Darkest Tuesday, now Stallion joining in, Bonnie sprays it almost all down, GMD the carry up from hell, but it has to be him to save the day against Ferbsa as well on the approach. So little time though, and GMD, where on earth could he be at this point? It's done! 8-4, M80 walk away with the half.
And once again, M80 really showcasing that they're willing to learn from their previous mistakes. That time around, making sure that Ferbsa can't get away with anything and is getting checked a little bit earlier. Sure, Ferbsa's still going to be able to walk away with that kill at the end of the day, but it buys just enough time for the rest of the squad to be able to anticipate it. And, well, when Bonnie does that to you, it's kind of impossible to kind of walk away from there. And so GMD, left alone, playing off of Bonnie's distraction, makes sure that the job gets done. M80, 8-4 in the half on YFP's map pick. And now they're on their favored side from what we've seen.
Things definitely looking up. All comes down to completion. Pistol here would be massive for either side. Very consequential. And again, like you said, this being YFP's pick, trying to manage those tighter spaces that M80 apparently wanted to ban on split. Not going as well thus far. He executes Sans Neon, might make it even tougher, but Bonnie is now the one that's unsupported. Smoked away on the lane, ISOs him, and that's an easy shot down for Ferbsa. Now YFP can slow it down.
And the hand of M80 gets forced a little bit. Derek and GMD and Alvin, actually, the triple swing out here. Try and find somebody.
Yeah, swinging out into 3, not fully given away. That's an opening for Derek, and now having a paranoia to try and get it back. But now M80 have enough time to fully back out despite the snakebite catching him. A little bit of chip down to GMD and Alvin, but that is all. And now YFP are stuck having to blindly fire through this for an extra couple seconds as they waste more and more time. But M80, they've already rotated away over to the B opening on top of that smoke and spread themselves back open.
Keep in mind as well, they're kind of running out of bullets, which might sound a little bit crazy in this game. But Ferbsa, I think, only has that full clip and then 3 more bullets after that. A lot of that spray down, and M80 just do a really good job of poking and prodding to secure the information. And this Killjoy turret should at least give an idea on what's going on if Darkest is not caught out.
30 seconds left.
Then just waiting. Oh, a back spotted Darkest. No, he didn't see. That is utter tragedy. Oh, M80 still managed to encroach as YFP will get the spike down on C. 3v2 for the reapproach. And I mean, this alarm bot, yeah, more cosmetic than anything else. We know they're there. Right back as well, and this is as conventional a pistol as you like. Minimal util on either side, just the pistols between these guys. But Stallion, this walk-up is so quick, so beautiful. Good for one, and the dink on top of Derek. 2v1. Tuzi just might be able to manage it, but the poison orb makes it such a guessing game as Derek holds for half. Tuzi, will he even fire a bullet? No, he does it in time. M80 barely have to do a thing in the bitter end, and while Tuzi walks away as the final player, M80 walks away as the winners of the pistol.
Oh, that's gotta be frustrating. You hear the spike, you're like, there's no way that they're gonna stick this one. And gets it to halfway, but then not even that, and then at that point, Tuzi's like, oh, now's my time to try and shoot some bullets. I think they might actually be sticking it, but it's a little bit too late because they can't see through that smoke, and it just goes down to the wire. So M80 squeak by on that pistol round, but Tenrek, it's going to be a rundown. That's 4 stickers I see on the board for YFP. They're going to be running things through, but at least the Ares should keep them at bay as Bonnie finds Tuzi right off rip again.
Yeah, Lurker done and dusted, and now YFP are going to spread the resources back again. Darkest heading over probably just to grab this gun. That is a risk, buddy. Oh, Bonnie might just chase you down. Look out. Scary. But the 3 stack is here, like you said, all stingers. We got the force going. We have a chance. Derek can still spray this down on top of the toxic screen, make it look a lot easier, and the paranoia is going to give that away. But the step into the cloud burst does take a second for Derek to clear. He's down to 15 bullets on this Ares. He can't hold forever, but the rest of M80 is starting to come here, and the snakebite will prevent any other members from entering. Wow, nobody else got on. That's unreal. Oh, GMD just lets it fly.
Oh, man.
Look out, buddy. Look out. Whoa, that's what he was looking for, too. Oh, Darkest still stunned, finds it. Bonnie dancing on the grave of himself. And YFP gifted another opportunity, mayhaps. 30 seconds to go. B-site open for business, save for paint. But that toxic orb will let Darkest in to swing with the outlaw. Almost backstab. Still a shred of health to hold on to. Stallion taking his place. Tap on the spike. They're going to run over a C site. They don't have the time. YFP still holding it, Darkest. 15 seconds, but the spike is stuck. And Derek holding that LOS. I don't think there's time regardless here. M80 could just run away. 5 seconds? Oh, he's got it. Oh, he's got to tap it, though. And only one needs to approach. You're out of time, and M80 will once again hold on by a shred to this round.
Man, man, what is going on? it's just shenanigans. It's just whatever the wind is taking us today, the site. And yeah, like you said, I think the first mistake that kind of happens here is the lack of support onto Ferbsa. They're like, hey, Ferbsa, go do your thing. Ferbsa flies in, and everyone's just like, oh, Ferbsa dead? We're gonna actually back out of here then. And then a little bit of overextension from Bonnie being like, oh yeah, they're so scared and not expecting all of the stingers that are readily available. And so it's just shenanigans across the board, but M80, they make it work. And actually we're seeing the buy up yet again from YFP. They're not gonna let this one go so easily, as Alvin finds Ferbsa already.
I mean, they know that the buy from M80 is just as dire. It is close and tough, but Derek is too. Closed by the double swing, but Jack and Stallion now both kind of low. And Alvin and Bonnie having guns that could very easily take care of that from a distance. Kinda stuck now, no smokes to get yourself out. Jack now down to 11. What is this game, man?
Last round YFP, like, they won't expect the stingers. This round YFP are like, they won't expect the stingers. And M80 are just like, all right, this time we were not expecting the stingers.
Ring around the rosy here for Alvin.
Oh, no way.
Everybody's passed him by. Open season on A site.
And M80 think that they rotated to C. Look at all of them. They're moving over to C.
All right, there's the recon. That'll give away the presence. But yeah, YFP, free A site, free heaven. M80 is going to take forever to get back here. Alarm bot's set up. If there was ever a round to win, to take back, it would be the bonus that isn't even really an actual real bonus. Jack. Yeah, that outlaw is still pretty good when you have 11 HP, but he misses the first shot, drops smoke onto paint, heals most of his health pool. This is ridiculous, man. Somebody just die. Jack watching from lane. Dart onto paint as well. That's a double kill for the guy on 11 HP. Can you make it 3?
Oh my god. Say it ain't so. YFP. Once again, the stinger rush. M80 simply were just not expecting it that time. And the problem here for M80 trying to get a read on what YFP is doing is I don't necessarily know that YFP know what they're doing. And as a result of that, M80 have zero shot of trying to predict what's going to be going on here. And so, you know, YFP just going wherever there's space, wherever we feel that it should take us, but they still got the stingers in hand, right? And so because of that, M80 are like, well, we have to be careful and we have to respect that, and at the same time, we just don't know what's going on, and they get completely circumvented and caught off guard.
Fully unloaded fight in lane from M80 to start. Aggressive smoke put up by GMD to let them get forward with these worst guns. Temporary inserts across the entirety of these entries. Just trying to make sure your peaks remain advantageous, but M80 making up for that lost ground and lost economy.
This time, all the good weapons in the hands of YFP minus Stallion, just with that Spectre in hand. Patient play this time on both sides, so no real information, but Paint will be able to at least scout out Ferbsa. In the midst of all of that, the shock dart as well should reveal a little bit of information. Bonnie gets caught out, but doesn't actually leave that position. Still is just kind of anchoring to see if YFP are going to bite on A.
Feels like that'll be red, and the fact that he'll be covered also is red. So YFP already understand the huge presence that might still be on that A lane, but Alvin close, contested, and dealt with. Now that double stack. Tuzi's managing that solo right now, and the recon or the relay bolts will give him some extra time. Now crunched into Paint's pistols, but Tuzi jumping like a madman, able to avoid that first bit of dry fire, turns on a Bonnie and gets that as well. And that is easy peasy for YFPZ at the end of the day. 3 still standing, 4-round diff, and this game is still going.
Oh, let chaos ensue. It's man. This is just a crazy game. Darkest as well, sitting at 17 kills thus far. Most of these kills, mind you, have been in some of those weird, maybe not clutch scenarios, but uncomfortable opportunities where, you know, there's so clearly an advantage given over to M80, and then Darkest just capitalizing in some of that chaos, in some of those moments where M80 might be just trying to rush things over to try and get something set up or whatever. Darkest is ready to punish there. And this time the pit gets set up very early on to deny all that Sewer's presence, but YFP, they march on.
Oh my god, they... This round, oh, and it might just work. Pain only turns on to 1. Nice flick, but just a little too slow. Derek feels the need to use his Hunter's Fury from such a long distance because of how quickly YFP have taken this, and he does manage to tag Stallion, but that spike's still going down, no problem. GMD trying to get that exit, but Stallion is keen, and 2Z ready in the lane. Oh, and he wins the fight. YFP's hard chilling. Still got men standing. Running from Bonnie. Only good for the 1-for-1. And that'll send it. Derek's got to grab that up and hightail it.
All right, YFP, they're making this one work.
Hey!
That's crazy. Alvin inside of the pit is just like, no sane person will push me. This is an easy just pit. Oh, they're just spraying through. It's fine. I'll be able to walk. What do you mean there's 3 people walking up short?
There's no sanity in this attack half, brother. Absolutely zero. Like, this is unbridled rage peaking.
It's almost like the conditioning that M80 players have done by playing high range games is working against them, because the typical behavior that you expect from your opponents is not being displayed. And so you kind of have to almost revert yourself back to some just very basic things. Always be on guard, always be alert. And it's in those moments now that YFP are going to get more comfortable, because it really feels like their squad is the one to thrive in chaos. 4 ultimates on the board now for YFP as well. M80 scrapping together a buy. Bonnie having that operator in hand. And gosh darn it, Tenrek, it's looking like YFP might be able to equalize this one just far.
Yeah, they're gonna go towards that weaker side again. It's Alvin's util that's the brunt of what they have to face. Just making some noise, seeing if they find a freebie out of it. Maybe encouraging Bonnie's operator to reveal itself, but that's still over on the A lane, now completely alone. And even giving away the lobby peek.
Bonnie with this operator. Watching that long distance.
This is radical, man. To reapproach this when you know someone could have already crossed.
Right?
It's gonna do it again!
A lot is being put onto Bonnie, but keep in mind an overdrive available as well. So we'll have some tools to escape.
Yeah, still got the whole kit. And Caboodle, for that matter. Owl drone out. Derek can catch it. Most of that aggression from him. And that's going to force Bonnie away. Paranoia. Ooh, scary. And still catches first on the updraft. And now the overdrive's active. It's got to be Bonnie all the way through. Jack quickly shuts that down, but the rest of M80 is here to go. Paranoia on top of the blocks, but Jack still catches another. Meanwhile, though, Dark is stuck on the graffiti, and so M80 has enough to deal with it. And, I mean, truly, Marks, is anyone reveling in chaos?
That's the thing, right? Bonnie also really likes chaos. That was the one gun that was brought into that last round. Everybody else just coming through with pistols. And the operator sings and hums and flies and takes down 2 members right off the bat. And yeah, I highlighted that overdrive because I knew as soon as things started to get a little bit dicey, overdrive activated, introduce even more chaos, allow M80 to regroup. And now M80 2 rounds away from potentially closing out map 1. 4 ultimates still online though for YFP, and I think Derek might have deflected that Viper orb actually. So that's not really how you wanted that one to go.
Darkest already gonna have to shift the game plan just a tad. Yeah, I wonder how many lineups you can like just straight up header, you know? 3 barriers, gets tossed down on your link, you just knock it off a little bit. That's the real mental game being played. All right, doors burned. This garage game has been the most back and forth so far on both sides, really.
Really has. And unconventional this time. I guess there's no stingers in the hands of YFP, but
yeah, this is so unlike them.
I know they're playing it slow. Like they're just really calmly trying to assess what's going on here. And once again, it's that level of chaos that has M80 just a little bit more cautious. and it may open up a couple of gaps to allow YFP to be able to swap through. M80 really just have to keep their heads cool in this upcoming engagement, because C site is going to be where YFP want to end.
Yeah, they see where the breeze is blowing.
30 seconds left.
Smoke on top of the poison orb. As that cycles out, Recon Bolt will not get shot down, so the Hunter's Fury is going to be able to start tracking down GMD. Meanwhile, Ferbs is up close and personal. GMD from the back catches 2 before the TP gets silenced, but now Pain is on himself, and Stallion so low, able to get hit by this block, is going to TP over to the A site by himself and get this free plant. But the 2 members on the defense rushing back are so much faster than Jack. They can just deal with Stallion and get the defuse before the last attacker even gets here. That might be what happens. Oh, but still, Stallion's so holed up on hell. Gets the catch, not the full pick though, and with the TP, Bonnie able to catch him. Jack caught just in time by the turret. Bonnie on 10 HP. Manages to frag back, and M80 will have 5 rounds of game point to work with.
If you told me that everyone was like playing on a horse or something with just how ready they're able to just giddy up into whatever calls get kind of made, like, I'd believe you. That was a crazy play from Stallion. Knowing that, first of all, you have 10 hit points left and Bonnie is on Neon, who can just run all the way over to you. Still though, Stallion able to buy enough time to allow Jack to come through to be able to get a little bit of reinforcement. But that is like a gamble and a half. And it's one of those things, right, where it's like, well, if you don't try it, how you know it's not going to work out, which is fair. However, it feels like every round YFP are trying something unique and different. And so they're really keeping M80 on their toes.
Yeah, there's always something new they're throwing at the wall here. And a lot of it's stuck, but you've got to have a consecutive game plan. You've got to have a through line here if you want to get out of this map alive. And YFP, they might be allergic to through lines, honestly, with how they've been playing. You're still throwing Ferbs to so solo on so much. And granted, a lot of the time he's winning, but there's just no cycle behind it. The rhythm is so random. And so it's, for the standardized questions that you ask here in the phases of a fight, like when are you going to toss your ulties down? How are you going to reposition yourselves when they start tapping the spike? All of that is gone to the wayside. Let's just duke it out.
Yeah. Like, it's like one of those things where it's like, all right, we want to enter in onto the site. Okay, what do we do next? We're gonna kill them. Like...
We win!
Yeah, like, to be fair, once again, the exits are very fast forwards and heavy, but it just feels like M80 might have done their homework in preparation for this, because they're making sure that they're not overextending or getting caught up in the excitement, the pace that YFP are trying to force them to play.
Yeah, Darkus tried to amp it up a little bit on the solo screen, but he's instantly caught by GMD creeping down the sewer, and now he can hold up there until YFP make a full-blown call of where they're attacking, and that looks to be the C site that Bonnie's holding. His reflex is not perfect, and that lets Ferbs step. Never mind! You are redeemed!
Way, man.
You are so redeemed, Bonnie! Oh, and everyone's here. It's a smattering, it's a party. And then it's a rethread. M80 spread their wings again, say, let's try this one more time. We know you got 50 seconds, give us your best shot.
Oh, jeez, and yeah, the spike nowhere to get picked up, so it doesn't feel like YFP are just trying to play this information game. Stallion going for the peek is able actually to find Alvin, but information is going to be given away, so M80 wise to this attack. They've got plenty to work off of right now, and keep in mind, this could be their last round if they secure. I imagine Paint going to use the lockdown.
Yeah, no doubt. That's going to just toss down guarantees sight and the links. So Stallion is going to have to get out of there eventually. The counter lockdown, though, makes it so you get close first, and Stallion's... 3v2, reapproach. 2Z has both of them down. And YFP go band for band that round to a hellish degree. They might have just set themselves up for the rest of the game.
They could have, but first they need to make sure that things work out there. I like the counter strategy kind of coming through. Watching for when that Killjoy was going to use the ultimate. It was such a readable moment, especially given the fact that these first 2 kills happened so early. YFP really slowed down their pace. And it's in kind of that moment where, as we've talked about, M80 prefer to slow down their pace, and so then they can just kind of hang out and wait, because they know M80 are going to be very slowly creeping up on them, and you got to be ready to punish those kills. Stalwart as ever inside of that lockdown. They make it work. YFP 4 rounds away from tying things up against M80.
The is the round to get in your bag, truly. Oh, Bonnie. What are you thinking, man?
They're gonna page out a Ferbsa's book at this point.
What on earth? He's chilling here. M80 has like we've cut the site in half vertically. We've hot dog cut it.
Screen down.
And YFP still have to check everything. Like there's literally it's barren and they still have to do so much checking.
Yep.
They're like, what is going on? All right, now they realize the stack is probably safe.
Planted.
That goes down here. We'll be 5v5. And once again, my question earlier about M80 with those slow retakes. Let's see how long it takes for them to get set up and ready to go.
Bonnie able to distract a good couple. Yeah, you figure he's getting escorted or something.
Watch out! Go, go, go!
They bolt in. Tuzi's still on the garage. He gets past that. There's one down. You get a better rifle now. There's still a little time for the rest of the team to activate, though. Okay, nobody's looking at Bonnie still. That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Alvin will get one on the way through. We're in sight. Alvin has ammo to be able to beat Darkest. One member of YFP stays alive for that round, which is good enough, you know, at this point. But, yeah, I mean, you're still finding moments where M80 are getting away with so much, and now they have the full arsenal again.
And once again, it really just comes down to so long on the stall to try and regroup themselves to move in onto that retake. Bonnie's gotten so much ground, but it still feels like the leash is put on him, right? Like, Bonnie has to just try and zoom in, try and get all of the space, draw attention to allow the slow creep up from M80 onto that retake. But if you've seen any of these M80 games, the retake always looks a little bit weaker for them. And now they're going to try and make this one work. Bonnie, once again, with this operator. If they're not able to make this round work, their economy is going to be yet again broken. And Darkest has a pit available, which would be really great if you could get that spike down nice, quick, and easy to shut down that operator's potential of just finding those kills.
Gonna drain the well first, though. All of this Viper and KJ util on the B site that looks to be the prime target is so much staring in your face. Drone out first to see if there's personal presence. There is. It's GMD. He's not red, not checked, not killed. And now he's got the corner up on top of the door. B already feels like a non-starter.
And it feels like we're watching Envy right now. Oh, there's a molly up. Don't mind me. I'm going to walk right over it and still be able to find a kill. And to be fair, like, Ferbs is just simply not expecting that level of aggression coming through from GMD. And now, like, it comes down to the YFP core of their patient gameplay, what they want to do and make this one work. Dark is going to get the pit available, but it's all just a ruse to move in through the garage.
Ooh, trying to infect any way you can, and they'll eventually step on through the garage. Paint barely running away in time to have the intercept from the window. Nobody checking it, but Jack gets charged to Paint as well. That is some remarkable technicality coming through. Derek on the wrap, caught by Darkest in the pit as well. A risky move, but one that will bring it down to just Bonnie. And the dash will be caught into the overdrive. Just try clearing everything. Jack, breathe on him, he's dead. Darkest, same deal to him. The overdrive, no! And we escape with yet another round in their pocket.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh my. You know how I told you about the fact that, you know, good hesitation from M80. They're really not trying to up their pace anymore. They're playing their own game. Well, it feels like they're kind of falling into the fast dopamine hit style that YFP are so accustomed to. It looks like they're always looking for their individual moments. The comms don't feel as succinct and solid as we've seen in some of those previous rounds as to what is going on. And it's these gaps of information when you try to match the speed that are going to continuously work out in favor for YFP. Bonnie can simply not be the only person, similar to Ferbsa, who has to just run it down and make those plays happen. We need to see a bit more discipline from M80 to try and set up some counterplays between some of the other members on their squad.
See Bonnie being the prong of that, though. Starting out in the courtyard, getting rid of the turret, managing to avoid Tuzi's fire, then rotating back over to the two stack on C main and dealing with that too. Now GMD once again too close. You've got to be ready for this at some point, man. He's gotten away with it like thrice. And Derek has the fadeaway shock dart as he can't match Stallion gun for gun. But the TP onto A site, there's no way Stallion sticks this. Okay, thank you very much, buddy. Thank you. But this is, another open C site now that M80's made the rotation, but you're playing 2v3, you have no ults on the table, you have two swarms. You can cycle your smoke, you have a couple tools to hang on to for dear life here, but man, oh man, Marks, this is even tougher than the previous two rounds.
And the spike will go down. I'm going to be honest with you. The From the Shadows was just used to make them think that it was going to be an A-side hit.
Yep.
And just like
They
that,
waste
like
so much time.
Yeah, like we talked about it. M80, they're so slow on the retake. Sure, they're going to be able to go shopping for guns now, but they got to make their way over. Correct that mistake of just taking so long on the retake.
And you have no idea where Tuzi's at this point, too. He could be at any one of these crosses, and you just have to not give a care. Bonnie on the run in, yeah, they're gonna make hella noise. Good relay bolt, but everybody's already so ready for it, and Stallion with the off angle is gonna get up to 3. He has been farming these past couple rounds, and now YFP is just 1 away from taking us to OT.
Wow. I didn't think we'd be here. I'm gonna be so real with you. It was looking like such an easy time for M80, and look at that too. Derek getting the shock dart onto Jack, who has been a consistent problem after that first initial engagement happens. Yeah, call that timeout. Talk to your coach. Let's see what Nismo's got coming into this next one. They will have enough economy to be able to buy things up here. Derek as well has the Hunter's Fury online. Tuzi is 2 away from the lockdown, but at this point, I think Derek has to get a little bit more proactive with it, at least initially, if YFP go for that aggressive push. But then as soon as we see YFP potentially lose a couple of members, you gotta slow it down and you gotta be a little bit more intelligent at keeping all of the map control. I think a lot of these retakes, the issue with them taking so long comes down to all of them thinking that it's on one side and then the call is wrong, meaning they've got to just run their way onto the other side and just funnel into whatever YFP have set up. So just play it a little bit more intelligently, spread out across the map after that phase 1 of the battle between these two teams, and then M80 might be able to close it out.
You see M80 having to keep reminding themselves of doing that every time they do manage to encroach onto the site. They look back up on the clock. Hey, wait, there's 45 seconds to go. That means YFP could go literally anywhere they want to. We got to spread this back out. The moments that they stack back up, especially with the lesser guns, because you feel that pressure to do so, to intercept what you've got coming towards you.
Oh, okay.
Led to these punishes. Very early Hunter's Fury on Derek's part, trying to catch the window. Will chip Tuzi, in fact, on this lurk. But nothing more. Alvin alone on the C site and has spotted the barrel. Snakebite ricocheting onto that main line on top of this poison orb is going to at least stall. But what more?
Oh man, if Alvin finds a kill as well, that's going to be the Viper's Pit available for M80. And this time it feels like it's just pure mind games. Skip that first phase of initial just, you know, 2 bulls clashing into each other. Let's just make sure to play the mind game right off the rip. And let's see what YFP have in store for us. As M80, they spread themselves out, just anchoring themselves down, which is a better look than what I've seen on the previous rounds.
Stallion playing that in case of Bonnie break glass. Last man on the insert. Nobody's gonna come his way. We've found the defensive turret. There's no more setup on the B side. There's previously been loads. Tuzi can detect that there aren't any swarms.
Toxin screen down.
And they might be able to open up both sides at once, because now you've got all this pressure mounting back towards the C lane and no one's checking it. The turret's been toasted, so everyone's paying too much attention to B site, which granted Tuzi is also in. YFP will infect. Now they'll collapse. Double cloudburst into the pedestal, and Verbs stands alone on top. Darkest with the help. Rest of YFP makes the crunch work beautifully, and Bonnie left alone for far too long. A 4v1. A gorgeous take with just enough time to get the spike down.
You should run.
And a statement piece. Capped off by an exclamation point-sized lockdown. We have made it to overtime against every single odd here on Haven.
And call me really impressed by the switch up that we've been seeing from YFP. You know, we've seen those Ferps around. We've seen when Ferpsa just decides to fly into the squad and everyone's just like, all right, Ferpsa, go do your thing. Oh no, what do we do now? But now we're seeing a completely different look. It almost felt like sending Ferpsa in so aggressively earlier on this map was to make M80 think that that's always how they're going to be playing. They're going to be playing that Fast Furious style. And then as soon as YFP slow it down, it's like they're masters of small individual chaos happening all throughout the map. And M80 are just simply not ready for it. They weren't ready for it when it was in the giant team fights that are going on one of these sites, and they're not ready for it when it comes to backstabs happening very consistently. Tuzi finding so much room. And so we find ourselves into overtime now. YFP start us out on defense, and that's a lot of info Darkus just picked up.
Yeah, and losing only a chunk of his health for it. That was after spotting that shock dart bounce over to get rid of one of the nano swarms, but on the offside, there still lasts that one more. Now the spray onto Jack after the recon bolt's tossed. M80 just fire at anything that moves at the moment, and it's working out pretty dang well. Verbsa, though, infecting down C long. Bonnie turns to it lightning quick. And this attack looks just about perfect so far.
Bonnie with the overdrive as well. GMD getting tickled a little bit, but still 76 HP.
Go, go, go.
This Viper util is still a thorn in the side. Darkest able to activate that orb and force most of M80 to fully dial back. Summon Cubby. Risky as can be, but Bonnie can keep spamming this dash to just force the continuous peeking. All about the coverage. Relay bolt on top of the defuse. It's still getting held now. No longer. GMD takes care of that, and M80 can re-breach the site 4 alive to get back to game point.
You know, I'm really liking this right now. The overall macro of, hey, use your duelist to just get all the information and be a little bit of bait, because generally speaking, they will be able to escape. And the rest of you can just kind of swing off that to make sure that you guarantee those kills there. And of course, in the midst of all of that, the rotation coming around through Garage as well was being set up. So just a really good attacking protocol coming in from M80 to work that map. YFP now look to potentially swing this one back. They got to win on their attacking half. Let's see what they've got cooked up. Derek already spraying things with the Odin.
Yeah, just, you know, whatever you can find, you'll be happy with. You got a lot of bullets in that thing to go look at. Bonnie whiffs on the operator, and YFP have already busted down the door of A-site. GMD having to play that next line of defense, and now facing down 2, Nate 3, bottlenecking down the lane, and all the meanwhile, the draft in from Verbsa gets them in so quick. Guaranteed sight, 5v4. And the spike will finally make its way down.
Well, at least M80 won't have to take too long to rotate their way all the way around to get this retake underway. Derek spotting out info.
Ult into the swarm, but that second one is taken care of, so they're remaining at half HP, but so are half of the members of M80 with all of this spraying going down. Dark is the first to go in graffiti, and the crossfire looks more than effective. It looks deadly. Flawless round 26, and we got an OT2.
Yep, here we go. YFP are starting to really heat up, and most importantly as well, Verbsa is able to stay alive in the midst of all of this to continue to add that additional pressure. You know the guy's mechanics are absolutely cracked, and well, if you're playing in a system where everyone else is alive and watching different angles, then you're going to be able to see those bullets fly just a little bit tighter. YFP now calling this time out because they're feeling nice and confident. If they can win this defensive side, then I think they should be able to take the offensive and take their first map. Tenrek, this so far has been very electric between these two teams, and genuinely speaking, looking at YFP, I'm really appreciating their heat up in this last half.
100%. Yeah, it's been great to see YFP with their resurgence, and yet M80 continuing to have this amazing firepower that we expected from them. These are two teams that are playing to stay alive here in North America. Crazy that we think, crazy to think that one of them is going to be gone for like a month or something. Man, it's going to suck. But I agree with you. I think, you know, at this point, you win on defense. If you're YFP, you feel pretty secure about being able to nail that last attack round. Just comes down to this first bit where M80 also seemed quite confident.
Verbsa getting the aim practice in before we kind of get this one going, but looks like M80 are going to be moving in. Okay, call it now. You think Verbsa's going to be dashing in front of him?
Who's to say, man? And with how much help. Oh, he goes! Yeah. He's up! Let's go! Now he's got the cross set up by Stallion, and with the smoke.
Yep.
You're fully guaranteeing A site, but you're also leaving so much more of the map unattended, and M80 knows that. They're going to start launching a lot. The nanoswarm into the snakebite prevents the immediate takeover. Derek, I don't think he's super happy with where that recon bolt landed, so M80 are just going to hyperdrive it down the C lane while Derek holds down that lurk. Yo, this is dicey, isn't it? Wow. Doesn't manage to really land much of anything, but at the very least, M80 have the C site.
And still, though, it's going to be a 5v4 retake here. A lot of utilities still very much available to reinitiate in onto that site. Jack still has the Owl drone, and Stallion as well will have another smoke in. And of course, Verbsa won't be able to fly in this time, but still has quite a bit to make happen.
Feels like that drone probably read the high-low, and the spray down on a GMD, that's just good sense. So Paint's really the only linchpin here to prevent this stack from being blindsided, and he's gonna have to stack! And M80 recovers with all three of the remaining players standing!
Yeah, well, that was kind of sick coming through there. Of course, Bonnie, that's the player that we would expect to find that. But Paint, coming off of the duelist role from Challengers last year, fitting more into the initiator, but put on Killjoy specifically for Haven. And you know, will still be able to hold his own. Previously, we've seen Paint multiple times just take 1vx scenarios and always win that out. That's that duelist practice right there. And still, despite all odds, M80 come back into it and force yet another map point yet again. YFP, let's see what they've got in store. Are they going to be fast and rambunctious or take their time? I imagine they've got to cool things off just a bit.
Yeah, I mean, they have to have some game plan here in the book. Paint, early cutoff, they're gonna try and just twist the knife on him and it'll work out well, but Alvin as the secondary able to at least find the one with Derek playing in the back. This means that Seaside's gonna have some presence on it as YFP tries to take it over, but how much is actually gonna breach through this poison orb doesn't seem like a lick of it.
Oh, in the midst there, Alvin actually gets pinged up by one of the bullets. Could have been a little bit more dangerous. Shock dart, oh, Darkus. Almost dead, but not quite.
Jack taking a chunk too as well. Now YFP able to set up the post plant pretty safely. This alarm bot is also placed quite far back, so YFP can play basically the whole lane without Bonnie really being a bother. And there it is. Just gonna swing past it. Take the lane sight. Look down and see what he comes up with. That's one down, and YFP, the walls are closing in. The opportunities are closing up, but YFP's stack remains empty from the garage. And they will, in fact, get it done 15-13. YFP go the distance, but M80 cross the finish line.
Yeah, great stuff that time. Bonnie completely unchecked. And you could tell that, you know, generally, M80, they've taken their time on that retake, meaning that YFP should be able to get themselves set up onto a post-plant positioning. But that time, YFP, not as much time to get that thing online. And as a result of that, the crunch happens. Bonnie's able to get nice and set up with those long-range shots. Nobody can contest that. And then the paranoia, I'm not sure if you saw it on the minimap, was absolutely excellent coming in from GMD. But in the end there, it is M80 who are able to walk away with it. It was, I'm not gonna lie, that might have been just one of the most exciting maps that VALORANT that I have ever casted. It both had those crazy chaotic moments, but then the very well counter-stratting coming in from both of these sides.
Yeah, it's been amazing seeing all of this experience and mental fortuity just completely thrown aside by this opportunism that both of these teams have managed to take. They see a body, they want to catch it, and we'll definitely see that continue in map 2. Pearl's coming up, folks. Don't go anywhere.
Fuga, vai! Fuga, vai!
showdown's gonna be big, and Bonnie's, well, if they need it, fully a scuffle, so pit. Good sound, Renz. Oh, the high-low. There it is. Oh, and even more than that, Zorota is dimensional drip from Tonza. He's gonna know what you're planning, what you think before you've even executed. And the real executioners are sleepers.
Well, folks, my hair is in a messy bun, so that can only mean one thing. We had a double overtime with M80 taking YFP's map pick of Haven 15-13. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Gombers and Ash here on the desk. And I mean, we'll see you with the timeline. There was a little bit of a whoopsie doopsie, if you will, coming from M80, where they absolutely could have ended that without the double OT Gombers, and then just everything happened so much, as somebody new once said, and things happened so much that game.
Yeah, they started to let go a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. M80, they had a lot of hiccups. I could see that C site started to become a little bit more attractive to YFP in regards to just understanding, okay, the retake for M80 isn't looking too great. Bonnie actually at some point had started slacking quite a bit in regards to their aim, unfortunately. I'm not gonna lie, like in the beginning they were the star player, right? And of course it was a very long game. You know, at some point you can't really keep that for such a long duration. But I think they held their own. Obviously in the last couple seconds they have to make some adaptations, moving Kate over to the C site to make sure that they could secure that and taking in that win. So that was quite exciting. I think the end game adaptation was very necessary, or else it could have gone the other way, to be completely honest with you.
We'll see the timeline soon enough, but like kind of things just started slipping a little bit yesterday. And now that was only map 1. We're gonna talk about map 2 in a second, but I mean, good on YFP, Ash, for, you know, making, well, it was a fake comeback, to be fair, making a comeback at all.
Yeah, I think that you have to keep in mind it was an 8-4 half on the side of M80, and then they managed to also secure that second pistol and their anti-eco round. So that's 10-4. That was a long way for YFP to climb back, especially once they hit that match point there on the side of M80. So it was a very enduring matchup for these two teams. I think for M80 side, you mentioned about how they could like close things out a little bit sooner. I feel like those post plans were so solid from both of these teams. You know, you always have one player going back for one of those late wraps into the post plant too, going for those backstabs, usually being Darkest on the side of YFP. And then for M80, it was often we would see like Paint or Alvin in those situations. And it just came down to a lot of small things, a lot of those fights that were happening into the late rounds. But the openings are also really interesting too because of the compositions are running, right? Like with these teams playing that double controller, the fact that you have each of the duelists looking to take a little bit of a forward angle into the early round, trying to get that first engagement. And that first pick was just so important because it determined which team had the edge up as far as information, which is the biggest thing on Haven with some of those rotations, depending on how you're looking to like default or split. But overall, an insane matchup with how they both got like fired up. And it felt like for YFP, a lot of those moments came down to really heroic plays out of players like Darkest and Ferbsa, just like being able to be those playmakers at times. And for M80, they also had moments where like we had to see them clap back too.
And looking at this, I mean, Bonnie, someone we have highlighted in the pre-show, is just, I mean, we had like one pretty like crucial whiff, Gompers, but otherwise, like what you're talking about, like when he was mechanically, you know, not slacking this game, he is exactly what we expected him, exactly what he needed, he did exactly what we expected him to do. There we go. Woo!
Oh, no, absolutely. I think Darkest actually hadn't gone negative against anyone in 1v1s, by the way, so
good for him.
Overall, just really pulling through for the team. And this is a consistent player. I feel like there's never anything bad to really say about Darkest. They've always performed well, whether it be on the controller, whatever role they prefer to play, right? So, I do give them kudos in the map of Haven. It's quite hard too, because Ash had said originally, being on the Neon for Bonnie, that in itself is empowering, right? Like you have those stuns to kind of help yourself get out of certain situations, and it didn't feel that way for Ferbsa. As to where it did feel like a lot of the time, YFP got stuck in situations they couldn't get themselves out of, where Bonnie had GMT there to help, Guimon there to help, as well as kind of like helping themselves. So it was a very different scenario most of the time for them.
I believe also Darkest got the ace. That was during the game, which is, you know, I think also just like classic Darkest. But I'm also glad you brought up Guimon, Gompers, because we want to show a head-to-head of these two controllers. Also, the two IGLs going head-to-head. I mean, literally just switch around to 4 and a 6, and it's like the exact same ACS. But I mean, these, especially Guimon, I feel like when like you give him, he's like, all right, I'm done. I'll do it myself kind of energy, and that's exactly what happened multiple rounds there at the end. Gompers just a certified Guimon round, but of course Darkest is, you know, doing his darkest things.
Dude, it combined, the both of them had what, like 5 to 6 2Ks, which you know, when you think of a 2K, it's like, oh, whatever, but those are like game changing, especially in rounds where now you have like such a big player advantage and you're able to kind of roll off that. I think these two players in particular, which controller players have just been dominating lately within stage 1, really changed the pace of play of the game. So it's quite pleasurable to see them up here. I think apologies, I mean, Guimon and Bonnie combined, but here for Darkest, obviously we talk about the 5K, so the 4Ks they received, the 2Ks, like this is a player that also has provided as much as they could to this team. And honestly, some of the rounds with that 5K especially, like they won them for the team as well, like carried them on their back almost, you could say. So, you know, it's not over for YFP. I think it's like the first game that they're playing within, you know, this series in particular, and now they're starting to get a bit adjusted to M80. So I think there's going to be a lot more challenges in the next map.
I think what's going to be really interesting in you talking about that next map is we're going to see like the rule swap, right? So for Darkest, he's going to lean back into that KO, that flash initiator that we know him for. And then for GMT, he'll still be on the smokes, but he'll be back on that Astra. And you were talking about how he can make those plays for himself. That Omen enables it a little bit more, but I'm curious to see what the IGLing differences are going to be heading into Pearl. This map, especially with the long rotations through spawn, it's so important when it comes down to like that mid control, how you're working that early map control, if you can get any of like those inserts in, especially on like the attacking side, and thread that needle. And I think that for Darkest, being on that KO is going to be a lot more enabled to play with the pack, right? Meanwhile, for GMG, it becomes a little bit harder to call on that Astra in particular because he's playing a little bit more of like a lurking role. He's not always going to be with the pack, and that can definitely have a big impact on how that mid-rounding ends up looking, because you rely a lot for GMD for the calling, like the comms that are coming from like the rest of his squad, so he can make some sort of accurate read for those pivots. And I think that's why we want to highlight the IGLs heading into Pearl, is that it really is going to be a battle of the minds.
And Pearl, I think, is that perfect battleground. You know, Darkest, if he and his team want to bring it to a map 3, bring it to Breeze, you might as well, I mean, you only have Pearl to do it, right? And it is M80's map pick as we head into Agent Select. I mean, no surprise here. It's a battle of the Astras, as you just spoke about, Ash. Nothing surprising from the controller side.
No, definitely not. And I think when we're looking at, you know, the main differences between these two lineups here, you're looking at that Vito and that Killjoy, what that's going to be able to provide. For Alvin, that means that he's going to be playing like a little bit more proactive, having to take a little bit more of that risk and trying to figure out positions where it's comfortable for him to have that TP in his LOS, so he doesn't have to like do like a full like 180 to try and get out, especially if he ends up getting like util dumped and dashed on when you're looking at that waylay there for Ferbsa, as opposed to a 2Z where he has a little bit more of that information in his kit there for YFP. M80's comp definitely leans slightly more to the high risk, high reward kind of play style.
Again, I like that you say that, because there's a lot of abuse that we can see here for lurks on M80. I mean, on YFP side, and they can be fully secure. So I think that in itself is going to be quite interesting to see how they're able to, you know, utilize Darkest to kind of shut them down util-wise, and then have QZ lurk right on the attacking side to start off, or you know, potentially just have like some sort of abuse come through with util and then that rotation to another site. So I'm quite excited to see how exactly they're able to implement this Killjoy. I'm a big favorite of personally what the Vito over the Killjoy, just in regards to like how this can completely shut down what Darkest has to offer. But in due time, we'll see.
Well, folks, M80 are one map away from qualifying for playoffs. YFP have to fight for a map 3 right here, right now. Let's go to the game. Marks, Tenrek, let's go. Come on.
Let's go. Here we go. Marks, we're
Bit
back.
aggressive that time.
M80 and YFP. One map could decide their fate of both of these teams. And the switches of the compositions between them definitely tell the tale of how they want to approach this. Marks, like you said, that slower tempo definitely favors Alvin on this veto for their defensive half, which we expect them to try to do a lot of legwork on. But man, oh man, has YFP been moving pretty fast lately or what? I'm excited to see how Darkest and Ferbza can collapse on one another while hopefully still seeing Tuzi get some good work done on this KJ before we swap sides.
I'm genuinely curious how these changes for M80 are going to really impact their playstyle, because usually Bonnie would be on that Yoru, Derek on the Sova. And, you know, Derek very much just kind of like the one-trick Sova for M80. But the swap up to me means that it's a little bit more aggressive, and how they like to play with that veto, they just kind of send Alvin in alone, you know, play that similar to Chamber a couple years ago at this point, where he can get in, get out really quick, be aggressive on that defense. But GMD spotting out Darkest just as things kind of kick off here, and we'll keep that honest. Meanwhile, Derek watching down B long and spots the whole cavalry running in, so we'll just play his life.
And Darkest, in the meanwhile, solo doloing his way on the A site. And now M80 comes to meet it.
Oh.
So
mid-round call.
Do they read the stack is coming, or what do we do here? Oh, no way.
Nobody knows, man.
Boy.
All right, well,
we done
actually,
did a full bamboozle.
Yeah, Bonnie does circle back here, and especially if they do
30
decide to pick up the orb,
left.
should give that
Just to
information.
anchor.
30 seconds.
No,
So
they don't touch the orb.
Bonnie should be aware, though, that as soon as that site comes through, M80 got to run in.
There it is. Yeah, 3 pick off first hand, and now you don't have anything to block it away, so you're just going to keep firing, and Bonnie grabs the second two. Now the saturate on top of Ferbza still manages to land the head tap at the very least with that lower health pool. And a 2v3 for YFP on the site. Paint barely managing to hold on against Ferbza, and now that just leaves Tuzi. Paint with a 3K. M80 kind of tossed a little betwixt sides, but it'll end up working out for them after the cavalry is just a little too late to the issue, and Bonnie able to hold it solo.
And once again, we get treated to a little bit of Bonnie's mechanics, right? The super wide swing that throws everybody off. And on top of that, I think I got to see, maybe it was the veto as well, swinging that nice long, but KO just kind of coming in there. Paint making sure to clean up the rest of those kills. Yeah, that's what Bonnie does, and works out well. Ferbza being able to find that first kill as well onto Bonnie, sorry, to try and make sure that it tries to even it out a little bit, but still, patience works out for M80. And once again, we need to see them playing together as a squad, because if they get split up, if they get pulled apart, that's really where YFP are going to find their moments to really punish them, based on how that last map went.
And for Ferbza to gain that intel into if anybody's trying to linchpin the middle of the plaza. Nothing doing there. Tough prongs M80's working with here. Alvin has moved way up main. And he'll be uncontested if he's watched out for. Stallion does not have a star placed here yet. And I doubt they'll think to.
Really slow, but Derek, he uses a Prowler or a Haunt.
Yeah, it's just a Haunt. That'll have to get taken down. That's at least one channel confirmed. Maybe they think the full 5 stacks here, but of course, can't read too hard into it.
Taking space actually towards Art. I'm wondering if they're trying to make a fake happen, but given the fact that Stallion, Jack, and Ferbza are here, there's no way that anyone from M80 are going to bite, and now time is kind of ticking down.
There's the knife
30
on the
seconds
A.
left.
Yeah, nobody bit. All for this is too hard. Oh, GMD. Okay, he walked in. You get a free stinger out of it. Derek back in time, but yet again, he's just meeting too much. Alvin can backstab Darkest, though, as the mid presence is going to become Plaza presence, comes Road presence, becomes all M80 present. And I don't think Tuzi even gets back in time.
Oh, man. Running with the knife out, but still won't be able to make it back. Yeah, now spotted out by Bonnie, who finds that kill as well. So a bit of bamboozling happening from YFP to try and confuse M80 as to what the heck might be going on. And honestly, every single time I do get the sense that it is YFP trying to play these mind games. But when it just comes down to it, M80, they're ready for it, and they make sure to adapt appropriately, keeping a lot of those weapons through to make sure the bonus is going to be guaranteed. YFP are going to be buying things up, but a great start for M80 here. They find those first 2 rounds rather flawlessly.
Go YFP up against the marred buy. Maybe he's gonna pop this interceptor to insert Alvin, potentially get him the orb, but that'll just get saturated as soon as it fades away. And now Alvin's kind of stuck, still gets away with the 1 before getting trounced. And then the Nova Pulse plus the flash drive is still not enough to fully clear the crowd. It's just gotten GMD. Now you can just spray your way through the problem, and hopefully that will do the rest indeed. It is scrappy, but it'll work for YFP.
I can't believe that Alvin kind of got away with those kills. It's kind of unreal, but of course, not necessarily enough to make this one happen. And look at this, again, YFP, they decided to just back out completely. And now, based off that information and presence, they know exactly what's happening. And Paint should be a little bit wise to this. Does have a Spectre moving into this one, but it's still a 1v4 scenario. So this is going to be a tough ask.
Yeah, especially with the distance you can play with, even if Paint manages to get his null command. Now, he couldn't really use it, but I love the attempts there from M80 to try to catch YFP with the pants down on the lane. Almost bloody worked, but yeah, now the economy will get reset. They'll get the guns up, and Paint does in fact have that null command for the reapproach. So feels like that B site starts to become kind of a gold vein if YFP is able to distract long enough. But yeah, just tough to say where you veer towards if you're M80 at the moment, because like you said, YFP feels like they're really just trying to allow for every opportunity for M80 to trip up.
Yeah, 100%. Like YFP, they're not committing onto any of the sites. Any of the sites, you don't know whether or not it's a fake or they're actually going to be pushing through.
They're doing it again with the interceptor, and it's pretty much an identical swing too, but this time with a rifle. And yeah, I mean, given the shots that Alvin was taking, you'd think he would be confident enough to do something like that, and it works. So nicely done. Spike is now stranded. That low-key might be the round, I'm not gonna lie. We'll see though. I mean, Uzi's decently up.
I've been really impressed with how Alvin's been playing. Had a little bit of a quieter round that last time, but on this Vito is just looking so sharp. Finds those initial kills as well. Derek gets caught up.
Yeah, C's will force Alvin to peek out again. Wow, Tuzi, look at this wrap. Oh, he doesn't have his gun out though.
Oh man.
Oh, I felt that in my knees, bro. And I get the high-low. It is, yeah. It's a bank vault now. No getting past this wall. 3-1 M80. Hold on to the null command as well. So this ult cycle is looking juicy for this next 5-6 rounds. Tough to know what you do here if you're YFP other than just keep playing. So big, my guess.
Or you start sending it. I'm just saying, it seems like that was kind of working out for YFP previous rounds here. But one of the biggest things that's kind of the issue, right? Like, Paint was originally on that KJ, on that last map, and so a lot less flash potential. But currently, as it stands, Paint, really good flashes, has been working on the technique to kind of combo with Bonnie. On the other side, Derek and Alvin have been quite a bit of a threat as well. Look at this. Ferbsa has to just try and dive in there to get that information. But as we know, this is just going to be yet another fake here. As a YFP, they rotate their way around, and M80 once again just have to kind of stand their ground and play that information game before over-rotating. Otherwise, they're going to be playing into exactly how YFP want to make this one work.
Already the A presence is going to be sold here. Bonnie not sure of how much is going to be walking into him, but it is just Ferbsa, so... have Derek help out. A lot of util tossed into this to make the 2v1 worth it, and M80 has guessed correctly on that presence. Now a 5v4 with far less on that B site that YFP are going to try to turn the gas on top of. Prowler into the flash, counteracted by that Nova Pulse that... Oh, and Alvin all the way back up in spawn again! Gets another free one. The double stack in! The null command prevents you from flashing your way through. And you still have the ult cycle for future rounds, now also helped out by the fact that YFP's economy is dusted.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
Yeah, more rounds like that, please.
I'm loving the holes that are getting set up here by M80. That time around, we actually see, I believe it's Alvin and GMD kind of holding in on that B site. As we know, Alvin, thanks to the utility that the veto affords, can play so far forwards into these weird off angles that no one really expects. And all the meanwhile, GMD does a great job at navigating that B site. I believe previously last year we saw him mostly playing the Omen around there, but once again on the Astra still looks masterful. On the other side as well, the comboing that's going on, the synergies between the agents. We see Bonnie that time playing off of Derek's utility, all the while Paint just keeping middle honest. It's a very well thought out defense being set up by M80 that doesn't rely on massive macro plays. It's all about just once you get that information, you've got enough and you've got somebody to swing off of you to be able to make sure that you win the fights, especially if there's only a couple members of YFP slowly meandering their way around.
Yeah, really like fish in a barrel if you're seeing YFP actively slowed down at any real given moment. So you're seeing in reaction to that YFP, when they know they can make a break for it, they're going to take every opportunity they can to do so. And that's what got them so far on Haven as well, mind you, with their full-blown attacks. It's just here you're so much more tempted to catch someone lurking on the mid doors, have someone hang out in art to potentially find the rotation back. There's so many consolation prizes that you're able to come away with on the way to a site on a map like this. YFP feel too tempted to grab these little trinket kills, and the stacks have been a little misguided because of that. Just not enough firepower behind it. And M80, I mean, we knew going into this match that they were going to be able to match up to that if that's what it came to.
Keep in mind, a Cosmic Divide available this time around. Alvin with the Evolution, but I don't imagine that's necessarily going to be the case given the fact that it is just a little bit of a poorer buy here. Furbsa getting ready to go here. It's going to be a fast explosion as per usual. Oh, never mind. Cancel.
Yeah, you gotta wait it out now. The knife is gonna prevent Furbsa from being able to dash. And you'll still keep a stack here, but again, you're gonna move the spike elsewhere.
Oh,
no. Nice stance, Tuzi! That's at least one. And a road less traveled. Now counteracted. Darkest makes it with the spike just in time to give himself away with the gun drop, and does he still win this? Okay. Yeah, get out of there.
Now the question is though, like, what the heck do YFP do? You know, the call gets made here, they're going to be backing out, but look at all the space that Alvin's been taking. And so even if they're able to somehow get the plant online, there's going to be ample opportunity for Alvin to kind of get this backstab on. And it's going to be real tough because that information should give up exactly what's kind of happening here. Time against them now. YFP will get the plant, but it's going to be 4v3 on this retake. Darkest has that operator.
Yeah, surrounded on a couple fronts, and it's tough to know where you want to put Darkest here, because he's also going to have to do a lot of the primary clearing. In fact, he's going to null command too. Alvin pops the Evo, but yeah, that does not matter to him. He's going to be able to keep on flying through. And this 3-stack looks so dang strong. Darkest does have the free op shot on one. Derek now trying to go for the pinch. Darkest gifted another one, and this fragment doing a good amount of work in the meantime. Darkest for fire. Got him. Yeah.
I am in disbelief. I was like, oh yeah, the operator, sure. You know, you just run him down, it's gonna be fine. Suddenly the C's goes in there and everyone gets stuck up because of the Fade utility. In the midst of all of that, mind you, the Evolution gets popped, but it doesn't activate. During the casting time, the null command cancels it out. And so in the midst of all of that, you know, they're still not able to even get that ultimate through, and it completely gets wasted. And then Darkest with the operator just owns them, for lack of better terms. A good round from YFP, but a bit of an interesting one. Furbsa letting the convergent paths go. Pain already down.
Yeah, and they're gonna fly that onto Alvin, who catches Furbsa on the shot. Was he slowed for that? That's insane. Really tough to know who you give the operator to here as well. Bonnie searching for ghosts down that road. And Flash is going to doubly confirm. He still catches one. The saturated and almost double, but Jack manages to just avoid it. But now Spike's stuck on the door and Alvin able to hold that down. And once again, map split in twain. The B presence solid as Stallion has walked it down B main, but surely they read that he's the one holding the operator by now, and so they'll just divvy up the space again. You got 50 seconds to work with. What do you do with that, YFP?
Actually, this is a really interesting question right now because we see M80 actually completely back off, so that will give the opportunity over to YFP. But at this point, genuinely, I think it's just, hey, play it nice and safe and together, and don't overextend yourself. That's kind of crazy that Stallion is going to be sticking with the operator, though. Looking for that opportunity, and, well, if Jack gets the plant down, the Nightfall will be available. So this is still a very winnable round right now for YFP. Curious to see whether or not we're going to be treated to that Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, as per last, this is just the kind of round that YFP wins against all odds. Has to check literally everywhere. They have no idea where these last 3 members are. Eye out for the high ground, and in we go. Lane still watched by Stallion. He'll start to swing wide on top. First leg of the defuse done by Alvin. Nova Pulse will get him away. And now Stallion can reset the sights while Jack with this haunt is gonna catch 2. Stallion with a bandit opens up a second, but GMD sprays back onto both and is able to save the round for M80. One held onto and still an operator in their hands, plus ults to spare. M80 still trying to get the momentum going.
Wow, I mean, at this point, the operator is the largest issue that M80 is having to deal with. It's so crazy how these close range ops are kind of working out. That's so sick from Stallion, just the drive-by light up with the bandit in hand. Very suitable name if you ask me in that instance, but thankfully, just at the very end there, GMD with a Phantom will be able to do a lot of spraying to make sure that YFP don't walk away with yet another criminal round. It's going to be a weird scattered by coming through from YFP this time. Convergent pass online. Bonnie going to be going in fast.
Oh, fast indeed. Almost too fast on top of it, but that'll bloody work. Paint to help out with the flash drive. And that really is when he's best, flashing himself in. He is just so meant to be able to frag out any opportunity that allows him to. And this is one of them.
Once again, just excellent combos of agents getting set up. Really, any two can kind of sing as long as there's enough setup to be able to play off of. Was so aggressive off the rip, and they get completely rewarded for it. Bonnie had to escape for a second, but actually is good. Now the Killjoy stuff not utilized.
Bonnie managing to get out of 2Z. He's LOS. No shots will actually give him away. Maybe Paint can swing this close. Make it even easier. I mean, yeah, you have a world of stuff you can cycle through now. YFP, I mean, even with that operator, you might consider just saving, but yeah, with so much time, M80's gonna get active. Double. 2Z almost seals with both of it. That was nice sense to be prepared, but that will do it and fully knock down the economy of YFP this half while maintaining the ult cycling for M80.
Yeah, no more crazy operator shots from you, Darkest. Slap that sniper rifle out of your hand. And once again, it's that scatter by coming through. Ferbsa will have this Bucky. And 4 ultimates online for YFP. Given their rambunctious gameplay strategy that we've kind of seen them play these last couple of rounds, and honestly, the last map completely, I still wouldn't be surprised if we see them just try to run it down off of a null command, off of that Nightfall. There's still options available to try and convert this one over. But Derek won away from having the Nightfall available. And look at that, Ferbsa going down very early to Bonnie's just point-blank sniper rifle.
Now you have to use everything in your artillery to get rid of that. The fadeaway smoke into the flash, and it doesn't catch Bonnie, and now Paint alone against Art, but with these pistols, it is pretty easy. Hey, he still got 1 or 2. And slow-mo. Nice.
Oh.
All right. Stole it away. So, yeah, 7-2 for M80. Pretty unquestionably there. Still, I mean, the shots are still lining up for YFP. You really can't sleep on these guys at any moment, especially now that they have 4 ults on the board.
Hey, and you know what? Let's talk about Paint. I feel like we talk a lot about Paint, specifically changing over from the Duelist onto the Initiator, but these flashes have been amazing coming through. Another opportunity where 3 people kind of get flashed out, allowing the KO to just kind of swing out. Sure, honestly, great flashes to be able to enable your Duelist to kind of fly through, but sometimes Paint just needs to flash for himself and swing out and find so much value. Once again, YFP though, they've got 4 ultimates coming into this one, And well, there's 3 to respond from M80. And you know what? The evolution is going to be popped by Alvin, because that thing is going to last the entire game, as it is going to be this creep up, but caught by the Nightfall.
Wow. Huge call to just send it down that lane, but it'll catch so many. And YFP can get the lean off of that so much more quickly into A site. And now the null command on top as well. It'll just hit GMD. And now the lockdown as well.
Okay.
They are just really giving everything to this, aren't they? Bonnie is in on this though, and Jack catches that too. Man, YFP, the reflexes are keen this round. Now, yeah, Alvin undeterred by the lockdown. They don't expect him this early, but the shots will give him away on that first body poking out. Now you have 50 seconds to play your way, and Ferbs gonna pad some stats to get his decent place on the leaderboard back, as it's now 3-7.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a different attack that time around. They just simply overwhelm and conquer the middle of this site, and that makes it so much easier for them to be able to navigate around the map. You know, the world's your oyster. You're able to just move in wherever. And plenty of ultimates get tossed in from YFP's side. But that's all good, because you still have the Nightfall. You still have the Cosmic Divide. And Ferbsa just 2 away now from having convergent paths online. Once again, M80, let's see how they set up their defense here, how they're going to be anchoring things. Looks like it is going to be an aggressive push forwards here to at least get things going, as the Interceptor gets activated by Alvin to try and deter some of that presence. But if you're YFP, you're like, hey, that mid-crunch was sick. Let's do that one again.
Yeah. No immediate aggression down the B lane, but that's what M80 always needs to be prepared for, is that immediate aggression. Flash out from Paint to open up Derek. That is so good over the roof, so no one's ready for it. And GMD just spraying through these smokes. Yeah, I mean, the minute YFP starts snailing, they start trailing. And M80 slowly let the walls close in again, letting YFP's opportunities shrink on their own.
Yeah, now as well, Alvin going around the back there, but good distraction techniques. I mean, before, when Paint was on that duelist, the distraction would have been his body running through. But that time just uses the flash, and you see YFP are like, yeah, we got the jump on him. Let's go kill him. But then Derek comes out of nowhere and just makes that one work. It's just so well coordinated.
I have the spike.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Swing on that. You are out of your goddamn mind if you get this ace, buddy. Bonnie, operator, can swap to whatever gun he wants. He's got a legendary chest right next to him worth of guns. He can pick anything. And he keeps the operator walking into this. Classic M80 speed. Light speed available. Saturate 2. One and done though. No run back. And the hop out is not good. Bonnie light speed into the block. No more options, but just a peek. And he does! Why must you torture us so?
Brother, what are these rounds?
It's 8-3. Somehow, some way. God, he had to do that with the operator too, man. I'm so toasted right now. Oh my God. That round just turned me into smithereens.
Oh my God. Oh, it's a little criminal that we didn't get to see Stallion with the triple spray down there, but you know what? It's all good, because I mean, I was doing my, oh yeah, this round is over spiel, and yet somehow Stallion pulls that one right back, is able to just completely dismantle M80 hanging out there. And Bonnie, with a little bit of an oopsie, still able to squeeze that one out. It's gonna be aggressive this time coming in from YFP, a little frustrated with how that last round might have gone. But M80 are ready for it. This time, it's a triple stack here onto A, and Derek already coming in to reinforce. The ultimate orb will be picked up, convergent paths ready to go, but you know M80 are going to be ready for it.
And Alvin already sprinting back over to spawn to force this back to another lurk condition, which happened previously. That Nightfall does not land on Bonnie. And YFP can't move off of it because of the fragment tossed anyway. That null command also wasting time. I mean, down to less than a minute. You already have Alvin behind you if you decide to rotate. Everyone else is here. M80 have set the stage.
Exactly. The wraparound more or less contains them inside of that box. And the null command as well just makes it impossible for any of these ultimates to happen. Stallion will be setting this up. I imagine we're going to see the convergent paths as well. But like M80, they've got the read on this.
Flash out. Cosmic Divide still not up yet, and now the knife is going to prevent them from using it. There's 30 seconds on the clock!
Oh, man.
You're joking right now, man. YFP's mentally so cooked this round. There it is. And here we go. Now convergent paths on top of paint. Everybody hindered. Everybody stopped with the gravity well. Let's GMD get the freebie, and now the stack has to walk in. But it's looking pretty good. Bonnie can't get a clean one. Derek only good for the 2. And Alvin's still on the way back from the lurk. Bonnie's still with this operator too. Nice double back with the light speed, though, that lets them both get that finality. And M80 still take the round, despite YFP continuing to make it look close.
Everyone having fun? If you're not,
This is one of those things where maybe the stubbornness coming in from YFP might be one of the biggest issues plaguing this team at the moment. Like, so much stall happens against them. That has to be one of the most frustrating rounds. You know, they're running out of time and they've got to punch the clock. They've got to hit the gas, pedal to the metal, find their way onto the site, get that plant in coming, and they almost squeak away with it, with how much they love to thrive in the chaos. And yet still, the preparation from M80, holding their ground, ready for it. They're able to just play a YFP nice and easy. It's looking a little bit dicey, but the swings around were perfectly timed. Now, we swap sides over here. Ferbs are getting aggressive right off the rip. GMD, aware of that presence, backs up, has the rest of the team to support as the 0 point gets tossed in as well.
And say lane control is more than formidable for M80's start on the defense. YFP can condition it early. They leave M80 to have to start playing a lot slower on these approaches as well. But M80 is just gonna say, F that. We're just gonna run through this on stack and wait for Ferbs to peek out himself, because Lord knows he's not gonna get more than one. Jack with the Prowler just playing stall as there's 2 on top of the dugout, but Bonnie's gonna get that intel quick. The flash only catches 1 though. Stallion able to babysit their way through. But M80 have spotted an opportunity. Through art, as YFP have entirely rotated over to A site, M80 have a fraction of a moment to be able to flip this map in the 3v4.
Oh man, and where have I seen this one before? It was YFP on the attack. M80 this time, plenty of time to go exploring on the map. So they will do just that. Tuzi though, making it a little bit more uncomfortable, spots out that information, will rightfully back up, but that's going to allow YFP to crunch it a little bit faster as Derek goes a bit more aggressive.
Hot shot's taken it first, but it's all preventative. It's all just time that they have to waste. And everything else, again, has to be checked prior. There goes the stack. Stars on top of the spike. Derek gets an easy first one. Nails a second on top of the stack up. And Jack is half. GMD's work cut out for him, but not that large. And the gravity well will play a lot of the time for him. And he has the Nova Pulse too. Could set that up if you'd like. Oh no, no stars left. Never mind. Yeah. Jack now just takes the close quarters, and YFP keep 2 standing. They'll take the pistol back, force the second guess, and keep this game going.
I was gonna say, like, at that point, don't even bother tapping the spike. Just double swing them and you should be able to win out, especially with the frenzy in hand. Great stuff coming through from YFP. So aggressive right off the bat here, but looks like in those moments, Tuzi specifically was the biggest anchor, the biggest boon in YFP's side to try and make sure that that round was still going to be a winnable one. And so they're able to scoop up those pistols. No stinger shenanigans this time, because it's not going to be YFP on the, the buy up here. And M80 will be just kind of sticking to their pistols. We do get to see Bonnie come in with a shorty. It's gonna be the flash exec right off the bat again, but just pick up the orb maybe and see how you engage onto the site.
Yeah. There's the interceptor up from Alvin. Very easy to shoot down, but yeah, you just walk in front of it instead. So M80 technically have a free sightline, and Bonnie walked in with the shorty. Hello! Now he goes for the saturate. That's gonna catch 2, but luckily Tuzi has the judge and is able to silence that. At the very least, you slow it down and gotten GMD all the way to the back line, who is able to also get 1. It is a 2v2 right now, and Tuzi's already been caught in the garden. Meanwhile, Derek able to play from afar, has that Prowler active, and Paint pressuring Tuzi, just walking up to him, but the better shot's taken by Tuzi. And now Derek stands alone. Still, potential to clutch this again. Prowler still in the bank. Turret up, gonna catch him quick. But the first turn from Derek almost catches YFP off guard. The gun diff is the only thing saving YFP several times over in a round that gets them to 5-9.
Oh man, but you still can't be too happy with how that round went. Yo, so much value gotten from Bonnie just there with the shorty. And then as well, using the saturate, it was looking like something crazy was about to happen here. But the weapon pickup, GMD kind of going into the back. It's that aggressive level of play. I think the desk highlighted it as well, saying, you know, GMD sometimes goes to the I'll do it myself mode instead of just kind of calling the round. And it's really feeling like that step up is what's needed in order to counteract the rambunctious, chaotic style that YFP has consistently thrown at the board at M80.
Well, now the full guns should be pervasive enough to at least put a dent in this earlier on than before. YFP still playing close to it though. Ferbsta
huge.
Already getting flashed out. Yeah, that's major. And the Haunt forcing his position. He doesn't really have anything to save him, so Tuzi now has to play puppy guard. That might be a free twofer. Oh, nice flashback out though.
Oh.
Darkest lets a whole lot of damage get done to Bonnie and Derek. Tuzi, very pressured right now on the pinch, has a little bit of help, but Alvin able to tear through the stack. Darkest now left. Oh, the Guardian taps are insane! 7 HP, but Derek is quite oh, it's a shame he couldn't get the ace, but GMD spots the elbow, and it's yet again a 1v1. And Stallion with just this classic in hand, no easy access to a gun, means that GMD has a hard advantage this round, but no idea where Stallion could be.
Wait.
I have obscuring vision.
Okay. All right. It's just a wrap around here. Yeah.
No, I see it. Okay. Get the Spectre. That's the one gun you can hold on to here. GMD. Okay.
30 seconds left.
It's in the hallway.
He's psyching himself out. I feel like this is
he's so in his head right now. It's insane.
Yeah, like this is what's been going on. The mental warfare going on between these two teams, but finally the plant should be able to come out online. And yeah, Stallion second guessed it yet again, but they're
10 seconds.
This is ridiculous, man.
And they're both losing to each other.
Stallion walks out as the Spectre. GMD's trapped. He doesn't have any smokes now. Oh, maybe he does. Oh no, he goes for the dump box instead. Oh, big dog. I don't know about that one. I'm gonna be so real with you.
The nerves.
Oh boy.
The nerves are catching up to M80 here. You hate to see it happen, but once again, I have a feeling that it's just the conditioning that YFP really settled them. Darkest going sicko mode yet again.
That's insane, dude. Oh my God.
I mean, they're all low HP and it's only one bullet, but that's kind of crazy. You don't expect that killer performance, but Darkest making sure that YFP still have a chance here to come back and secure that spot into playoffs. For M80, if they're able to win this map, then they find that spot here, but they have to keep on being diligent about this. That's now 3 rounds in a row, as their bye is a little bit sus, but should be good enough to try and make this one happen.
Knife confirming 2, and that once again persuades Alvin to just fire up the interceptor and insert himself. But I mean, how much presence can you really boast from there against the 3-stack? YFP, it feels like they'd still be quick to the rotation once they catch this intel. And Derek has already launched a Prowler. A 3-stack in mid. I mean, we're paying heavy attention to these mid entries. So little util has been given away. Darkest is so prepared for this. Oh, but he whiffs though. That's road given away, and Bonnie's gonna chase that down.
What do you do right now if you are M80 at this point? The jig is up, right? Like, they know, they think you're coming onto this B site, but still 45 seconds left on the clock. Opportunity to really wrap things around, and Cosmic Divide gets invested as well, but now the mind games are active for M80 as they rotate around A. It's okay though, because looks like Jack, as well as Stallion in the back of the site, are ready to receive this.
Now, YFP's keen to it. They'll rotate quick, and Stallion already in the back. Oh, misses a couple crucial shots, and that'll net way M80 the free plant down. Jack just spraying through the smokes. Huge flashes both ways, but it gets Tuzi back in, and now the Nightfall in response. As the spike did get planted, now they have to take that ground back. M80 having to play from this distance, as Ferbsa re-entering from the garden still gets in unscathed. Tough angles to take, and on Art, Darkest can take that breach. Now GMD and Derek refragging. Derek with his own Nightfall in response, but it misses Tuzi, who's grabbed his own rifle. GMD, known about in Art. Derek having one trail laid onto Jack on his defuse. Tuzi creeps up, but Derek can't make it up after fragging Jack. There is just always something, man. And YFP keep the streak going.
They really do there. And, you know, the Nightfall's being traded back forth. Try and make that one happen, but it's not going to be enough. M80. Economy in the garbage bin this time around. Darkest. Oh, yeah, okay. I was just about to say, I'm really surprised that we're not really seeing a timeout being called here. But it's time for that to happen because you just lost 4 rounds in a row. Burn that first time out. You entered into this one with that 9-3 half. Don't make the curse real, but at this point, YFP on this defense just looks so much more comfortable. So much more ready to try and make this one happen. And to be fair, this is very much heavily their favored side. When it comes to the defense, they play a really good Pearl. And M80 are really struggling to try and make anything happen here, especially now going into 2 huge ultimates on the defense.
Yeah, there's so much to back this up now. And it seems like YFP are perfectly content with playing those things early and moving on top of those factors as well. Darkest with these null commands. Same with Paint for that matter. Just playing to keep out, let some other member kind of creep up and grab that extra space. On a map like this that is so spacious, that's really all you need a lot of the time. And really, I mean, classic North America, just the occasional corner, the occasional peek going unchecked, and it leading to so much connection. It's in the margins that these rounds continue to be found. M80, really questionable buy coming into this. They're gonna give it a go.
I had a feeling it was gonna be a close one between these 2 teams, but no one would have predicted this level. Tuzi just around this corner. Excellent flash, but Tuzi's still able to find the spray down.
Eventually able to get refragged, but the health pool is still so dire already, and that Prowler's still gonna catch Derek. In fact, you have no reason to not completely chase this down now that YFP and M80 are both fully stacked. It's a real goose chase happening down this B road, but YFP barely misses the mark in that spray down. So M80, at the very least, get the spike down, and will actually drain out that null command. So Tools running a little dry, Stallion having this cosmic divide, but so much time wasted going for this wrap back to T. Does M80 expect this at all?
I mean, they've got Derek watching it though. And sure, Stinger, not exactly the ideal weapon to do that, but if the information is gained, they could use their utility to stall things just a little bit longer. Jack, though, has an opportunity to really punish Derek.
There it is. Derek, yeah, that fragment's gonna do a good amount of chip to him, and Jack can encroach. So 2 on top of the divide, and I mean, this is right behind the spike. They'll get the free half on it. Crazy blind out from Paint, all about choosing your targets, and he finds 2 good ones. GMD is on 8 HP, the spike is on half. Yep. There's no time, and GMD escapes with the kill and the round for M80.
Oh my goodness me. That is Paint coming alive when they needed him the most. The flash through is absolutely sublime. Flies through, Stinger in hand, sprays him down, nerf that SMG. Is able to find 2 kills, which is kind of crazy there. But still, it all just kind of works out. The stall, the panic, the rush coming through from the other team makes it so that M80 find their opportunities to navigate through the gaps, to punish those individual players. And they find double digits now. YFP's economy is the one that is broken. Gonna be just pistols coming through. A bit of an aggressive play for him to try to find something here, but it's just being blinds back, forth, and center. Nothing
So
to be found on
close
both sides.
to making it there. That was like inches away from actually being able to find a kill. You've got to respect what Ferbsa was going for there on top of the flash, but now it's M80 that can go the distance on top of their own flashes. Tuzi standing alone on the A push right now as M80 have everything they need to make this work. Guns, mojo, ultimates, everything's set up after all of this waiting, after all of this losing this half. It just took 1 round, and they have everything they need to take it all the way to making it to playoffs. Just takes those 3 rounds, and this should be the easiest one of them all. As YFP set up the stack through Art, it's a full-blown 5-man on top of this lockdown. No reliable way to destroy it either, so M80 have to just hand it over, take the dugout, save for Alvin, who is evo'd up, and having to just stand it down. Not too difficult against the worst guns. Let him farm that easy 3, and the rest of M80 can come in and do the rest of that easy damage. That is 11-7. That is still ults on the table. That is M80 2 out from making playoffs.
Now YFP feeling the pressure a little bit from their own style, their own speed, their own pacing, as they've elevated the chaos that a lot of these rounds, I feel like we've been using that word a lot, but there's so much just fly forwards, you know, take that opportunity, don't know what's happening, just play as you see fit. And M80 are now matching that pace, matching that style, And you could see YFP that time, you know, under that level of pressure, a little bit more scared, a little bit more patient, a little bit less certain about what to do. And it just allows Alvin to just solo frag in there. The solo frag potential from M80 rings true yet again. Very impressed with how Alvin held his ground there in the midst of all that evolution.
We've got the convergent paths on top of the cosmic divide. Not an easy crunch. And I mean, if you get rid of the guns here, got an easy way to 13. YFP, a lot of ways they'll have to chart this out. Lose too many early on, you need to save the guns. Have the potential to play that convergent paths on your own side, but Bonnie has yet to let his fly. Just gonna use that Nova Pulse to get the free stun in the back instead, and he's gone completely unchecked at the moment. That Refract is now gone, but Ferguson is not. Bonnie! Carving the respawn point. And Stallion, though, has gotten in front of this, and nails down 2. And then Darkest able to find Alvin in the back, so it's YFP that are able to steal that round away despite the divide.
I was gonna say, like, a huge push in from Bonnie to be able to fly all the way back there and make sure to keep Ferbsa in check, but in the midst of all of that, a triple peak was being set up for the entrance. That the flash, unfortunately, from Paint did not connect the way that they would have wanted. As a result of that, it was just a nice, easy push in and right into the gun barrels of YFP. Sure, while it looked flashy coming through from Bonnie to be able to navigate that space, the rest of M80 got gunned down on entry. And so YFP stay alive yet again, 3 rounds away from evening things out here. As it is going to be early information. Derek getting spotted out and pinged out, which should give a little bit more info. Tuzi, though, still going to try and be a bit aggressive.
Prowler doesn't catch him at all, but the quick peek does. Tough timing. Now you gotta go for it again. The knife on top of the flash, but Tuzi still sprays down 2.
Oh boy.
Now you just gotta run it down. W key, nothing else in the tank left. No more extra options as Alvin continues to lurk up mid. And a hell of a lot of space along the way here, but YFP handing over that B site lets it so the Nightfall only catches 1.
No way.
Alvin still unchecked. Ferbsa ready to turn to it, though. Always checking that 6, and the rest of this stack can now be met with that full-on aggression. That's an easy flash to turn to, so you get at least 1 out of that. Pick up the better gun. Oh, but Darkest is taking the altitude. 2 rounds separating these teams, Mars. Overtime could be on the horizon again.
It's happening. I can feel it in my bones. Cedric, I'm gonna be so real with you right now. Like, we're seeing these moments of advantage kind of take. And now YFP are trying to do a better job at reading some of the plays that have been going on. Alvin consistently has been getting so much pressure on that flank. Hey, let's just make sure that we've got Ferbsa of all people watching it. And meanwhile, Tuzi taking that opportunity forward, moving it, getting ready to push up into them. Works out perfectly. It's so funny seeing these mini little counter strats being played here. But once again, it's both these teams just trying their best to adapt and find the upper hand against their opponent to try and secure their spot into the playoffs here.
Cash out from Ferb. Just for the intel. We've inserted Alvin again. This isn't to maintain a stack, just to maintain a presence. So YFP, I mean, yeah, justifiably they'll outstretch again. Just give a little bit of overall space over. Mid is very much clear for M80 to kind of just walk down.
At this point, it looks like M80 are looking for YFP to overextend themselves. Looks like that might just be happening, but out of all the players, you don't want Tuzi to be the one who's doing it because Tuzi as sharp as ever, and yeah, exactly like that. Finds Derek. There goes your fade.
With the quickness, bro. Ferbsa on the other side, though, dealt with. Alvin has given away his lurk. So M80 might just give away the lean after losing that one on B main. Perhaps they see themselves as the bigger weight class coming into this. Stallion still holding it down. Will get hit by the convergent paths. Jack will not, and the crossfire is set. Not properly enough for Bonnie, though, if he just gets right on top of you. And post-flash, Alvin is still kicking and doing fine. Nails Jack as well. Just 2 members of YFP left to go. They're already here, but what really can they do? M80 is already so stocked up on the site. And Alvin able to TP back out, so you have that presence on main again, too. On Paint's caught the body already. Dark is swinging it lightning quick. Turns into a 3v2. Tuzi being that raid boss down Art. as the gravity will prevent the halfway so far. Tuzi, good for one. GMD, no swing just yet. Alvin, just the intel TP. Darkest holding this defuse. No one can counteract it. Steps out into the double swing. Tuzi for 3, Alvin for 3. The 1v1 to decide it all. Darkest the double tap. You have to swing it, and Darkest wins the duel. With enough time to defuse in spades.
Wow.
10 to 11. YFP, keep on fighting.
The plays that are kind of coming through here, and of course at the very end, it would be Tuzi, it would be Darkest. Two players that have just been having a phenomenal match, always ready to take those initial engagements. I thought for sure with how M80 have the numbers advantage, they should be able to make this one work. And look at this, like, it's just good isolation coming through from the YFP players. Spitting distance right now. One round separating these two teams. YFP determined to take us to Breeze if we get there. M80 though, still looking to close the series out, secure their place in the playoffs of stage 1. But YFP are dragging them kicking and screaming to get there.
Yeah.
Not another step.
Pretty classic pinch here for A. Another evolution pop for Alvin. Not to care about these knives that are tossed in. Stallion immediately read by that knife's presence. Ferbsa can deal with that raid boss first, but the refrag is there, and the stinger of all things to pick it up. Give that rifle to Paint and let M80 carry on. Here at the buzzer, M80 sits ready to take it to 12, but the 3v4, shoot, YFP's face worse. Flash, procced, Darkest still gets away with it! And holding down Art. Bonnie now doing all the work himself. Cut their way back through, and now it's just hunting for Jack.
Good proactivity that time, the haunt available, but look at this, just so much respect being played at the moment. Play off of GMD's util.
Ahead of the well, so GMD may not expect a swing. Oh, the haunt gives away a gap. That's tough timing, but it'll at least guarantee the sights. But Paint and Art, yeah, it's cooked. 2 rounds of match point, folks. We will see what M80 can do with it. YFP, potentially another fake comeback in our midst.
I'm like sitting here waiting like, oh yeah, it's looking good. But look at who's alive. It's Tuzi and Darkest. I'm not counting YFP out of this one just quite yet. And still, a good solution for it. Run at them instead. Send to Bonnie, the unbelievable fragger who's got the mechanics down on your team to be nice up close and personable and overwhelm those players. A timeout being taken for YFP. Look at their economy, Tenrek. It's falling to pieces. The Stinger Rush will be available potentially one last time in stage 1 for YFP, but the slew of ultimates means this Stinger Rush could really hurt.
I mean, you have a multitude of ways to approach this if you're YFP. You could full stack one site and then just go for the full-blown retake if you're feeling gutsy. Like, that's how much power you're holding right now, despite the fact that your buy's a little, you know, leaves a little to be desired. I wonder if Ferbs is going to be the one to keep that hero rifle, because he's had to be kind of just the first man in a lot more often than not in these rounds. So I feel like I want to give it to somebody like Tuzi or Jack, who's just been lights out a lot of the time on their own approaches. But we'll see what he can do with it. If he's allowed to do something with it. It's all about how he gets chauffeured by the team.
Bit of early util there just to make sure nobody's creeping up. And actually M80, they decide to play this one slow. They know YFP must be feeling a little bit of that anxiety of the elimination coming through. But if we get to see Ferbsa get one more ultimate orb, Convergent Paths will be online as well.
Right there.
Lots of opportunity here. Don't count YFP out just quite yet.
Not for a moment. Stallion will get procced by the knife. And an early spray just to guarantee they're not behind the box. Still no guarantee of where either side is really pushing themselves. M80 will keep the neutrality. Let Bonnie and Derek walk up this B lane uncontested. Tuzi about to peek it. And there it is. Yeah. Now, Darkest will lean as the stinger, but no real good range
30
in order
seconds
to get a
left.
kill out of it. It's all about just getting the stack here in the prep.
And the call gets made as well. Now M80 are just rushing their way over. YFP aware of this as well. Okay, there goes the Killjoy ultimate.
And the null command from Darkest as well. A twofold. Just playing keep out.
10 seconds
Oh,
left.
Bonnie down. Yeah, there's 9 seconds to go. They might not have enough time to get this down. Saturate on it. That's time. YFP could just run back. And ultimately, a round that started off with a whole lot of nothing ends that way too. Hell, oh God, give Darkest 4 more. Sure, why the hell not, dude? Come on.
You kidding me, man? Like,
he's halfway to his next null command.
For that round to end the way that it did is criminal. Like, there is no world where they just get timed out like that. Just
I
based
don't understand
off
why
of
they
it.
just waited so long. Yeah, they were just waiting for one member of YFP to poke out, and then there were 20 seconds left. Like, what the hell are we doing?
It's once again, that's one of the issues that I've had with M80 and their patient play style, right? Especially given all the ultimates. I know that they were probably playing it a little bit slower just to try and mitigate some of the ultimates so that they don't just completely mow them down. But instead, they just get iced out completely. You stay all the way over there, and if you run in here, Darkest is gonna get 4 kills. So it's so crazy, especially on that eco buy, that YFP walk away with that one, and they still got the Nightfall online. Furbza still needs just one more ultimate orb to make this happen, to get the Convergent Paths online, and now the buy is more or less evened out between these two teams. That is a crazy thing to say, but it is really looking like YFP might be able to force this overtime and potentially force out map number 3. This is unbelievable, man.
I can't believe they let go of that round. That was like the round to take it, despite the 4 ultis, and you had so much time. I'm gonna be hung up on that one for a minute unless M80 wins it right here, man. That would have done it. Nightfall still available for Jack here, and it's a full-blown A-lane brawl for the most part. 3 for M80, 4 for YFP. Big flash out from Furbza, missing the impression in the smoke. Furbza now has that Convergent Paths, lets it fly down on the one remaining in the smoke. It's Bonnie, still gets away with 1. We'll launch that Saturate in response. Alvin now with the spray down, but caught by the Nightfall on top of the spike, and he's just gonna stare into an open field. M80 will beckon forth overtime by any means necessary, as it seems. Derek with his own Nightfall, though. 1v3, Jack's been caught with the C's. Hold on a minute. Just wait. 21 HP. The vulnerable from that C's.
Oh
And
my
now,
goodness.
I can't believe it. I really can't. No matter how many times it happens this match, I just can't believe it. Tuzi can pick any gun he wants. Again, this is the same situation that they were in before.
Yep.
Except there's 30 seconds left. If Derek wants to go for a run over to B side, he totally can.
Do it, Derek. Do it. Oh no. Okay, he's gonna be going back to A. Oh no. Oh.
Please, yo, if he times himself out again, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. There it is. Oh, got the first peek out, Tuzi. Oh, gifted another opportunity on top of the peak. Oh, but Derek crosses the gap that Tuzi has. You got 13 seconds left, my man. You gotta do something.
Here we go.
10 seconds.
There it goes. Tuzi has an alarm bot. That's all he's got. It just comes down to the firefight. Who peeks the right way first? Both of them. Both of them! And we do it again, yo!
Run
Time 2!
it back.
Yeah. I mean, what do you even say at this point? What do you say?
I don't know, man. I'm running out of ideas. It's kind of crazy watching YFP come back into this. And on top of that, too, such a decisive round. The way M80 gets caught up in all of the waylay utility. Furbza having a field day. And then Derek with a Guardian off the Nightfall is able to even it out. Almost finds it. I'm just saying Derek should have ran for the B site, but all good. That's just a hindsight call that I'm making right now. And just like that, we find overtime. Oh my goodness me. Well, you know what? Both these teams a lot more defensively orientated, right? So that's going to be the round that is more in their comfort zone. I do think that whichever team is able to then sweep up the offense, that's going to set them up to potentially close out this map. YFP going to be up to bat first on that offense. Let's see if they can make this one happen. They got to be feeling themselves right now, while M80 must be stewing in their misery.
Yeah, the mentals flipped completely back, I think. YFP are alive. They feel so good. Oh, they'll fall right into the trap nade, though, so YFP will be temporarily stunted. Maybe that'll have them reconsider where they path.
Oh, and it's White again. I'm worried that YFP are going to find themselves in a boxed-in situation previous to last time. We do see Stallion taking a little bit far forwards as Alvin try to keep that one in check. They know this Vito likes to go exploring, so I imagine YFP are going to be ready for it.
Bonnie's still holding, ready for the peek, just wiggling. Knife out doesn't make it necessary, and yet he still peeks out. Saturate will catch him. He doesn't have the refract, but the Nova Pulse will let him get out. Meanwhile, though, Stallion catches the lurk onto Alvin. He was going for that wrap again, and it got punished. Unable to do that with the Universal Smoker. Oh, but Tuzi's lurk gets counteracted too.
30 seconds left.
1 for 1, 30 seconds to go, and YFP is still miles away from any sight. And now Bonnie can just re-up with his own saturate. Prowler doesn't hit him. Seas does, but it doesn't matter. Bonnie gets the first swing. Bonnie can keep spraying down.
Oh, no way.
He gets the second. Bonnie's the one-man army, and Stallion has barely any time to get on with the help of Darkest. Paint is gonna let that fragment fly. Catches Darkest close, but he doesn't manage to get the kill. Fragment on top of the smoke, so he has to stand alone, but there's just barely enough time to plant, and Stallion can hold down the sight line. YFP have the Cosmic Divide to make it back on as well. And Manny have to rush this now. And one fight, Derek leaves it to just GMD, who can refrag. Can Stallion get first and last blood this OT round? The first poke out is good.
It's so annoying.
Force back, GMD has nothing to play with. And he's got to just hold for half of the gravity while it's going to keep him from doing it the first time around. And Stallion still has something left in the tank. He can still go for the wiggle. He's been chipped again and again. And it just doesn't matter. Stallion continuing to hold it down. YFP one round out from taking us to map 3.
That could be the round. Once again, both teams showing their defensive prowess there, and Bonnie really trying to make it so that M80 was going to be able to win that one out. Unbelievable stuff, contesting with that forward pressure. But Stallion, this time, stepping up to the plate. And you could feel the nerves, you could feel the tension in the server right now. All of the members of YFP starting a little bit slow, but heating up to the next level. Now they look to close out map number 2. M80's map pick, force us to breeze, keep them alive. Let's see how they want to play it. The defense this time, M80, the nerves rising up to them. They have to keep it in check though.
Took 2 OTs before, but it was M80 that started it out with the win. Darkest poking out, immediately refragged, but that is Alvin gone. Post-plant setup already a little bit detained. Tuzi sitting on the smoke in the roads, just has to get out. Hand the sight over to M80, but they'll outstretch first. And Bonnie, whoops. We're fine, we're good.
Yeah, Spike should go down here. Check the wraparound from Stallion, but is being kept in watch by Derek here, as the rest of the members will be just pushing in through spawn.
I need concealment.
Stallion was here last time to catch Alvin Boy, and he's here this time to be caught by Derek. 3 on the retake. Paint with the flash out. This looks so good. Yeah, Tuzi forced to duck back away, and every other peek has to be managed well. Jack and Ferbsa slowly but surely towing this line, but all of this lane presence is just deafening, and you don't have any smokes to support you anymore. You've got to just take the fights, and Jack still thinks there's one in the road. M80 stack will persevere and look to conquer. There's no time, there's no chance, and there is no reason to stop now. I'm having fun with y'all. Let's keep it going.
Oh, we go again. Double overtime at this point.
Overtime.
See how this one continues to play out here with an unconventional win on the attacking half of OT for both these teams. M80 now back onto this defense, staying alive in the midst of all of that. Alvin not being the one who's able to clutch that one up, but just good positioning and good awareness. Once again, You can see the nerves starting to really showcase themselves. Bonnie going with a bit of an unconventional flick, a little bit of uncertainty really on what is happening there. And as a result of that, we see the rest of the other members of the team have to step up to make that play stay alive in the midst of it. And now the defense will go to M80 yet again. They know Alvin's probably going to be pushed up here. They should have a good read on what's going on. But M80, they yield it. This time around, they're going for just individual looks for where everything is going. None of that kind of grouped up, you know, frag outplay, the util combos really shining true. Feels like at this point, they're just looking to get that information to play contact off it.
Looking for anything to get away with here. But M80 doing the very same. You see that pressure really mounting for them. And like you said, second guessing is second nature at this point in a matchup like this. M80, 2 rounds out from making playoffs, from sending YFP home, despite coming so close. 1 shot on the haunt. No present sold just yet. Jiggle Pete changes that. M80's stack is present decent, but only for the back half. Ferbso, Lightspeed in, unoptimized in the smoke on top of the spray down. M80 already look more than clean. They might look flawless this round. Tuzi standing alone, an army in front of him, and no time to grab this spike that's been left on an island. A more than decisive defensive round. 5 stay standing, and M80 do as well, long enough to take them to match point.
Okay, here we go. This is going to be the real test. They have to step up here on their attack and beat this YFP defense. We just saw them do that 2 rounds ago, but it isn't an easy task by any stretch of the imagination. You have to keep calm in this moment, but I do wonder what the call is going to be made here. Do you just try and snowball into one of these sites? You risk running into Ferbsa, you risk running into the rest of the squad, but at the same time, it doesn't feel like that's going to be that big of a problem. Slow, okay, B, towards B, just send in Derek. They know that Derek tends to be the one to go there, but at least that guarantees space from Tuzi, so they know that Killjoy is playing a little bit further back. YFP stacked outside of A are starting to make that rotation back.
So much of the time, it feels like the Prowlers are more bullhorns than intel, right? Like you're trying to just say, I'm over here, come and get me. Bonnie with his own light speed, and it's just as easily counteracted as Ferbs' last round. Now the smoke on B lane. I'm getting major deja vu right now, Marks. This is the exact same damn thing that YFP did last round, and guess how that went?
Still though, over a minute on the clock here, so they can call that audible and move around. They just have to be very careful just in case a lurk got set up, but so much damage done here. They leave Derek alone. That's going to make the initiation into any of these spots a little bit more interesting, but I wonder if the call right now is to go through mid and hit towards a B, because if they do that, they might be able to find a couple of opportunities, but this still is going to be a tough call from M80 to make this one work.
And the turret caught Alvin, so it just turns into an insert. And then they'll amp up the gas a little bit, start the art presence, and then start swinging over. Derek has been found out all by himself after so long, and YFP is going to encroach, but that means they have the intel that there's 3 members running it down on B lane. So a 3v5 post plant on this A side is well protected. Never freaking mind! Jack holds the back along with Stallion, and so it's a fight mid-plant in the 2v4. GMD, hyperextension. Is anybody prepared for it? Surely the knife will give enough intel to catch it. No, Tuzi swings out wide and nobody else is ready for it. Alvin is on top of this, but misses the first shots. GMD in the 1v3, Nightfall catches both, but GMD almost steals the ace. Caught the first 2, but Ferbs has got that light speed in his pocket and will take us to overtime 3.
Oh man, if that was how the map ended, it would have been the biggest send-off for this matchup here. But of course, not going to be the case. Darkest now up to 30 kills on the board. That is unbelievable stuff coming through from these YFP players. On the flip side though, M80, a little bit more evened out across the board, a timeout being called. YFP really trying to understand, really trying to strategize here to capture that same success that they had a couple rounds ago on their attack. They need to make sure that they're able to secure that round because once again, like, we saw what happens when they decide to push in there. We saw what happens when they just go for that little bit of over-aggression and feel a little bit too stubborn to kind of call that audible. That time around, M80 were the ones who decided to back out of it when they noticed the situation was getting a little bit too hairy, and GMD almost wins it out for the team. A good extension through. And with this timeout, let's see what both these teams have brought to the board, because at this point, they're going like blow for blow, round for round. It's so evenly matched.
Yeah, it's a question of like, what do you have left at this point? Because so much of the overtime that we've already seen is just slight deviations from what's already been conditioned. Do either of these teams question bringing something entirely new into the equation at this point, or is it too high risk? Do you just settle on the fights that you know you can manage your own territory in and play neutrality from there? A little bit of KO intel both ways. That's at least a little bit of information on where these stacks are sold. Look how dynamic the movement is from both these sides right now.
It looks like actually M80 understanding how much YFP like to just kind of work that middle, setting up appropriately, but YFP this time, they're holding their cards close to their chest. Don't want to give up any information, any real sound cues really, and hoping to just kind of catch M80 by surprise. This time around though, Alvin playing all the way back, so this adaptation should at least cause a couple of questions to come through. Tuesday, the first point of contact, but Pate wins that battle. Ooh. That's a big one.
Yeah, that's huge. I loved Tuesday's insertion right there, too. The flow of this lean from YFP is almost antiquated in nature, but still so effective as long as you nail that first kill on the archway. But Tuesday, coming up short. Interceptor no longer active, the smoke about to fade. This is the moment where YFP have to make the push, and Ferbs is already up to the high altitude. The flash is not going to give that away. And YFP really do own this territory, but they can't find a fight yet because the smoke is still separating. Ferbs is finally going to catch Alvin, but Alvin wins that fight. And M80 just go back to defaulting. Nobody else from YFP's moved an inch. Oh, the swing out. Alvin gives away Darkest. Now he has to step out, and that's where everything collapses. Really tough to understand what YFP was trying to finalize there after Ferbs had gained such good ground when YFP had a moment to open things up, but maybe it's a lack of comms, maybe it's a lack of util, maybe it's just the confidence at this point. But M80 are back to match point thanks to it.
Switching sides.
Yeah, it honestly feels like they were getting a little confuzzled as to what was going on. The big brain play kind of coming through. Oh, we're going to confuse M80. It only ended up just getting confused themselves. Paint finding that kill was absolutely massive, but then yeah, sure. You see Bonnie fly in there. Or sorry, you see Ferbs fly in there, and Alvin's just like, well, in the smoke, not going to be able to check me. Someone will make sure that Ferbs can't get away with too much because Ferbs has been rather quiet this game. I'll just wait for the rest of them to try and push in on me themselves. Now M80, another opportunity to close out the game. If only it were that easy, though. I say it like, yeah, just win the game. You know, everything will be nice and chill. But YFP's defense has been immaculate. And now I worry about M80 kind of psyching themselves out as they get on this attack.
Seeing if anything's given away. Flash set up onto Derek to see if they kind of launch anything, but I don't see a Prowler in response. Enough information for Tuesday to spray that nebula down as Paint and Bonnie move forward. Oh, they're trying to stick a checkpoint everywhere right now.
The push up though from YFP down outside
if they
of B.
get clocked again, I swear to God.
Derek.
For shots, Tuesday does dare to peek that again. Oh, Alvin with the switch up. But are they prepared for Darkest? Oh, it turns out they are. Seas does not catch though. And the fragment will deal the remainder of Derek's health pool. And Alvin can't step onto that either, he's low. So now you've got to crunch Darkest first. And that fragment's not gonna catch him. You gotta flash your way back in. Now you gotta just run through the smoke. Darkest still grabs one more. And with 15 seconds to go, they are going to get clocked. There is no way it's ending like this again! Saturate on the bridge. Paint's gonna stick it. Bonnie holds the line. Spike is down, but does it matter? Paint's extended. We do it! We do it! Oh my God. Of all the rounds to take, it's that one. And in one fell swoop, YFP run out of chances. M80's in playoffs.
There is no way that that's how this one ends.
One, dude, what?
I mean, hey, earlier there was a crazy round where they just got iced out by a cosmic divide there. It looked like history was about to repeat themselves, but turns out the difference is there's not a giant purple wall in front of you, so you feel a lot more confident to make it happen. To be fair, Bonnie's still alive in the back line as well. Honestly, if not Bonnie, GMD would have been a good pick, but you know that they're going to be able to be good for some of those kills. And then once again, the nerves coming into this. You could feel all of the players so nervous by the end, but Bonnie's still able to clutch it up as things kind of get a little bit too out of control for YFP. What a crazy matchup between these two teams. Congratulations to M80, but man, YFP, if they won that one out, I wouldn't have been surprised. I predicted YFP coming into this, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, again, as close as you can get, but that's just the benchmark we're at here in playoffs, where the top 8 teams have been revealed. M80, de-sweat those palms, and then we'll have a little fireside chat after the break.
Remaining. One enemy remaining.
Showdown's gonna be big and bodies. If they need it. Only a scuffle, so hit. Good sound, Renz. Oh, the high-low. There it is. Oh, and even more than that, Zorota is dimensional drip from Tanza. He's gonna know what you're planning, what you think before you've even executed. And the real executioners are sleepers.
Well, folks, we're here. We did it. We came to the end of this series with M80 taking down YFP 2-0 with two overtimes. I have some notes to show, including, which was the majority of what I felt. The way that ended, the way some of these shots were hit, I'm gonna go to my lovely analysts, starting with Gompers, because I'm only the host and I don't have thoughts, I ask questions. So Gompers, my question for you is, huh?
You know, and I have the same question, honestly. That was questionable in some moments, but I do think it was quite entertaining, I will say. I think the game in general was quite difficult. Obviously, we saw YFP dominating on the defensive side, so it really was just M80 trying to readjust. And honestly, with the composition they had, it was also quite difficult, I will say. I did see a lot of just difficulty with trying to recollect themselves. Having Alvin Boy on that veto, it felt like on the attacking side, they were struggling to kind of find more so what to do with that utility. I do think, obviously, frag-wise, Alvin Boy did phenomenal, regardless of what had happened or what the thoughts were. But all in all, I think the game was just kind of a lot of 1v1s, you know, those early engagements that really took them by stride. So many players were getting 3Ks and 2Ks and 4Ks, and it was like, okay, now we have the player advantage, but then it completely turned itself around. And you know, it really was just very individual when it came to this map.
Dude, both of these games, like both matches on Haven and Pearl, were both like an hour and 12 minutes long. Like, I need you guys to sit with that for a second. Like, it is actually so insane. And I think that is why we saw, as Pearl went on, it got really, really scrappy in a lot of those fights. Like, there was a lot of chaos. You had KO flashes flying everywhere, people pushing smokes. And yes, there definitely was, like, some rhyme to the reason, but it did come down to a scrap fest. Like, those rounds were really decided in a lot of those crazy fights. It was whoever was reacting better in that moment, especially in those retakes. Like, each of these teams both had 9 rounds on defense. Like, it was a 9-3 half for each heading into that overtime, which is just absolutely insane. The post plans were a bit of a struggle for both sides, but overall, I honestly just can't even believe the game ended the way that it did. Like, it felt a little like flat almost when you think about like how crazy some of these rounds were.
It felt so funny because it felt back and forth in regards to like confidence, where it was like, no, okay, we're picking too much, you know, let's take a step back, maybe this will work. And then it was like, okay, no, we're actually overthinking this. Let's do a 3-person guardian push up towards A, right? Or B. So it was, you could see that like the gears were working, but then at the same time, it was like, it had been such, like Ash said, such a long day that it comes to the point where things actually start to feel like repetitive. And then you overthink it, right? So I think YFP handled themselves the best way. Darkest obviously like killed it. So like, shout out to Darkest. But yeah, it was a hard game. So I mean, all in all, 17 first kills for YFP. You can see they were putting in the work. So
I mean, just look at this timeline. Like, there's so many rounds that like the icons are smaller. Like, that is what we're dealing with. This game was so long. Both these teams had to deal with back-to-back like not bombers, what's the word, just marathons of gaming. You know, Darkest hitting a 30 bomb, Derek 2 away from a 30 bomb, everyone having to, you know, put in so much work to get where they were, Ash. And it worked out for M80, but credits to YFP for putting up a very, very, very strong fight on both maps.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we have to say goodbye to this team for this stage and for split one there on the side of YFP. Darkest, it is actually just insane. I'm constantly impressed with how he's able to become Thanos at times, like when he needs to for his squad. But for M80, a little bit more measured across the board. I think that there were definitely moments where you know, things got like a little bit crazy. We had some questions, some wonky rounds there, but their ability to kind of pull it together and work together at the end to convert a lot of rounds where they were down in numbers into the late round, I think is just such a big testament into the communication that they had in those moments when things were getting crazy. The ability to flip that disadvantage into their favor was very well done to take them over the line today.
And I mean, everyone worked so hard. I feel like you could feel within each round the like, you know, there was so much passion, there was so much energy. No matter how that round went, there was always the next round to get to. And friends, we have one of the M80 players here for our post-match interview. It is GMD, the IGL, the Astra, the Omen. Oh, look at this smile. while. All right, come to the front, sit down. First question for you is, how are you doing? Because those were both hour-plus long matches, and that was you. I mean, you're the IGL. You have to call. Like, how are you feeling? Are you tired? How is the team feeling?
Pretty tired. I feel like every game is like so close for us. Like, it's been a battle to get here. But I mean, yeah, I'm not super tired because I mean, it's exciting. It's fun to play these games. It is stressful, but it is fun after all. And I think, I mean, yeah, definitely back-to-back games too. Yesterday, I think we went all 3 maps as well. Today we go again, and we go 2 maps, but not the shortest maps. So yeah, I mean, not very tired, exciting, but definitely need to do better for sure.
I mean, that was my next question for you is you had less than 24 hours to prepare for this match. YFP kind of just waited and was able to watch what you guys were doing yesterday and moving forward. What was the conversation after yesterday's game about how to make sure today had you qualify for playoffs, which first of all, congratulations for qualifying.
Thank you. It wasn't like a very good, like it was very, you know, we have to be honest with ourselves. Like last night we had a pretty good heart-to-heart conversation about like, you know, we need to be better. Like we need I think we see ourselves as one of the best teams in the league, if not the best team. So we gotta act like it and play like it. Kind of it was a long talk that we had after last night's NRG Academy's loss. But I mean, yeah, we just thought that me and the coaches reviewed a lot. We watched the tape back, and we had just a lot of talking. Like not so much VOD review as a team. It was more of like, okay, we need to wake up, because it doesn't matter. Like even if we watch that game, it's not our team playing. It's like we're possessed by something else. Like it's not us playing. So it doesn't matter if you VOD review or not. Like as a team, it's more about like having the tough conversations and like kind of, you know, bring the best out of ourselves. I think we have a team that's pretty tight. Always laughing, even like when it was close today, we're kind of laughing. You know, we're not super like we have a good group. But sometimes you need to have conversations you don't really want to have, like about either to be effort, to be like, you know, like, do you want it? Like you have to have these wake-up calls sometimes. I think for us, that EG loss was one of the wake-up calls, honestly.
I mean, that is moving forward. I think, you know, playoffs is not easy. The best of us have risen to it. After today's performance and seeing your team perform like this, how do you think your team is doing after the talks yesterday, having that heart-to-hearts? Did everyone listen? How are we feeling?
Yeah, I think we have a good group. So like these conversations are hard to have because you don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but they're needed. They're necessary. So I think everyone kind of responded well to that wake-up call even today. Like obviously in a 24-hour like you know, window, you can't change everything. You know, it's gonna be it's gonna be a process. But I mean, yeah, I think we're doing the right way. Honestly, we're getting a lot of reps too as a team. Like, you know, I'm doing OT twice and just playing all the possible you know, Swiss format games that we could. So yeah, I think it's gonna get better with time. It's just we're a young team. We have a lot of new guys, you know, and even if like Dad comes from tier 1 and like we have like a lot of experience, it's hard to mesh as a team fast. You know, you have to. It takes time. Chemistry's not always there, or you know, and match and scrims is different too. So we need more match reps, and I think that's what we got in this format right now.
My last question for you, now that you have qualified for playoffs, is you were on TSM for a large majority of your career for years, and now you find yourself on M80, new system, new org. Beyond that, you have your core, et cetera, but new players. How would you describe being on this new team, which is a pretty foreign thing for you? You haven't done this in years. So how has it been, you know, adjusting to the new team, new, very fancy wash that just shined in my eyes?
That's really not, but thank you though.
But how would you describe, you know, adjusting to this team? And yes, you are a new team, but this is all completely new for you, someone who has been in the scene for so long.
Yeah, I think starting with management, like shout out Marco and Psycho, like the two guys and Fluctua, our manager, have been amazing to us. Like it's been a very smooth transition for me. As you said, I've been on TSM forever, and I love those guys too at management. I've been lucky in esports with people I worked with. Same thing here. Marco is amazing. He's invested. I love it. Same thing with Psycho and Fluctua, and I think that's honestly the easiest way is like whenever we have a match like today, you know, they come in, they make us feel like, you know, more relaxed, and it's not a big deal. So I really appreciate that from them, and the coaches too. I mean, Nismo is like, you know, someone I've known forever, so it's not like super unknown. So shout out Nismo as well. Marky has been amazing with everything. Like I think he's been a great coach in a very short amount of time. But I think that's something that he's used to doing, you know, with being a leader on our team and on every team he's been on. The transition is a lot easier. So when you become a coach, so definitely been easy because the groups I'm in, like the group I'm in, honestly, it could have been hard if it was like all people that didn't make it smooth, but it's not the case here, and I love it here, to be honest. Been great.
Oh, I love to hear. Well, you have had a very long day today. Someone in chat said they ran into you in a DM and you guys were locked in, to quote them.
We were doing as a team, yeah.
So I'm gonna let you go enjoy your win, GMD. Congratulations.
Thank you. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
You too. I do not have a fancy watch like that, but that that bling bling that came across the screen, it was like perfect for like how hard he has worked to be here, and just that entire team, like overtimes, you know, going back to their other games that they played in this stage, as we can see with the Swiss stage. You guys look at those, you know, games, you're crawling back from huge deficits, Ash, and honestly, you know, they say like pressure makes diamonds, and that was a lot of pressure we had, but they made diamonds.
I definitely did. I think it was really insightful to hear about how they, you know, had to have a hard conversation after yesterday's matchup and how that transitioned into and translated into their performance today. But yeah, we've called now the half of the teams within VCL for this Swiss stage. And now heading into playoffs as well, like there have been so many upsets, like sleepers coming out of nowhere, qualifying so early on into the bracket. And then teams like Evictix too, like going for those upsets earlier this week up against NRG Academy. It's really wild, the ride that we've had so far during this split. And I feel like how close the competition is at the top of year when teams are still figuring things out leaves me stunned to imagine what is to come.
And yeah, I mean, we talk about this all the time, and I said it yesterday, like, expect the unexpected, haha, hee hee, like that's the joke within North America, but oh my God, are we not the epitome of that? And most importantly, we have the playoff bracket ready for you guys. Dun 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 dun, drum roll please. This is how it's all going to shake out. Oh my goodness gracious. You guys can't see, but my hands are on my head right now. I mean, we expect playoffs to be the best of the best, right? We have some insane matches, but Gomper's looking at this. Oh dear, this is insane.
I mean, listen, we're starting off with the Core Evictix rematch. By the way, that was like such an exciting match to see on Split. I think it was like 14-12. Okay, I'm actually really liking this. Going against EP though is a little scary for M80. Yes. That's the team. That is the team that is so incredibly strong. Imagine like you spend what for almost 3 hours playing today, and then you look at the playoffs bracket and you're like, oh, okay, let's just play one of the strongest teams. Like whatever, it's fine. But I think this is so exciting. And now we have like a pretty good general idea of like what these teams are serving, right? So coming into the playoffs, we'll be able to also have like a really good understanding of who we're picking, right? Like, guys, who's going to be the most accurate now? So I think this is going to be such a good playoffs.
Yeah, you guys do not want to miss a single day, because honestly, every single matchup is seeded to be like an absolute banger. Like you get some like rematches there. You're already talking about that Core Evictix one. My eyes are on like the Shopify Rebellion Black versus Evil Geniuses Academy. I think it's going to be insane. What's going to be fun about the Sleepers versus M80 is the fact that they also haven't played each other throughout the Swiss stage. And that's also, you know, Sleepers have gotten that advantage with qualifying early. They've also gotten to like watch the competition as it's continued to develop. Same for the side of SAD Esports as well as a Core. So they've gotten to like watch how these later teams into qualification have been playing, and that's a huge advantage. I'm interested to see how much like anti-stratting is going to be going into next week.
Where there's tape on tape for these teams in the playoff bracket. And it is the best of the best, at least for split one of VCL. And friends, it has been a long day. You have been such troopers, but you have made it to the end of the Swiss stage. Congratulations on behalf of production, the casters, the desk, and everyone in between and beyond. Thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions. Gompers, show the Rubik's Cube really quickly so we can end on a good note, and have a great rest of your week. We'll see you later.
Otherwise, this interceptor might finally get some play if we see the full-fledged B main tank, but Toxic Orb, interesting way to get Chaotic in. I love getting in the cubby quick and then initiating the rescue push now that the interceptor's done, but Giza does find him solo and steps out and finds That's just unbelievable, dude! Paranoia right back down the lane. But Hugh with that dimensional drift is going to allow T-Dog to get the easy combo on the Hunter's Fury. And now Hugh has actually made his way in. He's closest up and is able to take care of Ange because of that. Swings back onto Sean next. He's on the back. A one-man army. No one else from ADG could get it done. The lockdown persists. One of them all. YFP set up the stack for it's a full-blown 5-man on top of this lockdown. No reliable way to destroy it either, so M80 has to just hand it over, take the dugout, save for Alvin, who is evoed up and having to just stand it down. Not too difficult against the worst guns. Let it form that easy 3, and the rest of M80 can come in and do the rest of that easy damage. That is 11-7.